Chapter 1632. Madam, this Lu advises you to surrender obediently so you can suffer less. This Lu is also a man of character and does not wish to embarrass a woman. On the battlefield below, one of the older men shouted as he attacked, seemingly trying to persuade the woman to give up resisting. The other man, who looked slightly younger, coldly snorted and said, "Brother Lu, why bother talking nonsense with her? This woman's figure is quite good, just wait until my brother and I capture her alive. We'll enjoy her and then harvest her essence chi, making her beg for death." Although Brilliant Flame Sect's cultivator cultivated the fire attribute, they had a secret technique that allowed them to use Ice Heart Valley's ice attribute Saint Chi to improve their cultivation in a very short time. The two sects had been opposing each other for countless years, and many of Ice Heart Valley's women had mysteriously disappeared, most of them being taken captive by Brilliant Flame Sect. The fate of these women could be imagined. Although this secret technique was somewhat dangerous to Brilliant Flame Sect's cultivators, many of them did not fear it and instead flocked to it, taking pride in humiliating and plundering Ice Heart Valley's women. Brilliant Flame Sect's elders also never paid them any heed. The sight of these two Brilliant Flame Sect cultivators playing the role of bad cop greatly shook the woman's heart. Despicable. Shameless. The woman grit her teeth and shouted as she pushed her Saint Chi and summoned countless jade-like birds made of ice attribute energy. These birds cried out as they shot out in all directions, attempting to interfere with the vision of the two men. Want to run? The younger Brilliant Flame Zone wore a fierce look as his fire attribute Saint Chi surged, making him look like a burning fireball as he charged towards the incoming birds without hesitation. The ice melted and the flames soared. The young man surnamed Lu took advantage of this situation and threw a punch through the gaps between these birds. A huge flame tiger phantom suddenly appeared and let out a roar that shook the heavens as it opened its bloody maw and pounced towards the woman. The woman was caught in a pincer attack, and although she tried her best to resolve the crisis, her shoulder was still grazed by the flame tiger, leaving a half-meter-long wound from which blood gushed out. Her figure staggered, but by the time she stabilized herself, the two Brilliant Flame Sect masters had already arrived in front of her. The woman revealed an expression of despair, and her beautiful eyes couldn't help but be suffused with a wisp of yearning for life. However, this trace of yearning was quickly shattered, and then it transformed into the will to seek death. She knew that if she really fell into the hands of Brilliant Flame Sect, she would suffer a fate worse than death. Therefore, when the women of Ice Heart Valley went out, the elders would often tell them to commit suicide rather than be captured. Every female disciple of Ice Heart Valley remembered these words. Not good, this servant wants to die. The younger Brilliant Flame Sect master was shocked. He had fought many people from Ice Heart Valley before and had seen this scene before him, so he naturally knew what the other party wanted to do. It's not that easy to die. The man surnamed Lu smiled slyly and stretched out his hand. A rope-like artifact suddenly shot out and tied up the woman as if it had a mind of its own. Then, he pulled the rope back, and the woman was immediately tied up tightly. The fluctuating Saint Chi fluctuations suddenly subsided, and the woman stood in place, her beautiful eyes filled with horror. This Lu's origin binding rope was specially made by an artifact refining grandmaster for your Ice Heart Valley. Now that you've been tied up by this origin binding rope, don't even think about detonating your Saint Chi. Seeing that he had succeeded, the man surnamed Lu didn't bother to disguise himself as he stared at the woman with an evil expression on his face. Kill me. The woman struggled, but no matter how hard she tried, she was unable to circulate her Saint Chi. The rope-like artifact binding her seemed to have the power to restrain her Saint Chi. The other party was not wrong, this artifact was indeed specially made for Ice Heart Valley, and now that she was tied up, she couldn't circulate her Saint Chi at all. How could I be willing to kill you? The man surnamed Lu smiled wickedly. It's not easy to capture someone from Ice Heart Valley alive, and you're so beautiful, this Lu can't wait to see you die. The woman's face went pale as she could almost foresee how miserable her fate would be in the future. You want to bite your tongue and commit suicide? Aren't you dreaming? The younger man coldly snorted as he stretched out his hand and sent a strand of Saint Chi into the woman's body, causing her to suddenly stiffen in place, unable to even speak. Let's leave here first. The man surnamed Lu glanced over at the big battlefield a few dozen kilometers away, not intending to help. For him, capturing an enemy alive was more than enough. Junior brother will go with you, the other man grinned meaningfully. Naturally, junior brother will be there as well, the man surnamed Lu understood and stepped forward to pick up the subdued woman. But he had only taken 3 steps when his vision blurred and a figure appeared in front of him like a ghost, standing between him and the woman. The man surnamed Lu was startled and instinctively leapt back a few dozen meters before vigilantly staring at the newcomer and shouting, "Who is this, friend?" The other party didn't speak and simply stared at him coldly. The bone-chilling coldness in the other party's eyes was almost tangible, causing the man who cultivated the fire attribute to feel a chill run down his spine. Brother. The younger cultivator also realized that something was wrong. The young man who had suddenly appeared was staring at them with an unfriendly face and murderous intent in his eyes. Obviously, he wasn't one of them. The man surnamed Lu frowned before his eyes suddenly lit up and he exclaimed, "It's you." He obviously recognized the identity of this person. As soon as he said this, he didn't hesitate to use his movement skill to escape into the distance. The other cultivator was stunned for a moment and didn't dare to stay in place any longer, also transforming into a streak of fire as he tried to escape. The newcomer had ill intentions and was an origin returning realm cultivator. They were no match for him at all. Although they were reluctant to part with the woman they were about to capture, compared to her, their own lives were more important. Moreover, both of them had recognized that this person was the one they had been looking for. Now, the most important task was to quickly report what they had discovered here. How could they have the time to worry about anything else? The 2 cultivators moved extremely fast and in the blink of an eye, they had already crossed a few thousand meters. The young man didn't seem to care, and it wasn't until their figures were about to disappear from sight that he stretched out his hand and flicked his finger twice. There seemed to be a sharp sound of something tearing through the air. Far away, 2 screams rang out as the 2 fleeing brilliant flame sect cultivators came to a stop, as if struck by lightning, and fell to the ground. The woman who was subdued was stunned as her beautiful eyes stared at the back of the man in front of her. For a moment, she felt that this man's back was as broad as a river and as majestic as a mountain, filling her heart with gratitude. She hadn't expected that a master would come to help her at such a critical moment. There were no men in Ice Heart Valley, so she didn't know if this person in front of her was from one of the sects affiliated with Ice Heart Valley. She wanted to open her mouth and thank him, but with her mouth sealed by Brilliant Flame Sect, she couldn't speak a single word. But, why does this person's back look so familiar? Why do I feel like I've seen him somewhere before? The woman was puzzled. After killing the 2 Brilliant Flame Sect cultivators, the murderous intent from the young man in front of her quickly dissipated and he turned around to look at the woman with a complicated gaze. When their 4 eyes met, the woman froze in place as if she had been petrified by some kind of secret technique. Staring at the face of the man who had suddenly appeared and saved her, her beautiful eyes trembled violently. She could hardly believe her eyes. Yang Kai sighed, "Senior Xianxia, it's been many years since we last met." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and cut off the rope artifact binding her. Without the shackles of this artifact, Xianxia only needed to circulate her Saint Chi to break the seal in her body, but she still stared at the man in front of her in shock, unable to say a word. She had never expected that the one who came to save her would be Yang Kai. This Yang Kai who had not shown his face in the past year but had stirred up a storm on Scarlet Wave Star. However, she couldn't see through his current strength, which meant that his cultivation was at least a great realm higher than hers. Only such a huge gap would make it impossible for her to see through his true cultivation. How did he grow so fast? Xianxia thought that Su Yan's growth was already terrifying enough. After all, they had left Tong Xian realm together. At that time, Su Yan's cultivation was not as high as hers, but after entering Tongxian territory, Su Yan had caught up with her and reached the First Order Origin returning realm at an astonishing speed. Yang Kai's cultivation seemed to be even higher than Su Yan's. Where had he been all these years? How had he come here? Xianxia's thoughts were in chaos. After a long time, she gradually recovered and said with uncertainty, "Yang Kai? Is it really you?" "It's me," Yang Kai nodded gently. He had not expected that he would actually meet the former Ice Master, Xianxia, on Scarlet Wave Star. The moment he saw the other party, Yang Kai almost thought he was dreaming. Xianxia and Su Yan were together. If Xianxia was here, then where was Su Yan? Was she also here? Yang Kai's heart was in turmoil, and he could hardly suppress the expectations deep in his heart. "Senior Xianxia, Su Yan, she." Yang Kai took a deep breath and asked, his voice hoarse, fearing he would hear a disappointing answer. "Su Yan is fine, you don't have to worry." Xianxia's answer made Yang Kai feel like a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. More than 30 years had passed since they parted. This kind of parting was different from the parting of Xia Ningchang. Although Yang Kai had not seen Xia Ningchang for many years, he knew that she was in Tongxian realm, waiting for him there. Su Yan was different. After so many years, Yang Kai did not know where she was, how she was doing, or whether she was safe. This kind of worry was far more torturous than longing. Xianxia's words made him smile. His smile was filled with relief. "Are you really together?" Yang Kai asked again, "Where is she now?" "She's not here now, she's in Iceheart Valley." "Iceheart Valley? You joined Iceheart Valley?" Yang Kai was stunned. Chapter 1633. Su Yan and Xianxia had actually joined Iceheart Valley. The world was truly unpredictable. A few years ago, during his trip to the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai had dealt with the people of Iceheart Valley, and after accidentally coming to Scarlet Wave Star, he learned that Iceheart Valley was quite powerful. However, he had never expected that Su Yan and Xianxia would actually join Iceheart Valley. If he had known earlier, he would have gone to look for them long ago. However, Iceheart Valley only accepted women and was famous for its ice attribute and secret techniques, so it was indeed very suitable for Su Yan and Xianxia. After all, Ice Sect and Iceheart Valley had the same philosophy. "Su Yan misses you very much, but she can't return to Tongxian realm. She always told me that when she has the ability to travel through Tongxian territory alone, she will definitely come back to find you." Xianxia looked at Yang Kai, thinking that he had been staying on Tongxian realm all these years. "I know, I've also been looking for her all these years." Yang Kai smiled lightly, but just as he was about to ask Xianxia about Su Yan's situation, he suddenly frowned and said, "This is not the place to talk, let's leave here first." Saying so, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and wrapped Xianxia in his Saint Chi before quickly taking her away. After a dozen breaths, a group of 7 or 8 cultivators arrived. After looking around for a while, the leader of this group asked suspiciously, "There were people here just now, how did they suddenly disappear?" "Maybe they sensed our auras and ran away," someone guessed. Let's not worry about that for now, our top priority is to support our sect." The leader waved his hand and led the others towards the battlefield. A few tens of thousands of kilometers away from the battlefield, in a small city, Yang Kai and Xianxia found an inn and booked a room. Inside the room, Yang Kai carefully asked about Su Yan's situation over the years. After learning that she was doing well, that not only had she entered Iceheart Valley, but she had also worshipped Iceheart Valley's great elder Ran Yunting as her master, Yang Kai was completely relieved. Iceheart Valley had many Origin King Realm Masters, so it was not a small force, and Great Elder Ran Yunting's cultivation was definitely not low. Being able to become her master was Su Yan's blessing. Yang Kai was vaguely grateful to this Ran Yunting. If not for her careful guidance, Su Yan would not have been able to grow to the level of a first-order Origin returning realm in such a short time. Xia Ningchang had refined the star's source of Tongxian realm to achieve this, but Su Yan was able to stand on equal footing with Xia Ningchang. It was obvious how outstanding Su Yan's aptitude was. Xianxia even told him that Su Yan was already preparing to break through to the second order. Yang Kai was happy for her from the bottom of his heart. As for why he was able to join Ice Heart Valley, it was mostly due to luck. According to Xianxia, after they separated from Qianyu, they went to Green Mountain Star through the Void Corridor. She, Su Yan, and Xianhao had worked hard on Green Mountain Star for a period of time, but at that time, their cultivations were extremely low, only third or third order saints, so they couldn't earn enough saint crystals or spirit pills to meet their own needs. Until he met Ran Yunting. At that time, Ran Yunting had gone to Green Mountain Star for some reason, but after seeing Su Yan, she was overjoyed and immediately expressed her desire to bring her back to Ice Heart Valley to cultivate. How could the three of them refuse such a good thing? After carefully inquiring about Ice Heart Valley's reputation, Su Yan and Xianxia decided to join it. As for Qianhao, because he was a man, he couldn't join. However, Ran Yunting also arranged for Qianhao to enter a sect affiliated with Ice Heart Valley. Now, he was also a second-order Saint King. After listening to Xianxia's story, Yang Kai's expression became strange. So you really went to Green Mountain Star, he smiled bitterly. Qianyu had stayed on Green Mountain Star for so long, but she had never been able to inquire about Su Yan and the others. It turned out she had arrived too late. If she had gone 20 or 30 years earlier, she might have met them, but by the time Qianyu went to Green Mountain Star, Su Yan and the others had already gone to Scarlet Wave Star. Oh, right, Qianyu missed you very much. You met Qianyu? Is she okay? Xianxia asked in surprise. After they separated that year, she didn't know how Qianyu was doing and had been worried about her all these years. Now hearing Yang Kai say this, Xianxia was overjoyed. Whether she's okay or not, you can ask her yourself, Yang Kai smiled slightly. Ask her myself? Xianxia frowned slightly, not knowing what Yang Kai meant. Yang Kai closed his eyes and used his divine sense to communicate with the sealed world bead to find traces of Qianyu. After confirming that she was not in retreat, he reached out and released her from the sealed world bead. What's the matter? Qianyu appeared with a confused look on her face. Look who this is. Yang Kai pointed behind her and said with a smile. Qianyu turned around and her beautiful eyes widened in an instant, tears filling them as she called out in a trembling voice, Sect Master. Qianyu. Xianxia was also extremely excited. Although the Starry Sky territory was wonderful, it could never erase their longing for their old friends. Back on Tongxian Realm, in Ice Sect, Xianxia and Elder Qianyu's relationship was extremely good, almost like sisters. Now that they had parted several dozen years ago, seeing each other again, they couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Both of their eyes were a little red. After greeting each other and confirming that the other had been safe and sound all these years and that their cultivations had increased greatly, both were overjoyed. Yang Kai, you actually found Sect Master. Qianyu looked at Yang Kai gratefully. Since meeting Yang Kai on Shadowed Star, Qianyu had made it her goal to find Xianxia and the others. This had almost become a sore point in her heart. Yang Kai had fulfilled her wish today. What about Su Yan? What about my brother? Are they okay? Qianyu asked anxiously. Su Yan is fine, your brother Qianhao is also doing well. He's in a sect called the Illusion God Sect, you don't need to worry, Xianxia comforted. That's good, Qianyu's cheeks were wet as tears of joy flowed down her cheeks, but her face was full of smiles. Come, tell me about your situation over the years. I just told Yang Kai about us. Xianxia took Qianyu's hand, sat down, and asked. Qianyu answered truthfully. Learning that she had almost been reduced to a brothel girl, Xianxia's cold face was covered with a layer of frost as she shot a grateful glance towards Yang Kai. Learning that Yang Kai had almost unified an entire star now, Xianxia was shocked to the extreme. Even if there was no origin king on that star, it was definitely not a simple matter to unify it. Not only did it require an overwhelming advantage, but it also required a great deal of charisma. Time passed slowly, and the two women reunited after a long separation, seemingly having endless things to say. Yang Kai did not disturb them and simply sat quietly, listening attentively. It was not until evening that Xianxia seemed to recover and glanced at Yang Kai embarrassedly. "We seem to have talked too much. Senior Xianxia is too serious, I can understand. If he were to reunite with Su Yan, he would likely do the same. Your cultivation is now far higher than mine, so there's no need to call me senior," Xianxia smiled. "Moreover, you are now the master of a sect. Whether it is status or identity, it is not something I can compare to. If I continue to call you senior, I'm afraid I will be too ashamed to show my face." "Senior is senior," Yang Kai shook his head. He never felt that just because his strength had increased, he could despise his seniors. "If you don't mind, you can call me elder sister," Xianxia smiled. "Su Yan and I are now senior sister from the same sect. This is star territory, no longer Tong Xian realm. There is no need to dwell on the past, we should all look forward." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Then I will follow Su Yan and call you senior sister." "That's good," Xianxia nodded. Xianxia nodded, thinking of Su Yan. She smiled knowingly. "Su Yan should have heard about you by now. Although she lives on the inner island and is in retreat all year round, not having any contact with outsiders, I left her a letter before I left. She comes to visit me once a month, so when she sees that letter, she will definitely know you have arrived on Scarlet Wave Star. Can I enter Ice Heart Valley?" Yang Kai asked expectantly. "Do you want to go?" Xianxia frowned. "Although Ice Heart Valley has treated me and Su Yan well, this time, Ice Heart Valley has mobilized in order to find you. I don't know the specific reason, but if you take the initiative to appear in Ice Heart Valley, who knows what will happen." "Can Su Yan leave Ice Heart Valley?" Yang Kai asked again. Xianxia shook her head. "Great Elder has high expectations for Su Yan, and now that Su Yan is preparing to break through to the Second Order, the battles between Ice Heart Valley and Brilliant Flame Sect are becoming more and more frequent. It is impossible for Great Elder to let Su Yan leave at this time." "Then I want to go," Yang Kai quickly said. "You?" Xianxia opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to persuade him, but when she saw the firm look on his face, she knew that it would be useless no matter what she said, so she just sighed, "Let me think about it." Yang Kai nodded and did not disturb her. After a long time, Xianxia sighed and looked up at Yang Kai. "If you want to enter Ice Heart Valley, you will have to expose your identity and let Ice Heart Valley's people take the initiative to welcome you. Otherwise, you won't be able to enter. Ice Heart Valley has never allowed men to set foot here, there has been no exception for the past 10,000 years. As long as I expose my identity, will they take the initiative to welcome me?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "I'm not sure, because I don't know why Ice Heart Valley is looking for you, but this time's movement is quite big. If Great Elder and Sect Master attach enough importance to you, it is possible. Then I'll expose myself." Yang Kai grinned. "I'll have to trouble senior sister Xianxia with this matter." "There's no need to trouble yourself, I just need to report this matter to the sect's elders and they will definitely come to take you away," Xianxia said seriously. "But have you thought about it? If you really enter Ice Heart Valley, no one can predict what will happen." "It's fine, I just want to see Su Yan," Yang Kai nodded indifferently. "Good, since you've decided, I'll contact them," Xianxia nodded, took out a communication artifact from her space ring, and poured her divine sense into it. A moment later, a clear divine sense fluctuation came from the communication artifact. After a while, Xianxia put away the communication artifact, looked up at Yang Kai, and said, 13th Elder is nearby, she will personally take you to Ice Heart Valley." Chapter 1634. Inside the inn's wing, a beautiful woman in palace robes looked at Yang Kai coldly and nodded. "Yes, it's him." "Xianxia, you have made a great contribution this time. This elder will report this to the Valley Master and the Elder Council, so you will be rewarded. 2 hours after Xianxia sent the message, the 13th elder of Iceheart Valley rushed to the city and met with Yang Kai in the inn. She had led the valley in search of Yang Kai for a year, so she naturally knew what he looked like. Now that she had found him so easily, she was very happy. Many thanks, elder. Xianxia did not show much joy and instead asked with some worry, Elder, may I ask why we are looking for him? The 13th elder turned her head and glanced at Xianxia, a cold light flashing across her beautiful eyes as she asked coldly, do you care about him? Xianxia's expression remained unchanged as she said, he saved my life from Brilliant Flame sect and can be considered my savior, so, the 13th elder gently nodded, her doubts disappearing as she slowly said, we naturally have a reason for looking for him, you don't need to ask about it. Since he is your savior, this elder can tell you that Iceheart Valley will not harm him, you can rest assured. Hearing this, Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief and quickly thanked her. The 13th elder then turned to look at Yang Kai, observed him carefully for a while, and nodded, your strength is not bad, what is your name? Yang Kai. You're not from Scarlet Wave Star, are you? The 13th elder seemed to be a little wary of Yang Kai. No, I'm from Green Mountain Star. Green Mountain Star. The 13th elder's beautiful eyes narrowed as she vaguely guessed, but she was not certain, simply asking, since you know that Brilliant Flame sect and Iceheart Valley are looking for you, why did you take the initiative to go to Iceheart Valley? Yang Kai smiled lightly, I have some grievances with Brilliant Flame sect and have killed several of their people. Now that I want to seek shelter, naturally I can only choose Iceheart Valley. After saying so, Yang Kai asked meaningfully, does Elder suspect I have some impure motives? One must always be on guard against others. The 13th elder did not deny it, however, your choice is correct. Now, only Iceheart Valley can shelter you. You can wait here for a day while I make some arrangements. After a day, this elder will personally take you back to Iceheart Valley. Many thanks. Kai Yang suppressed his emotions and cupped his hands in thanks. Yang Kai, he was finally going to see Su Yen. Yang Kai's heart filled with excitement he could hardly suppress. He Yang Kai, Yang Kai, Yang, and the heavens and earth. Inside the inn, Kai Yang anxiously waited. Yang Kai, he is Yang, S Yang. That night, the cultivators from the sects and families affiliated with Iceheart Valley took the initiative to attack Brilliant Flame sect, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Countless large and small battles broke out, attracting almost everyone's attention. Before dawn, the 13th elder came to the inn again, called out to Yang Kai, and quickly led him and Xianxia out of the city they were hiding in. 30 kilometers away from the city, there was a group of about a dozen women waiting quietly. After seeing the arrival of the 13th elder, they all cupped their fists and bowed. Let's go. The 13th elder did not speak any nonsense, simply waving her hand and leading the way. The dozen women spread out and surrounded Yang Kai in the middle before following closely behind the 13th elder, heading towards Pure Ice Island. Smelling the various fragrances that lingered around him, Yang Kai really experienced what it meant to be surrounded by beauties. Regardless of the cultivation of these dozen or so women from Iceheart Valley, all of them had outstanding looks, graceful figures, and different temperaments, each with their own unique characteristics. As they hurried along, these women glanced over at Yang Kai from time to time with strange looks on their faces. They had been running around outside for a year just for Yang Kai, so now that they saw him in the flesh, they would naturally pay more attention to him. They were all very curious about what was so special about this man that 2 of Scarlet Wave Star's top sects would go to great lengths to find him. For this man, many of their fellow disciples had died tragically, and many more had gone missing. Yang Kai felt a clear sense of hostility towards him. At least half of the dozen or so women who were responsible for protecting him were hostile towards him. Yang Kai was baffled. If it weren't for the 13th elder, Yang Kai estimated that these women might have joined forces to beat him up first. Senior sister Xianxia, they don't seem to like me, Yang Kai quietly sent a message to Xianxia. Xianxia smiled bitterly. As a member of Ice Heart Valley who had participated in this operation, she naturally knew the reason, but she couldn't explain it clearly, so she could only say, "It's normal. Our Ice Heart Valley's disciples generally hate men." Yang Kai nodded, not suspecting anything. The team continued to move forward at an extremely fast pace. 3 days later, the group of more than a dozen people passed through a mountain valley. Suddenly, Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he looked down. 13th Elder, who was leading the team, also seemed to notice something and shouted, "Enemy attack." As soon as her voice fell, a violent energy fluctuation came from below. This energy fluctuation was extremely overbearing and scorching hot as a series of fire dragons suddenly flew out from the mountain valley below, baring their fangs as they rushed towards the group from Ice Heart Valley. There were 7 or 8 of these fire dragons, each of which contained a terrifying amount of destructive power. The enemy's timing was also perfect. Even with 13th Elder's warning, the women from Ice Heart Valley were unable to react in time. Just as they were about to release their Saint Chi to protect themselves, the 7 or 8 fire dragons had already rushed into their midst. Screams rang out as 2 of the weaker women were swallowed up by the fire dragons and died in an instant. Everyone else was also quite distressed and hurriedly dodged. Yang Kai shielded Xianxia and dodged to the side, squinting his eyes as he looked down. Suddenly, a group of figures appeared in the mountain valley below. These people were not as numerous as Ice Heart Valley's group, but each of them was an origin returning realm master. The auras of the 2 leading them were even comparable to 13th Elder's. 13th Elder narrowed her eyes as her expression became extremely ugly. She had not expected that even though she had acted so stealthily, she would still make a mistake. She immediately ruled out the possibility of internal strife. This time, the dozen or so women who were escorting Yang Kai were all carefully selected by her, ensuring that each of them was loyal to Ice Heart Valley. On top of that, each of them had a blood feud with Brilliant Flame sect, so it was absolutely impossible for them to do something that would hurt their loved ones and delight their enemies. Was it a coincidence? 13th Elder's thoughts raced as she quietly glanced towards Yang Kai, only to find that he was unscathed, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. "Yu Xueqing, you didn't expect this old master to be waiting for you here, did you?" A burst of laughter came from below as a middle-aged man with fair skin spoke. His pair of narrow eyes flashed a strange light as he stared at 13th Elder's graceful body. "Yan Qi Lei." Yu Xueqing grit her teeth and shouted. The other party's sneak attack had caused Ice Heart Valley to lose 2 people, causing Yu Xueqing's murderous intent to surge. "It is this old master." The middle-aged man took a step forward. "I knew you were plotting something a few days ago. Why are you acting so sneakily? Elder Yen, why bother talking nonsense with her? Why don't you just take action?" A short old man next to Yan Qilei coldly snorted. Yu Xueqing looked at the old man and her beautiful eyes shrank. "Jianghu. Heh, I didn't expect that even 13th Elder of Ice Heart Valley would have heard of this old master's name. This old master is honored." The short old man smiled triumphantly. Yu Xueqing's face became even uglier as she quietly winked at the women from Ice Heart Valley and asked in a deep voice, "Jianghu, my Ice Heart Valley has no grievance or grudge with you, why do you want to involve yourself in this mess?" "No grievance or grudge?" Jianghu coldly snorted. Is 13th Elder lying through her teeth? This Jiang has not forgotten the humiliation he suffered 20 years ago. If you want to talk about grudges, you should ask your Ice Heart Valley's 5th Elder. Is that true? Yu Xueqing was surprised. She thought that it was just a rumor, but it turned out to be true. No wonder Jianghu had been defeated by Brilliant Flame sect's Yan Qilei. This was going to be troublesome. Facing Yan Qilei alone, Yu Xueqing wasn't afraid, but Jianghu was even more difficult to deal with than Yan Qilei. With his poisoned secret art, it was impossible to guard against him. The people following her were definitely not his opponent, not to mention there were more than 2 of them. The rumor is true. Xianxia looked at the short, ugly old man with a strange expression and muttered to herself. She had obviously heard some rumors. What's true? Yang Kai asked curiously. I heard that 20 years ago, this man wanted to marry my Ice Heart Valley's 5th elder, but was refused by her. Not only that, 5th elder even seriously injured him, but we all thought it was just a rumor, never did we expect it to actually happen. Him? Yang Kai's brow twitched. Looking at Jianghu seriously, Yang Kai found that no matter how he looked at him, he couldn't find anything special about him. Not only was he short, but he was also ugly. He had a big nose, big eyes, thick lips that looked like 2 sausages hanging from his mouth. His skin was dark yellow, his neck was thick and big, and his limbs were short and small. Yang Kai didn't know what Ice Heart Valley's 5th elder looked like, but judging from the quality of the women protecting him, Yang Kai was certain she wasn't bad. This Jianghu actually coveted their 5th elder. Kai Yang couldn't help but think of a saying. A toad lusting after swan meat. Although the situation was extremely serious, Xianxia still couldn't hold back her laughter. Jianghu's hearing was naturally not bad, so as soon as Yang Kai's words came out, he immediately turned his head and looked towards Yang Kai's position, a cold light flashing across his eyes as he coldly snorted, "Boy, what did you just say?" Jianghu's mental state was extremely twisted, so he couldn't bear to hear others speak ill of him. Yang Kai had undoubtedly poked his reverse scale. Yan Qilei also glanced towards Yang Kai's position and suddenly showed a look of surprise, shouting, "It's you." At this moment, he couldn't help laughing. Chapter 1635. Wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search only to find it by chance. The key figure that Brilliant Flame's sect had been searching for over a year had actually been discovered by him by accident. Yan Qilei was overjoyed. At this moment, he finally understood why Wuxia Xianxia had mobilized her forces to attack Brilliant Flame's sect a few days ago in order to divert their attention. It was obvious that they were trying to make a covert move. Moreover, judging from the direction this group of people was heading, they were indeed heading back to Pure Ice Island. So that's how it is. Yan Qilei nodded lightly before turning to look at Wuxia Xianxia. So your purpose was this, but unfortunately, since this Yan has encountered you, you are doomed to fail. Wuxia Xianxia cursed in her heart and could not help glaring at Yang Kai, blaming him for talking too much and causing trouble for himself. At the same time, she shouted in a low voice, "What are you standing around for? Hurry up and leave. No matter what, we must send this little brat to Pure Ice Island." As soon as these words fell, Wuxia Xianxia pushed her Saint Qi fiercely, causing a cold aura visible to the naked eye to spread out from her position. This cold aura almost froze the world and a thick layer of ice immediately appeared on the ground. Xio xio xio, icicles suddenly appeared behind Wuxia Xianxia, each one sharp and flashing a cold light. Waving her hand, Wuxia Xianxia sent out countless icicles towards the people from Brilliant Flame's sect like a swarm of locusts. I've long heard of 13th Elder's name. This Yen will accompany you to play, I hope you won't let me down. Yan Qilei shouted, not showing any fear in the face of these countless icicles as he sent out a punch. With a burst of sound, a scorching hot aura sputtered out as a giant fist of flames met the icicles head-on. Hong hong hong, countless icicles shattered and the giant flaming fist gradually diminished, eventually disappearing without a trace. Brother Jiang, whether the others live or die is up to you, but that little brat must be captured alive. After Yan Qilei shattered Wuxia Xianxia's attack with a single move, he quickly approached Wuxia Xianxia while exhorting. "Heh heh heh. With your words, this old master can rest assured." Jianghu grinned maliciously as he activated his poison art. In an instant, the surrounding 10-kilometer area was enveloped by a 5-colored poisonous fog, like a giant inverted bowl, and an unpleasant smell filled the air. All the women from Ice Heart Valley who smelled this aura felt a little dizzy as their Saint Chi became difficult to circulate. Not good, it's Jianghu's annihilation poison mist. Someone from Ice Heart Valley shouted in horror. No matter what, send this brat out first. Another person followed Wuxia Xianxia's instructions and reminded everyone. The women from Ice Heart Valley suddenly recovered. For more than a year, at least 1,000 of their fellow disciples had died tragically outside in order to find Yang Kai. Now that they had finally found his whereabouts, if he was kidnapped here, then the 1,000 of their fellow disciples would have died in vain. Come with us. A young woman shouted at Yang Kai. Wuxia Xianxia was entangled by Yan Qilei, so she was the leader of the group. You won't be able to escape, right? Yang Kai looked at her and slowly shook his head. That old dog is stronger than all of you, and this poison mist seems to be quite powerful. If you really try to escape, you'll be played to death. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? Just go. The young woman grit her teeth and shouted, this person is very strong, we can't resist him at all. Strong? How strong? Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged. The peak of the Third Order Origin Returning Realm. On Scarlet Wave Star, he is one of the most promising candidates to break through to the Origin King realm. Only the top 5 elders of Ice Heart Valley can compete with him. Don't act recklessly. Sure enough, he's very strong, Yang Kai nodded lightly. You. The young woman's stomach was filled with annoyance. She was very dissatisfied with Kai Yang's indifferent attitude. She had already spoken so seriously, but the opposite party didn't seem to care at all. Wasn't this just dragging them down with him? We missed the best opportunity. A woman next to her said sadly. Hearing this, the young woman sighed. If they had taken action the moment 13th Elder warned them, they might have been able to escape, but with Yang Kai dilly-dallying, what chance did they have of survival? Jianghu hated Ice Heart Valley and was extremely strong. His poison secret art was even more mysterious and difficult to defend against. Her senior sister and junior sister's fates were not optimistic. Considering all this, the young woman glared fiercely at Yang Kai and grit her teeth, if we die, it will all be because of you. Once we reach the underworld, I won't let you off. Why make it sound so serious? Yang Kai still didn't care, just kill him. The young woman was stunned, and all the other women from Ice Heart Valley stared at Yang Kai like he was an idiot, thinking that men really were stupid creatures. Didn't he know the gap in strength between him and Jianghu? He actually dared to boast so shamelessly. While everyone was delayed, Jianghu's 5-colored poison mist had already filled the air around his body, making it impossible to see his figure. Only his creepy laughter could be heard coming from inside the mist. Follow this old master, but remember, don't kill a single one of them. These maidservants of Ice Heart Valley belong to this old master, so this old master will teach them not to judge a book by its cover. Jianghu shouted darkly. The several cultivator from Brilliant Flame sect rolled their eyes, but since their strength was inferior, they could only nod and cooperate. Following behind Jianghu, their fire attribute Saint Chi surged as they rushed towards Ice Heart Valley's group. They're coming. We have more people than them, so try to defend first. Be especially careful of Jianghu's poison mist. The young woman leading the group shouted, and the 10 or so Ice Heart Valley women began pushing their Saint Chi to the extreme. She glanced over at Yang Kai again and ordered, hide behind. Hey, what are you doing? As she spoke, she saw Yang Kai actually take a step forward and rush straight towards Jianghu and the others, as if he didn't know the meaning of death. Come back quickly. The young woman shouted in fright. On the other side, Wuxia Xianxia, who was fighting evenly with Yan Qilei, noticed the abnormality and turned her head to look, her beautiful face also paling. Because of this slight distraction, Yan Qilei had taken the upper hand in their originally evenly matched situation, forcing Yu Xueqing to desperately defend while cursing Yang Kai in her heart for acting so recklessly. She knew that this was the end. Not only would she not be able to bring Yang Kai back to Ice Heart Valley, but the dozen or so others would also die. As for herself, her chances of escaping were less than 30%. For a time, Yu Xueqing was burning with anxiety, but there was nothing she could do. This little brat is interesting. Elder Yen said not to kill him, so we can only capture him alive. How troublesome. Jianghu looked at Yang Kai, who was quickly approaching him, and waved his hand, separating a wisp of poison mist from his body and shooting straight towards Yang Kai. In the blink of an eye, this wisp of poison mist arrived in front of Yang Kai and twisted like a rope, wrapping around Yang Kai, obviously trying to capture him alive. This is bad. The young woman's heart sank as she couldn't bear to watch what was about to happen, her heart filled with both hatred and anxiety. If it weren't for Yang Kai's hasty actions, they would have at least had some hope of completing this mission. Even if they had to sacrifice some people, it would have been worth it, but now, it was all over. The poison mist seemed to have a mind of its own as it wrapped around Yang Kai's body. This boy is useful to your Brilliant Flame sect, so I'll leave him to you. Jianghu ordered, not even sparing Yang Kai a glance as he flew past him, heading straight for the young woman and the others not far away. The Brilliant Flame sect disciples exchanged glances before one of them rushed towards Yang Kai while the others continued to follow behind Jianghu. The group of 7 or 8 people brushed past Yang Kai. Golden light flashed. Blood spattered and broken limbs flew, several people's vitality was instantly extinguished. Mangled corpses and minced meat fell down like rain. The scene was extremely bloody. Perceiving the energy fluctuations behind him, Jianghu frowned and turned around suspiciously. In the next moment, his eyes bulged as he quickly turned around and stared at Yang Kai solemnly, a look of disbelief filling his eyes. The poisonous smoke he had used to bind this little brat had at some unknown time dissipated, and the Brilliant Flame sect cultivators who had been following him had all died. There was no sound of battle, no screams before death. It was as if there was only a momentary burst of energy and 6 or 7 origin returning realm cultivators had inexplicably died. Jianghu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as he felt a chill run down his spine. What happened? On the side of Ice Heart Valley, the group of women were also stunned, the young woman leading them trembling slightly as a dazed look appeared on her face, as if she was in a dream. Qingya's beautiful eyes filled with splendor as she showed an expression of understanding. Yang Kai's insistence on not running away and instead taking the initiative to meet the enemy was something she had already guessed. She didn't know much about Yang Kai, but from Su Yan, she knew that Yang Kai was someone who could often create miracles and could easily challenge those above his realm. Before, she had only been guessing, but now the facts were right in front of her. The 6 or 7 people from Brilliant Flame sect, ranging from First Order returning realm to Third Order cultivators, had all inexplicably died when they brushed past Yang Kai. This was no longer something that could be explained by simply fighting above one's realm, this was simply a miracle. No one knew how Yang Kai did it, all they saw was a burst of golden light. Impossible. The young woman looked at Yang Kai in shock. At this moment, a golden thread was floating in front of Yang Kai, one that was filled with vitality, as if it had a life of its own, making it impossible to underestimate it. With a faint smile on his face, Yang Kai stared at Jianghu with slight sarcasm. Jianghu inexplicably felt a huge pressure, as if he was not facing a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, but a genuine origin king. Using his divine sense, Jianghu dispelled the uneasiness in his heart and said in a low voice, "Boy, you dare play the pig to eat the tiger? It's you who underestimated me." Yang Kai grinned and said unhurriedly, "Old dog, are you ready to die?" Shameless boasting. Jianghu shouted as he released his shur and fanned out towards Yang Kai to suppress him. Chapter 1636. His Shi has almost reached the grand accomplishment stage. Yang Kai raised his brow and immediately felt that there was a reason why Jianghu was so feared by the young woman from Ice Heart Valley. With this Shi that was almost at the grand accomplishment stage, Jianghu was indeed qualified to become one of the candidates to break through to the Origin King realm. Jianghu's Shi was extremely powerful and soon reached Yang Kai. The moment before it enveloped him, a mysterious force not inferior to Jianghu's Shi burst out from Yang Kai's body and rolled back. This silent collision was invisible to the naked eye. However, Jianghu could hear the tremors in her heart, the sounds of cracking could be heard. The Shi that he was so proud of, which had almost reached the grand accomplishment stage, was like an egg that had hit a boulder, shattering inch by inch, unable to be maintained at all. In the blink of an eye, Jianghu was enveloped by a thick force. This was his opponent's Shi. Jianghu was shocked and his face turned pale as he realized that Yang Kai was not as simple as he appeared on the surface. Although his cultivation was only at the second-order origin returning realm, his understanding of Shi had far surpassed his own. Madly pushing his Saint Qi to resist the influence of this Shi, Jianghu released a multicolored poisonous fog around himself to form a protective barrier. At the same time, a series of colorful bursts of energy shot out towards Yang Kai, dealing a terrifying amount of damage. Although Jianghu was being suppressed in the competition of Shi, his methods were outstanding and he wasn't willing to sit still and wait for death. He was proficient in using poison and this poisonous fog was a fatal threat to any physique. Yang Kai frowned but did not dare take any risks. Thinking about it for a moment, he stretched out his hand and summoned the Firebird artifact spirit. With a sharp cry, a 10-meter-long fiery red bird appeared, opened its beak, and spat out a series of scorching fireballs towards Jianghu. Jianghu was in an extremely sorry state. His poison mist couldn't do anything to the Firebird at all. Instead, it was riddled with holes by the Firebird's fireballs and evaporated into thin air. His body that was wrapped in the poison mist was gradually exposed, and his expression was extremely miserable. The speed and frequency of the Firebird's fireballs became faster and faster, and Jianghu was unable to fight back. All he could do was constantly push his Saint Qi to form a poisonous fog around his body, but this poisonous fog was impossible to maintain and would be scattered as soon as it appeared. Yang Kai remained motionless, standing in the same spot as he stared coldly at Jianghu, grinning sinisterly, "Old thing, you can't do it." All the Ice Heart Valley women wore dull expressions as they stared blankly at this scene. Just by relying on the strange appearance of the Firebird and Yang Kai's Shi, Jianghu was completely suppressed. If Yang Kai found the right opportunity, Jianghu would most likely lose his life here. They simply could not comprehend the rationality of what they were seeing. All of them had mentally prepared themselves for heavy casualties and thought that they would not be able to escape this time, so they had prepared for the worst. But how could they have known that Yang Kai would act so exaggeratedly when he did? This bizarre display of strength left all of them speechless. Just a single Firebird was enough to overwhelm Jianghu, forcing him into an extremely sorry state, unable to spare any energy to deal with them. This time, perhaps he wouldn't have to die. Everyone's hearts leapt with joy as they stared at Yang Kai with eyes filled with amazement and gratitude. The Firebird became more and more valiant as it continued to spew out dazzling flames from its mouth and wings. Not only did it prevent Jianghu's poison mist from forming, but it also left a series of large and small wounds on Jianghu's body. The smell of burnt flesh gradually filled the air. Jianghu's expression became fierce as he suddenly took out an artifact that gave off powerful energy fluctuations and spat out a mouthful of 5-colored poison mist into it. After absorbing the 5-colored poison mist, the artifact quickly twisted and transformed into a huge multicolored python. The poisonous python twisted its body and rushed directly into the sky to meet the Firebird. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jianghu once again pushed his Saint Qi to break free from the suppression of Yang Kai's Shi and rushed towards Yang Kai. He obviously wanted to take this opportunity to kill Yang Kai. As long as Yang Kai died, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. As for Brilliant Flame Sect's Yen Qilei's advice. At this moment, Jianghu could not even protect himself, so how could he pay any attention to it? In the blink of an eye, Jianghu rushed to a position only 10 meters away from Yang Kai, and the poison mist lingering around his body began twisting as if it had a mind of its own, separating from his body and transforming into terrifying attacks that shot towards Yang Kai. At this time, the Ice Heart Valley girls finally came back to their senses, and the leading young woman shouted, "Hurry up and help." As she spoke, ice attribute energy fluctuations burst from her tender body and a series of powerful ice spikes formed and shot towards Jianghu's back. The other women also reacted and used their own killing moves and secret techniques to attack Jianghu. The golden light reappeared and the golden blood thread suspended in front of Yang Kai was shaken by Yang Kai, trembling slightly before suddenly disappearing. Jianghu's soul almost left his body. At this moment, he felt as if he would die if he did not escape. Instinctively, Jianghu paused, grit his teeth, and dodged to the side. The golden blood thread suddenly appeared and shot through the afterimage he had left behind. Jianghu broke out in cold sweat, but before he could recover, the attacks of the dozen or so women from Ice Heart Valley bombarded him. The place where he stood was instantly covered by hundreds of ice spikes. The world energy around him became chaotic and Jianghu's muffled groan could be heard, obviously injured. The cultivations of Ice Heart Valley's disciples were not as good as Jianghu's, so they might be instantly killed in a one-on-one battle, but the power of more than a dozen of them working together could not be underestimated. Dust flew up as the scene became chaotic. The young woman leading Ice Heart Valley's group felt her heart skip a beat as she stared nervously. "Is he dead?" someone asked. As soon as these words fell, Jianghu's voice came from a great distance, "Ice Heart Valley's maidservants, just wait for this old master. Sooner or later, this old master will slaughter his way to Pure Ice Island and kill you one by one." At some point, he had escaped. The young woman's face turned pale as she turned her head in the direction of the voice, only to see a five-colored light escaping at an extremely fast speed. Who else could it be but Jianghu? She immediately looked towards Yang Kai, hoping that he could intercept him. But after a glance, she was dumbfounded as the place where Yang Kai had been standing was now empty. She had no idea where he had gone. Sensing something, she once again looked in the direction of Jianghu's escape. When she saw the figure blocking Jianghu's path, she suddenly understood. This battle was no longer on a level that they could reach. Whether it was Jianghu or Yang Kai, their foundations were far superior to theirs by countless levels. They didn't even know when Yang Kai and Jianghu had chased after them. "How did you?" Jianghu looked at Yang Kai in front of him, a look of shock appearing on his face. Just now, he had taken advantage of the chaotic energy flow and the enemy's attention had been diverted to use a secret technique to escape. He thought he would be able to do so without anyone noticing, but this young man had actually seen through him and intercepted him. Although he was terrified in his heart, Jianghu was a ruthless person. He knew that if he didn't break through Kai Yang's blockade, he wouldn't be able to escape. Gritting his teeth, he spat out a mouthful of blood essence and his aura inexplicably rose by 30%. His whole body was covered in a faint blood-red light as he fearlessly charged towards Kai Yang. Yang Kai's expression became cold as he snorted and grinned, courting death. Instead of dodging, he raised a fist, which was immediately covered by a layer of golden light. There was a faint sizzling sound, and an extremely sharp aura spread out. 5 elements indestructible sword chi, metal chi. Among the 5 elements sword chi, metal was the sharpest. Using his metal sword chi, Yang Kai's fist was covered in countless sword waves that were difficult to see with the naked eye. Perceiving the terrifying energy contained in this fist, Jianghu naturally did not want to sit still and wait for death, condensing his 5-colored poisonous smoke again to cover his body. When the fist hit Jianghu's body, the 5-colored poisonous smoke was instantly dispersed and the layer of blood-red light covering Jianghu's body also collapsed. Jianghu Saint Chi was unable to play any defensive role and was shattered by the countless tiny sword waves. The sound of bones breaking rang out as Jianghu's body was sent flying upside down, blood spurting from his mouth mid-air. His ferocious face filled with panic as he desperately tried to stabilize his body, but the golden light released by a golden blood thread soon engulfed him completely. When the golden light dissipated, Jianghu's body suddenly shattered into countless pieces and fell from the sky. Jianghu, who was famous on Scarlet Wave Star and had the qualifications to break through to the Origin King realm, had fallen. The group of women from Ice Heart Valley all blushed as they cheered, unable to contain their excitement. Yan Qilei, who was fighting fiercely with Yu Xueqing, changed his complexion greatly as he stared at Yang Kai in shock, his movements slowing down for a moment. Yu Xueqing was the 13th elder of Ice Heart Valley, and although her ranking was quite low, her strength was still quite good. How could she let go of such an opportunity? Taking advantage of the situation, she frantically suppressed Yan Qilei. In fact, she was also quite shocked, never having expected that Yang Kai could actually kill Jianghu. After all, this young man was extremely mysterious. Even if she had faced him head-on, she would have definitely been at a disadvantage and might even have died at his hands. However, Yang Kai had killed Jianghu in only 20 to 30 breaths of time. In Ice Heart Valley, only the Great Elder could accomplish such a feat. Was this young man actually a character who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Great Elder? Yu Xueqing's heart shook as she felt the need to re-examine Yang Kai. "Brother, please help 13th Elder." The young woman from Ice Heart Valley shouted to Yang Kai. "No problem," Yang Kai nodded lightly before pointing his finger at Yan Qilei and shouting, "Kill him." The firebird flew straight towards Yan Qilei. Yan Qilei's strength was on par with Yu Xueqing's, neither of them able to defeat the other, but with the addition of the firebird artifact spirit, Yan Qilei was not Yang Kai's opponent at all and was forced to retreat without being able to fight back. "Little brat, I am an elder of Brilliant Flame sect. If you dare attack me, you're dead. It's not too late to withdraw now, otherwise, even if you flee to the ends of the world, Brilliant Flame sect will not let you go," Yan Qilei shouted angrily, hoping that Yang Kai would refrain from joining forces with Yu Xueqing. Chapter 1637. As long as Yang Kai didn't get involved, with Yu Xueqing's ability, she wouldn't be able to stop him and he could easily leave. As such, his life or death was in Yang Kai's hands. Yu Xueqing frowned and hurriedly shouted, "Little brother, don't be afraid, his Brilliant Flame sect strength is not ordinary, but my Ice Heart Valley is not made of mud. Naturally, we will protect you, please help me kill this thief." She was afraid that Yang Kai would be intimidated by the other party's words and back out. After all, Yan Qilei was different from Jianghu. Although Jianghu's strength was high, he was just a loner. Even if he was killed, no one would avenge him. On the other hand, Yan Qilei was an elder of Brilliant Flame sect with a huge force supporting him. "Of course I'll kill him." Yang Kai grinned as he looked at Yan Qilei sarcastically, "Even at this time you still want to threaten me? Are all your Brilliant Flame sect's people so stupid?" Yan Qilei's face turned pale. "Right, I forgot to tell you, this isn't the first time I've killed someone from Brilliant Flame sect. I killed a guy named Kong Wendong in the Emperor Garden before and someone named Zhang Qing in the Blood Prison some time ago. Both of them were from your Brilliant Flame sect, right?" Yan Qilei really panicked this time. He hadn't expected that the grievances between Yang Kai and Brilliant Flame sect would be so deep. Whether it was Kong Wendong or Zhang Qing, both of them were famous figures in Brilliant Flame sect, elders ranked above him. However, Kong Wendong had gone to the Emperor Garden and failed to return while Zhang Qing had gone to the Blood Prison. If what Yang Kai said was true, didn't that mean they had all died at his hands? "I don't have a good impression of your Brilliant Flame sect, so, die." Yang Kai's expression suddenly became cold as an extremely pure spiritual energy condensed into a straight line and blasted towards Yan Qilei. The soundless but vast power was like a sharp sword that could cut through anything. It directly tore apart Yan Qilei's defense and pierced into his sea of consciousness. Yan Qilei screamed as his face turned as white as paper, his soul clearly damaged. Yu Xueqing's beautiful eyes lit up. She took this opportunity to stimulate her own potential and intent field. With her body as the center, the area within a radius of 300 feet immediately became extremely cold, as if even the air had been frozen. A thin layer of frost appeared on the surface of Yan Qilei's body as the cold air invaded his body, affecting the circulation of his Saint Qi and the flexibility of his body. The fiery bird seized the chance and swooped down, opening its bloody mouth and swallowing Yan Qilei. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the firebird artifact spirit's abdomen began to bulge, but the scorching power offset it. As time passed, the commotion became smaller and smaller until it finally disappeared. A ball of lightning suddenly appeared in the firebird's body. The firebird turned into a streak of fire and returned to Yang Kai's body, leaving behind a pile of wreckage. It was clear that this fellow had also been affected by the heaven-scorching lightning fire secret technique. Just like Zhang Qing and Kong Wendong, the heaven-scorching lightning fire had been devoured by the firebird after its death in order to increase its strength. A calamity was miraculously resolved. Yu Xueqing stood in place, gasping for breath while looking at Yang Kai with a complicated gaze. The other women from Ice Heart Valley were also shocked. Only Qingya wore a smile on her face. After a long time, Yu Xueqing reluctantly accepted reality and nodded to Yang Kai, "Thank you." This time, if it weren't for Yang Kai's sudden display of strength, it would have been fortunate if 2 or 3 of Ice Heart Valley's disciples had managed to escape, but now, not only were they unscathed, even the people from Brilliant Flame's sect had been killed. Yu Xueqing was grateful to Yang Kai from the bottom of her heart. "No need, I was just trying to protect myself. Can we set off now?" Yang Kai smiled lightly. Yu Xueqing nodded and asked one of her subordinates to collect the spoils of war before leading everyone in the direction of Pure Ice Island. However, this time, no one was hostile to Yang Kai anymore. All of them restrained their inexplicable hostility and no longer surrounded Yang Kai to protect him like before. The battle with Brilliant Flame sect's disciples made everyone realize that Yang Kai was the strongest in their group. He didn't need their protection at all. Along the way, they would glance at Yang Kai from time to time, full of curiosity, wondering what this young man was capable of. He was clearly only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, yet he was able to display such exaggerated combat power. 13th Elder, why are we looking for him this time? Qingya observed Yu Xueqing's expression and knew that now was the best time to ask about this matter, so she immediately asked. The other Ice Heart Valley disciples also looked confused as they looked at Yu Xueqing suspiciously. They had been running around outside for a year, each of them searching for Yang Kai. Many of their senior sisters and sisters had died in front of them, so they were naturally curious as to why this had happened. Yu Xueqing frowned and showed an awkward look before saying, "I don't know the specific reason, but since Brilliant Flame's sect is looking for him, our Ice Heart Valley can't let them succeed. Perhaps, he knows something." While saying this, Yu Xueqing glanced at Yang Kai thoughtfully. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, as if he was lost in thought and had no intention of answering at all. "You don't need to worry about this matter. Since Sect Master and the Elder Council are acting this way, there must be a reason." "Yes." Everyone nodded. The rest of the way was uneventful, and under Yu Xueqing's leadership, the group flew forward for half a month. It was not until half a month later that the group arrived at a city adjacent to the sea. This was obviously the territory of Ice Heart Valley. Yu Xueqing led Yang Kai directly to the space array built in the city and used it to teleport them to Pure Ice Island. On the outer island, as soon as Yang Kai appeared, his expression changed as an uncontrollable look of excitement appeared on his face. He turned his head and stared in a certain direction, his gaze seemingly able to cross the barrier of space and peer into the distance. At the same time, Inside an ice room on the inner island, Su Yan, who was meditating, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and her tender body trembled slightly. At this moment, she sensed something. She had sensed Yang Kai's aura. The two of them had cultivated the yin-yang joyous unification art, so as long as they were not too far apart, they could sense each other. Although the outer island and the inner island were several hundred kilometers apart, the spiritual connection between Yang Kai and Su Yan could not be erased. She's here. He's here. The two of them noticed each other's existence at the same time. Yang Kai stood in place, his eyes as gentle as water, almost capable of melting stone. Su Yan hurriedly got up and walked out. But just as she walked out of the ice room, she was stopped by two women. "Junior sister Su, where do you want to go?" Of the two women responsible for guarding Su Yan, the woman surnamed Zhou looked at Su Yan coldly and blocked her way. "Senior sister Zhou, I want to go out." Su Yan looked at her pleadingly. "No." The woman surnamed Zhou decisively shook her head. "Great Elder has ordered that you must stay here for a while, not even taking a single step out. Don't make things difficult for your senior sister." "Yes, junior sister Su, the two of us guarding you here is already boring enough. Although you are Great Elder's disciple, you can't just put a senior sister in your eyes, right? Please go back." The other woman also looked at Su Yan coldly. Guarding Su Yan was really boring. Not only could they not walk around, but they also could not concentrate, which made them suffer greatly. This task made the two women complain deeply about Su Yan, and coupled with the fact that they didn't like Su Yan being favored, they naturally wouldn't be polite. "Two senior sisters, junior sister doesn't want to make things difficult for you, but I have to go out for a while. I promise I'll be back in half a day." Su Yan bit her red lips and looked at the two women helplessly. Junior sister really doesn't put senior sister in her eyes. The woman surnamed Zhou sneered. "Have you ever thought about what kind of punishment we will receive if Great Elder finds out that you are going out? I don't know what you're going to do, but I won't take responsibility for your senseless actions. Junior sister is Great Elder's most valued disciple, so Great Elder may not punish you too harshly, but what about us? It's not like you don't know how strict Great Elder is. Junior sister, you are beautiful, but your heart is like a snake or scorpion. Do you want to kill us?" Su Yan opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. Although the words of these two women were a bit exaggerated and extreme, it was undeniable that if she really went out, the two of them would definitely be implicated. Su Yan's expression dimmed for a moment as she whispered softly, "Junior sister was not thoughtful enough." Her man had clearly arrived at Pure Ice Island and was so close to her, but she couldn't go out to meet him, causing Su Yan to feel like a knife was being twisted in her heart. "Good, now go back." The woman surnamed Zhou coldly snorted. Su Yan nodded helplessly and turned back. Seeing Su Yan close the door of the ice room and enter retreat again, the two women guarding outside sneered. The woman surnamed Zhou said, "We've finally vented our anger." Did she really think she could act so arrogantly just because she became Great Elder's disciple? The other woman giggled and said happily, "Who told her to be so arrogant before? If she had a good relationship with us before, we wouldn't have made things so difficult for her this time. As senior sisters, we should teach her how to behave properly. Should we report this matter to Great Elder?" The woman surnamed Zhou hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. "No need. Since she can't go out, even if we report it, she won't be punished. It's better to wait until she really makes a mistake before reporting it. When that time comes, Great Elder will definitely not tolerate her." "Senior sister is right," the other woman's eyes lit up. "Little brother." Wuxia Xianxia awakened Yang Kai and he finally took back his gaze to look at Wuxia. The 13th Elder of Iceheart Valley wore a strange expression as she lightly coughed and said, "That is the inner island of Pure Ice Island. As a man, it is absolutely impossible for you to set foot on it. We are now on the outer island, and if it were not for the special situation this time, you would not have been allowed to enter. It is Junior's honor to be able to enter Pure Ice Island. Junior thanks Senior. Yang Kai cupped his fists and thanked her. Because of Su Yan, Yang Kai was in a good mood and suddenly found that all the women from Ice Heart Valley were radiant, so their attitude was naturally very warm. Although she didn't know why Yang Kai had changed so slightly, Yu Xueqing didn't pursue the matter and simply nodded, "You can stay here for the time being. As for the future, wait until I return to Sect Master and the Elder Council." Chapter 1638. On the outer island, there were many lofts adjacent to the sea. After Yu Xueqing arranged for Yang Kai to live in one of the lofts, she left with the others, leaving behind some of the weaker women from Ice Heart Valley to take care of Yang Kai's daily life. Before leaving, Qingye cast a glance at Yang Kai, telling him not to be impatient. Kai Yang understood tacitly. Now that he had arrived on Pure Ice Island and learned that Su Yan was just a few hundred kilometers away, Yang Kai's eagerness to see her again surged like never before, but he also knew that Pure Ice Island was not an ordinary place, so naturally, he would not wander around casually. Sitting cross-legged in his loft, Yang Kai held Su Yan's ice soul bead in his hand, motionless. He did not release his divine sense, but he could clearly feel that a few hundred kilometers away, there was an aura that was closely related to him. It was Su Yan's aura. At the same time, Su Yan was also sitting in her own ice room, her beautiful eyes closed, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. Both of them were feeling each other's existence and the ups and downs of each other's emotions. This kind of silent and formless telepathy was better than words, and both of them felt warm in their hearts and minds. At a certain moment, the two of them smiled at the same time as a mysterious force burst out from their bodies, crossing the barrier of time and space to meet at the center of Pure Ice Island. Yang Kai seemed to be able to see Su Yan standing in front of him, the figure that had existed in his heart for more than 30 years finally appearing in front of him today. He could even feel that Su Yan was reaching out to touch him. Yang Kai responded. The spiritual connection between the two of them became closer and closer, gradually becoming one. There was no verbal communication, but both of them could clearly see everything the other had experienced over the years, as if they had experienced it themselves. Somewhere on the inner island, inside Ran Yunting's ice room, Ran Yunting, who was meditating, suddenly frowned, seemingly noticing something as she looked up towards the void with a puzzled look on her face. At that moment, a divine sense fluctuation suddenly came from the communication artifact beside her. She picked up the communication artifact, poured her divine sense into it, and after perceiving the message contained inside, her face could not help sinking. "Junior sister, you actually found that little brat and even brought him to Pure Ice Island? So that's how it was that little bastard who was interfering with Su Yan's mind. Little beast, you court death." Ran Yunting's eyes flashed fiercely as her tyrannical spiritual energy suddenly sputtered towards a certain location on Pure Ice Island. Yang Kai, who was in the middle of communicating with Su Yan, did not expect that someone would suddenly attack him. The connection of the mind was different from the power of divine sense. The former had no offensive or defensive power at all, while the latter was an existence that could attack and defend. Yang Kai's souls, and Yang to his soul's soul was cuts, his face's hearts, and he almost coughed out a mouthful of blood to him. To his heart to souls, he was, and almost, and to his soul was soul, and almost to his divine soul. Yang who was to heart, yang. To the her, yangs. He could naturally feel that the power that had severed his connection with Su Yan contained some murderous intent, as if it didn't care whether he lived or died. If it weren't for his spiritual energy being far stronger than an ordinary person's, he would have been seriously injured. This kind of injury to one's soul was not something that ordinary pills could repair. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly became cold, but soon, he shook his head helplessly. Yang Kai's actions just now were indeed a bit abrupt. After all, this was Pure Ice Island, the headquarters of Ice Heart Valley. He was the first man to set foot on the outer island in 10,000 years, so it was indeed somewhat inappropriate for him to act so rashly. After understanding this, Yang Kai calmed down and no longer bothered with this matter. However, this soul's soul was extraordinary and most likely belonged to one of the top 5 elders of Iceheart Valley. After suffering such a loss, Yang no longer acted rashly. In any case, there would be a chance to meet Su Yan again. As for Su Yan's safety, Yang Kai was not worried. No matter what, she was still Iceheart Valley's great elder, so whoever interfered with him, no matter which elder it was, would not harm Su Yan. Inside Su Yan's ice room, she suddenly opened her eyes, her face pale as she called out, "Honored Master. Reflect on your mistakes behind closed doors. If you dare act like you did just now again, this elder will personally take that little bastard's head." Ran Yunting's cold voice rang in Su Yan's ear. Su Yan's face turned even paler as she opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but no words came out. "You're on your own now." Ran Yunting seemed to be quite disappointed with Su Yan's current state, so after coldly dropping these words, she did not respond. Inside Iceheart Valley's Ice Palace, after a year, all of Iceheart Valley's elders gathered once again. "Valley Master, why have you summoned us sisters this time?" an elder asked. Bing Long smiled gently and nodded. "There is one important matter, but it is a happy one." "Oh? What is it?" Everyone became curious. "Elder Yu has found that young man and brought him to Pure Ice Island." Bing Long got straight to the point and announced with a smile. "She found him? Junior sister Yu really has good methods, being able to find him is a great merit. It's good that she found him. After more than a year, many people in Iceheart Valley have died, so it's time to withdraw. But Valley Master, did you find out why Brilliant Flame Sect was looking for him? What kind of secret is he hiding that Brilliant Flame Sect attached so much importance to him? This queen does not know. Elder Yu, you brought him back, did you find out anything?" Bing Long turned her eyes to Yu Xueqing. The latter slowly shook her head. "On the way back, I tried to ask about him once, but that little brat did not answer. However, according to my observations, he is not ordinary." "Why do you say that?" He should be a genius among geniuses. Yan Chi Lei of Brilliant Flame Sect died at his hands." "What? Yan Chi Lei died at his hands?" Bing Long's face changed as she frowned. "Didn't you say he was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator?" He is indeed only a second-order cultivator, but he can fight opponents above his realm, which is why I said he is a genius among geniuses." "Indeed." Bing Long nodded. "Jianghu also died at his hands," Yu Xueqing said with a strange expression. "In a one-on-one fight, he was killed in 20 breaths." "Jianghu? That Jianghu?" Iceheart Valley's 5th elder narrowed her eyes as a look of disbelief appeared on her face. "That Jianghu? How is that possible?" Although Jianghu did not come from a prominent sect and had always been a loner, he had many fortuitous encounters in his early years and his strength was extraordinary. He was not an ordinary third-order origin returning realm cultivator, and I heard that his sure had reached the grand accomplishment stage. He was one of the most promising candidates on Scarlet Wave Star to break through to the Origin King realm, so how could he be killed by that young man? "Junior sister Yu, are you not joking?" "How could I joke about this kind of thing?" "Junior sister saw it with her own eyes, and there are more than a dozen who can testify," Yu Xueqing said seriously. The elders of Iceheart Valley looked at each other in amazement, and several of them turned to 5th elder, wanting to hear her opinion. Among everyone present, she was the only one who had fought with Jianghu in the past, so she naturally had the right to speak. 5th elder did not refuse and after a moment of silence said, "The last time I fought with Jianghu was 20 years ago. It took me an entire day to seriously injure him, but I was unable to kill him. If it were him now, I may not necessarily be his opponent. In Iceheart Valley, there are no more than 3 elders who can contend with Jianghu alone. *C*. A series of gasps rang out as the expressions of all the elders present became extremely interesting. Fifth Elder was not exaggerating at all and was simply stating facts, but it was precisely because of this that everyone present felt terrified. Doesn't that mean that young man's personal strength ranks in the top 3 among all of us? He's only a second-order cultivator. If he breaks through to the third order, more than that. Resisting and killing are 2 different things. He was able to kill Jianghu in just 20 breaths of time, so only Great Elder may be able to contend with him. The expressions of all the elders suddenly dimmed as they spoke these words without any confidence, because even if Great Elder personally took action, she may not be able to take Jianghu's life in just 20 breaths of time. Exchanging glances with each other, everyone's expression was one of shock. Unfortunately, he's not a woman. Bing Long rubbed her brow lightly and smiled bitterly. If Yang Kai had been a woman, Bing Long would have tried to recruit him into Ice Heart Valley at all costs. Such a talent would definitely have a much higher chance of breaking through to the Origin King realm in the future. The reason why Ice Heart Valley could become one of the 2 great forces on Scarlet Wave Star was because they had an Origin King realm master. If they could have one more, they would be able to completely suppress Brilliant Flame sect and become the number 1 sect on Scarlet Wave Star. What does it matter if he's not a woman? It's not like our Ice Heart Valley has no one to marry. Can't we just find him a good husband? An elder proposed with a smile. That's a good idea, but he may not agree. Another elder sitting next to her slowly shook her head. His strength and aptitude are so outstanding, and he doesn't look very old, so how could he not have a woman following him? Perhaps there are many women who would be willing to follow him. How could those mediocre women compare to the elites of my Ice Heart Valley? It's a blessing for him to be able to marry one of my Ice Heart Valley's elites. That's right. The group of elders chattered among themselves, each expressing their own opinions, as if they couldn't wait to find a suitable candidate to marry Yang Kai and tie him to Ice Heart Valley. Bing Long lightly coughed and said with a strange expression, "Have you forgotten? Brilliant Flame sect is also looking for him. My Ice Heart Valley may not be afraid of Brilliant Flame sect alone. However, this matter is very likely to involve Master Luo Hai of Green Mountain Star. If we offend that master, my Ice Heart Valley may not be able to withstand his wrath." The expressions of all the elders changed as they fell silent. Chapter 1639. And this queen will find an opportunity to talk to him. At the very least, we need to know if Master Luo Hai came to Scarlet Wave Star because of him and why. If everything has nothing to do with him, it won't be too late for us to find a way to recruit him, but if Master Luo Hai really came because of him. Bing Long sighed softly. When the time comes, we can only hand him over in exchange for the safety of my Ice Heart Valley. Valley Master is wise. All the elders nodded in unison, having no objections to this decision. Yang Kai's aptitude and potential were indeed excellent. He could fight opponents above his realm and was very likely to break through to the Origin King realm in the future. However, that was only the future, and right now, he was just a second-order Origin returning realm cultivator. Between the fear of a second-order Origin King Star Master and the promise of a bright but illusory future, which was more important, everyone could naturally tell. Valley Master, when will you see him? This elder will also meet him. Ran Yunting's voice suddenly came from outside the Ice Palace. Everyone turned their heads and saw Great Elder Ran Yunting striding over. Oh. Great Elder is also interested in him? Bing Long was a little surprised. Although Ran Yunting's strength was not as good as hers, the gap between the two of them was quite small. Since she brought Su Yen back to Pure Ice Island more than 30 years ago, she had been devoting herself to cultivating her, showing no interest in other people. Now, she was actually taking the initiative to meet Yang Kai, which naturally surprised Bing Long. Of course, this elder is naturally interested in meeting such an outstanding talent. Ran Yunting smiled softly. For some reason, everyone felt a chill run down their spines and looked at each other blankly. At the same time, somewhere 10 million kilometers away from Pure Ice Island, at the headquarters of Brilliant Flame Sect, which was as famous as Ice Heart Valley. Brilliant Flame Sect's headquarters was located in the best location on Scarlet Wave Star. The headquarters was surrounded by beautiful mountains and clear waters, a beautiful environment, and an abundant world energy aura. The two great forces of Scarlet Wave Star had always been evenly matched, but in recent years, Brilliant Flame Sect had been able to gain the upper hand in the battle with Ice Heart Valley. The reason for this was because there were rumors that Ice Heart Valley's Supreme Elder had suffered a serious injury while cultivating. Supreme Elder level characters were naturally Origin Kings, and although she would not intervene in the struggles of juniors, such news would affect the morale of Ice Heart Valley's disciples. Brilliant Flame Sect had also been steadily advancing over the past few years, faintly suppressing Ice Heart Valley. South of Brilliant Flame Sect's headquarters, in a bamboo forest, there were several huts. These cottages were built very simply and looked inconspicuous. They were surrounded by mountains and faced the lake, but the location was not bad. Around the cottages, there were fiery red bamboos everywhere. At this moment, there were two people sitting cross-legged on a stone block in front of the hut. There was a chessboard placed on the stone table in the middle, and the black and white pieces were fighting non-stop. The one on the left was an old man with fiery red hair and beard. He looked very old, but his skin was gentle like a newborn. Every movement of his was filled with a powerful aura. Opposite him was a middle-aged man in a golden robe and a golden crown on his head. 300 meters away from these two, there was a man with an elegant temperament standing silently, motionless like a statue. Only when he looked at these two would a look of yearning appear on his face from time to time. The red-haired old man and the golden-crowned man were still fighting, and from the chessboard, there seemed to be the sound of thousands of horses galloping, shocking one's soul. The red-haired old man's speed was extremely fast, and he often didn't need to think about where to place his pieces. On the other hand, the golden-crowned man often had to frown and think hard as he carefully placed a piece. On the chessboard, the black and white auras became more and more prominent. The black piece belonging to the red-haired old man had the upper hand and was now surrounding the white piece. As time passed, the golden-crowned man spent more and more time thinking, and his expression became more and more cautious. The red-haired old man did not urge him and simply closed his eyes to meditate while waiting. At a certain moment, the golden-crowned man suddenly revealed a strange smile. He stretched out his hand and put down a white chess piece. The white chess piece's predicament was easily resolved like a withered tree in spring. On the contrary, the originally aggressive black chess piece suddenly fell into a disadvantage. The red-haired old man's eyes bulged as a look of astonishment filled his face. After thinking for a long time, he slowly shook his head and smiled bitterly. Brother Luohai's Go skills have really improved a lot. This old master is not his opponent. The golden-crowned man smiled lightly. Chihua, it's not that my Go skills are better than yours, it's just that you are too impatient. Your intentions and actions are all written on the chessboard, so this king only needs to react accordingly. It's more interesting to be straightforward like this. The red-haired old man shook his head. Life is short, where do you find time to think about this and that? I lost this battle. Thank you for letting me win. The red-haired old man turned his head and looked towards a spot not far away before stretching out his hand and beckoning. The elegant man who had been standing 300 meters away stepped forward and respectfully bowed. Wei Qing greets Supreme Elder and Senior Luohai. Luohai nodded lightly and stretched out his hand. The elegant man was Brilliant Flame sect master, Wei Qing, and his status was not low. Although Luohai was Green Mountain Star's star master, he could not act arrogantly. What's more, he had a good relationship with Brilliant Flame Sect's Supreme Elder Chihua, so Wei Qing could be considered his junior. Why have you come here? Chihua raised his head and looked at Wei Qing. Wei Qing respectfully replied, reporting to Supreme Elder, the matter Senior Luo Hai gave us may have some progress. Luo Hai's eyes flashed, but he quickly concealed it. Chi Hua said lightly, "Speak." A few days ago, a spy saw Ice Heart Valley's 13th elder Yu Xueqing enter Pure Ice Island through the space array with a young man. Although Ice Heart Valley is heavily guarded and the spy did not see the face of the young man, he should be the one Senior Luo Hai is looking for. After saying this, Wei Qing stood aside respectfully and no longer spoke. Although he was second only to one on Scarlet Wave Star, he did not dare to show the slightest disrespect in front of Luo Hai and Chi Hua. "Brother Luo Hai, what do you think?" Chi Hua looked at Luo Hai. Pure Ice Island is the headquarters of Ice Heart Valley and no man has set foot there for 10,000 years. Letting a young man in this time shows that they attach great importance to him. It is also possible that he is the one I am looking for. It seems they want to use that little brat to do something. They just want to express goodwill to Brother Luo Hai, probably wanting you to act as a mediator and resolve their current crisis. Chi Hua was a rough man, but his mind was extremely sharp. Luo Hai just smiled and said nothing. "Right, Brother Luo Hai, now that things have come to this, can you tell this old master why you are looking for that little brat? What is it about him that would attract the attention of a character like you?" Chi Hua asked doubtfully. He had been thinking about this question for a long time but had never been able to find an answer. What could attract the attention of a character like Luo Hai was nothing more than the secret to breaking through to the Third Order Origin King realm or an Origin King grade high-rank artifact. Besides that, there was nothing else in this world that could attract Luo Hai's attention. Luo Hai cared about such things, and so did Chi Hua. But every time he tried to ask, Luo Hai would not answer directly, leaving Chi Hua helpless. "Didn't this king tell you before? That little brat passed the blood prison trial with a second-order origin returning realm cultivation, so his aptitude is quite good. This king just happens to be lacking a successor, so he wants to accept him as a disciple to inherit this king's legacy." Luo Hai replied with a smile. "So that's how it is. That little brat is quite lucky." Chi Lu laughed and nodded, obviously not believing Luo Hai's words at all. Luo Hai was now a second-order origin king and possessed a star source, so he was very likely to break through to the Third Order in the future, so why would he be so eager to accept a disciple and pass down his legacy? Besides, even if he wanted to accept a disciple, it was impossible for him to do it in such a way. If a second-order origin king wanted to accept a disciple, there would be countless geniuses scrambling to acknowledge him as their master. How could Luo Hai chase after someone and forcibly accept them as a disciple? No matter how heaven-defying a genius aptitude was, it was impossible for Luo Hai to do this. There had to be something fishy going on. Since Ice Heart Valley has found that little brat, this king will make a trip there, Luo Hai said as he slowly got up. "This old master will accompany you." Chi Hua grinned meaningfully. Luo Hai glanced at him thoughtfully before nodding. "Very well, Ice Heart Valley's Pure Ice Grand Array is quite powerful. With Brother Chi Hua accompanying me, I believe this trip will be easy." He had no intention of refusing. "And, by the way, Wei Qing, call your good-for-nothing brat over to see this old master. This old master will take him to experience the scenery of Pure Ice Island." Chi Hua shouted to Wei Qing. "Supreme Elder wants to take Wei Feng to Pure Ice Island?" Wei Qing was startled and said in a panic, "That little brat." What kind of character his son was, he knew very well. As the son of the sect master, his aptitude wasn't very good. Over the years, despite using countless pills and resources, Wei Qing had given him several times the resources he needed, but it was only today that he barely stepped into the First Order Origin returning realm. Although he had reached the Origin returning realm, he was still unable to condense his own sure. For the rest of his life, Wei Qing was afraid that his son would only be able to reach the First Order Origin returning realm and would never have the strength an Origin returning realm master should possess. In other words, he was only slightly stronger than a Saint King, and any origin returning realm master who could condense their sure could easily defeat him. Supreme Elder had never liked Wei Feng, feeling that he had ruined the reputation of the sect and had even seriously injured him with a single palm strike. But today, why was Supreme Elder taking him to Pure Ice Island? What are you waiting for? Just go. This old master won't kill him. Qi Hua had a bad temper, and seeing Wei Qing hesitate, he couldn't help shouting angrily. Yes. A look of horror flashed across Wei Qing's face as he hurriedly withdrew. Luo Hai frowned at Qi Hua, not knowing what he was trying to do. Pure Ice Island was not an ordinary place. Even if Luo Hai was a second-order origin king, he was still extremely wary of the Pure Ice Grand Array. For this trip, he and Qi Hua were more than enough, so why would they need to bring along a junior? What's more, this was a junior that Qi Hua didn't like. After frowning for a moment, Luo Hai suddenly understood and shook his head with a bitter smile. Qi Hua laughed and said, "Brother Luo Hai, this time, allow this old master to take advantage of the situation. Just this once, but don't go too far. Luo Li's strength isn't bad, so if we really push her too far and she activates the Pure Ice Grand Array, you and I will suffer a bit. This old master naturally understands, Brother Luo Hai can rest assured." Chapter 1640. Not long after, Wei Qing returned again with a young man. This young man's appearance was quite good, but his aquiline nose and dark eyes ruined his overall sense of beauty, and his aura was weak. At first glance, it was obvious he was the kind of person who was obsessed with wine and women. When he arrived, the young man was trembling and his face was pale as he kept gulping, staring at Qi Hua with horror and fear in his eyes. Although he was an origin returning realm master, he was like an ordinary person without the strength to truss a chicken, hiding behind Wei Qing and seeking protection, not daring to face Qi Hua's majesty directly. Qi Hua glanced at him and coldly snorted, the contempt and disdain in his eyes obvious. "Supreme Elder, I've brought Feng, Wei Qing said bitterly. "Good, you can withdraw." Qi Hua waved his hand at Wei Qing. Wei Qing opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything and just sighed, glanced back at his son, slowly shook his head, and quickly left. Wei Feng was instantly at a loss for what to do, and he looked anxiously at his father's figure as he cried out. "Father, shut up!" Qi Hua shouted. Wei Feng shivered and almost fell to the ground in fright, turning his head to look at Qi Hua in horror, his face turning even paler. He had no idea why Supreme Elder had summoned him. His status in Brilliant Flame sect was not ordinary, and he could rely on his father's power and authority to do whatever he wanted, but in front of Supreme Elder, he was nothing but a fart. If Supreme Elder wanted to kill him, even his father couldn't stop him. Supreme Elder has been in seclusion in the sect these days. I haven't made any mistakes. I beg Supreme Elder not to kill me. Wei Feng suddenly cried bitterly as he knelt on the ground with a thump, and then he started stammering as he kowtowed vigorously, causing his head to knock against the ground to the point it emitted banging sounds. The contempt and disgust in Qi Hua's eyes became stronger and stronger. Luo Hai slowly shook his head and frowned. Wei Qing can be regarded as the future pillar of Brilliant Flame sect, but why is his son like this? A loving mother leads to a wastrel son. Qi Hua grunted coldly, and then he looked angrily at Wei Feng as he shouted with a grim voice. "Stand up for me!" Wei Feng cried out with shock, and he didn't dare dally as he hurriedly crawled up. However, his back was still bent, and he was unable to restrain his tears from flowing while he squeezed out a trace of a fawning smile as he looked anxiously at Qi Hua, and he seemed even more unsightly than if he was crying. "Straighten your back, you good-for-nothing." Qi Hua was full of anger. He strode forward and slapped Wei Feng's face twice. With two crisp slaps, Wei Feng felt as if his face had been slapped away. He was numb. Qi Hua was an Origin King Realm Master, so even if he did not use any of his strength, just 2 casual slaps would be enough to shatter Wei Feng. Fortunately, Wei Feng was still useful to Qihua, so it was naturally impossible to kill him here. Grabbing Wei Feng's neck and lifting him up like a chicken, Qihua coldly said, "Boy, your luck has come. Didn't you take a fancy to a woman from Ice Heart Valley? This old master will take you to Pure Ice Island." Huh? Wei Feng was stunned as he stared blankly at Qihua, seemingly not having expected that Supreme Elder would call him over for this matter. After a moment of stunned silence, Wei Feng was overjoyed and eagerly asked, "Is Supreme Elder serious?" Su Yan's exquisite face, which seemed to be carved from ice and jade, suddenly flashed in front of his eyes, causing Wei Feng's blood to boil. "Would Supreme Elder joke with you?" Qihua grinned meaningfully. But what if Ice Heart Valley refuses?" Wei Feng asked. "No matter what, you are the son of my brilliant flame sect master, so your identity and status are extraordinary. Taking a fancy to a woman from Ice Heart Valley is a blessing for them, they have no choice but to comply." That's right, that's right." The excitement in Wei Feng's heart completely overshadowed his fear of Qihua, and he nodded repeatedly as he began to fantasize about the beautiful scene after he obtained Su Yan, a foolish look appearing on his face as he giggled foolishly. Luo Hai watched from the side and slowly shook his head. He naturally knew why Qihua was doing this. It was nothing more than to use this opportunity to suppress Ice Heart Valley and force them to admit defeat. Qihua also wanted to borrow his strength, which was why he had said before that he wanted to intimidate Yang Kai. However, Luo Hai didn't care. The struggle on Scarlet Wave Star had nothing to do with him, he had only come here for Yang Kai. Since Qihua wanted to use his tiger skin as a banner, Luo Hai would let him. Luo Hai could eat the meat, but he couldn't stop Qihua from drinking the soup, as long as Qihua didn't pursue the real reason he was looking for Yang Kai. "Brother Luo Hai, let's go." Qihua grabbed Wei Feng in one hand and called out to Luo Hai. Luo Hai nodded and the two immediately turned into streams of light, disappearing on the spot and flying straight towards Pure Ice Island. Pure Ice Island, Outer Island. Yang Kai was sitting in meditation in his loft, thinking hard about how to meet Su Yan. It was impossible for him to set foot on the inner island, so if he wanted to meet this beautiful woman, Su Yan would have to come to the outer island. However, Yang Kai found that Su Yan had no intention of coming to see him, her aura remaining somewhere on the inner island. Is she at a critical juncture? Is it inconvenient for her to move? Yang Kai was puzzled. If it weren't for the fact that she was at a critical juncture, Su Yan would have come to see him no matter what. Yang Kai also couldn't imagine that Su Yan wasn't at a critical juncture but had instead been placed under house arrest by Ran Yunting. However, since he had already arrived on Pure Ice Island and knew that Su Yan was a few hundred kilometers away from him, Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. There was bound to be a time when they could meet again. After experiencing the disturbance of their last spiritual communication, Yang Kai didn't dare to rashly communicate with Su Yan again. He was a guest and Su Yan was currently on the inner island, so if he acted rashly, the gains would not be worth the losses. So, Yang Kai waited patiently for the right opportunity. The next day, Yang Kai was meditating when he suddenly opened his eyes, a light flashing across them as he called out loudly, "I wonder which senior has graced me with her presence? Junior must apologize for not coming out to meet you." A soft voice came from outside the door, "This queen is Ice Heart Valley's Valley Master." A trace of surprise flashed across Yang Kai's eyes. Although he knew that Ice Heart Valley's upper echelons would definitely come to see him in the next few days, he hadn't expected it to be Ice Heart Valley's Valley Master. Ice Heart Valley's Bing Long, Yang Kai had heard Qingya mention her before. She was Ice Heart Valley's #1 master below Supreme Elder Luo Li and was the one most likely to break through to the Origin King realm. Ice Heart Valley attaches so much importance to me? With a wave of his hand, Yang Kai opened the front door and stood up to greet them with a solemn expression. Two women walked in from outside the door, both middle-aged beauties. The one walking in front had a gentle smile and a dignified appearance, her every movement exuding the style of a noble. The one following behind wore a cold expression, and when she first looked at Yang Kai, there was an inexplicable hostility. Yang Kai frowned, wondering why this woman had such a prejudice against him. Bing Long stepped forward and stopped 10 meters in front of Yang Kai, looked him up and down, and asked gently, "Are you that Yang Kai?" Junior Yang Kai greets Senior Bing Long. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Bing Long gently nodded. "Sure enough, a dragon among men, your aura is profound, no wonder you were able to kill Jiangshi and Yan Chi Lei. This queen thanks you on behalf of junior sister Yu for acting righteously last time." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I was only protecting myself, Valley Master is too polite." After saying so, he looked suspiciously at the beautiful woman behind Bing Long and asked, This is my Iceheart Valley's great elder." Bing Long introduced. Yang Kai raised his brow as he realized that the beautiful woman behind Bing Long was actually Su Yan's master. And judging from her aura, it was her who had interfered with his mental communication with Su Yan yesterday. However, her prejudice and hostility towards him seemed to be quite deep. Did she know something? Yang Kai frowned secretly. Thinking so, Yang Kai cupped his fists again and said, "So it is great elder, this junior has been disrespectful." Ran Yunting coldly snorted, not showing any intention of responding to Yang Kai. A trace of astonishment flashed across Bing Long's eyes as she did not know what Great Elder wanted to do, but she quickly tried to mediate. "Great Elder, and I came uninvited, I hope little brother will not take offense. Valley Master must be joking, this is pure Ice Island, and this junior is just a guest. It is this junior's fault for not taking the initiative to greet you." A trace of approval flashed across Bing Long's eyes. She found that not only was Yang Kai's cultivation high, but his attitude was also very humble. This was very different from many of the outstanding talents of the younger generation. Most of these so-called young talents had their eyes above their heads, acted arrogantly, and acted as they pleased. They were eager to carve the word genius on their foreheads and had none of the virtues of respecting the old and caring for the young. Bing Long's first impression of Yang Kai was quite good. After inviting Bing Long and Ran Yunting to take a seat, a woman from Iceheart Valley served them tea. Yang Kai did not know why they had come here this time, but it was not appropriate for him to speak rashly, so he could only sit and drink tea. Ran Yunting, on the other hand, had been staring at Yang Kai since she took a seat, as if she wanted to see through his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Fortunately, Bing Long was considerate and casually asked Yang Kai a few irrelevant questions, easing the atmosphere considerably. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, Bing Long suddenly asked, "Little brother Yang isn't a cultivator from Scarlet Wave Star, right?" Yang Kai knew that she wanted to inquire about him, so he did not try to conceal it and nodded, "I am not from Scarlet Wave Star." "Then where is little brother Yang from?" "My homeland is Tongxian Realm." Tongxian Realm? Bing Long frowned, apparently having never heard of it before. On the other hand, Ran Yunting's phoenix eyes narrowed as a light flashed across them. Bing Long had never heard of Tongxian Realm, but she had. Su Yan was from Tongxian Realm. This little brat really is the bastard who ruined Su Yan's purity and prevented her from reaching the peak of the martial Dao. A faint murderous intent escaped from Ran Yunting's body, and although it was extremely faint, Bing Long felt it. Glancing over at Ran Yunting suspiciously, she found that Yang Kai did not seem to notice and did not point it out, simply smiling lightly and saying, "It seems this queen is ignorant and inexperienced. This queen has never heard of this Tongxian realm before. I won't conceal it from Senior, my homeland is very barren and is considered nothing in the vast territory of the starry sky, so it's normal that you haven't heard of it." Chapter 1641. Then why did little brother Yang come to Scarlet Wave Star this time? Bing Long asked again. "I just happened to pass by." Do you know that Brilliant Flame's sect has been looking for you for nearly a year now? I've heard about it. Why is Brilliant Flame's sect looking for you with such great fanfare? After asking a few questions, Bing Long's questions gradually became more straightforward. Yang Kai smiled lightly, took a sip from his teacup, and shook his head. I don't know. You don't know? Bing Long chuckled lightly before her voice suddenly became low. Then this queen will ask again, did Master Luo Hai of Green Mountain Star come to Scarlet Wave Star because of you? Since Senior already knows, why bother asking? Bing Long was surprised. Did Master Luo Hai really come for you? She had some speculations before. After all, after Luo Hai arrived on Scarlet Wave Star, he went to Brilliant Flame Sect, and Brilliant Flame Sect began looking for Yang Kai. Connecting all of this together, one could not help but have some guesses. Guesses were just guesses, but after being confirmed by Yang Kai, Bing Long still felt quite surprised. What kind of character was Luo Hai? Looking at the entire territory of Starfall Star, he was one of the top masters, yet for Yang Kai, he had actually come to Scarlet Wave Star from Green Mountain Star. Why? Bing Long asked again. Yang Kai shook his head and said seriously, Junior cannot answer this question. If Senior wants to know, you might as well ask Luo Hai himself. The surprise in Bing Long's eyes became even stronger. Yang Kai actually called Luo Hai by his name. There was no trace of respect in his voice. One had to know that when one reached Luo Hai's level of strength, regardless of whether they had a relationship with him or not, they would always add the words master or senior to their name to show respect. Even ordinary origin kings were not exempt from this. Although Bing Long was the valley master of Ice Heart Valley, she still had to respectfully address Luo Hai as master. Yang Kai, on the other hand, turned a blind eye. Bing Long observed Yang Kai's expression and asked in amazement, do you have a grudge with Master Luo Hai? He chased me all the way from Green Mountain Star to Scarlet Wave Star and nearly killed me several times. Senior, do you think there is any grudge between us? Yang Kai sneered softly. He did not intend to hide this matter, because this kind of thing could not be hidden. Bing Long and Ran Yunting shook at the same time as they stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. After a long silence, Bing Long said with a complicated expression, your luck is really good, you were actually able to escape from Master Luo Hai. She thought that Kai Yang being able to come out unscathed was completely due to luck. If not for this, how could a second-order origin returning realm cultivator survive against a second-order origin king? What kind of grievances do you have with Master Luo Hai? Tell me in detail. Ran Yunting suddenly opened her mouth. This was the first time she had spoken since she had arrived here, but her words contained an irrefutable tone. This made Yang Kai frown as he secretly thought to himself, I'm not from Ice Heart Valley, so why is she ordering me around in such an overbearing tone? However, considering that she was Su Yan's master, Yang Kai did not want to give her a hard time and could only say, this junior has no comment. Boy, haven't you figured out the situation yet? This is my pure ice island, and you've provoked a master like Master Luo Hai. If you want to live, you'd best cooperate with us obediently, otherwise, even if you have great skill, you won't be able to escape this calamity. Ran Yunting saw Yang Kai acting so insensibly and her face sank. Yang Kai looked at her, narrowed his eyes, and said lightly, is Senior threatening me? Ran Yunting's pretty face went cold, and just as she was about to say something, Bing Long hurriedly interjected, Great Elder did not mean that, but this matter is indeed not trivial. This queen has called you Yang Kai. Yang Kai, although your aptitude and cultivation are good, you have offended a master like Master Luo Hai, so I'm afraid your future will be bleak. I know, Yang Kai nodded indifferently. Since you know, this queen won't say anything more. My Ice Heart Valley has a supreme elder who is also an origin king. Although she is not as good as Master Luo Hai, her methods are quite good and she has met with Master Luo Hai a few times. You might as well tell us the whole story in detail, and if possible, this queen will ask Supreme Elder to come forward and say a few good words for you to resolve this crisis. What do you think? Bing Long's sincere appearance reduced the anger in Yang Kai's heart slightly, but he still shook his head and said, "This junior does not need to trouble seniors, this junior will handle it himself." You? What ability do you have to deal with such a tricky matter? Ran Yunting seemed to particularly dislike Yang Kai and sneered, "Little brat, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If you don't want to say anything, then why did you come to my Ice Heart Valley? Hasn't Ice Heart Valley been looking for me?" Yang Kai looked over at Ran Yunting. Ran Yunting's expression became angry as she pushed her Saint Chi, causing a great pressure to descend from the sky towards Yang Kai, as if she was about to attack him. Bing Long's face changed slightly as she quickly said, "Yang Kai, since you don't want to speak, this queen and great elder won't force you, but you should think about it carefully. If you agree, send a message to this queen at any time and this queen will ask Supreme Elder to come forward and help you resolve this matter. Junior appreciates senior's kindness." Yang Kai said lightly. "Since that's the case, you can stay here with peace of mind. As for the future, we'll talk about it later." Bing Long sighed, got up, and left. Ran Yunting glared at Yang Kai for a moment before coldly snorting and following after him, but when she reached the front door, she suddenly turned around and glared at Yang Kai coldly as she said, "Boy, don't think this elder doesn't know what you're planning. I advise you to give up on this idea. She will eventually fly to the top and become a phoenix. She is not someone you can meddle with, so don't ruin her future." After saying this, Ran Yunting didn't give Yang Kai a chance to refute and turned to leave. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he stood in place, watching her and Bing Long leave. However, listening to the meaning of her words, it was clear she knew about his relationship with Su Yan. No wonder she had been so hostile towards him. Presumably, it was because she wanted to protect her apprentice. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai suppressed the anger in his heart. To be honest, Su Yan being able to have such a considerate master was not bad, but this Ran Yunting's attitude made Yang Kai feel very uncomfortable. "Junior sister, there's something wrong with you today." On the way back to the inner island, Bing Long looked at Ran Yunting thoughtfully. "Do you know something? Why did you speak so harshly to Yang Kai? Did you know him before?" "I don't know him." Ran Yunting shook her head and pondered for a moment before suddenly sighing, "Senior sister, to tell you the truth, this Yang Kai and Su Yan have known each other for a long time." "Oh? How did the two of them know each other?" Bing Long was surprised. "Didn't he say he was from Tongxian realm? Su Yan also came from that place. They used to be senior sister and junior brother, and..." Bing Long frowned as she vaguely realized something and asked in amazement, "Could it be that they used to?" "Yes. Not only that, Su Yan is no longer pure white jade." "What?" This time, Bing Long's expression finally changed as she asked in shock, But didn't Su Yan use the ice jade secret art? How come she didn't suffer any backlash?" "The backlash has already come. Su Yan's cultivation has declined and her mental state has begun to show flaws. Her ice heart is now covered in dust." Ran Yunting grit her teeth and said, "If I'm not mistaken, that little brat took the initiative to come to Pure Ice Island for Su Yan. Yesterday, I discovered that the two of them were communicating with each other using some kind of strange spiritual force." Bing Long's face changed dramatically as she muttered, "The two of them can communicate with each other using spiritual force, doesn't that mean their hearts are connected? It seems that their relationship is really extraordinary. If that's the case, wouldn't Su Yan's future be ruined? There is a way to resolve this." Ran Yunting's eyes flashed fiercely. Seeing the look on her face, Bing Long quickly realized something and shook her head. "Don't do that. Master Luo Hai came here for him. If he dies now, my Ice Heart Valley won't be able to answer to Master Luo Hai. Moreover, this method isn't safe. If Su Yan holds a grudge against you, it doesn't matter if she holds a grudge. Ran Yunting chuckled with a hint of madness in her smile. I won't hide it from senior sister, I'm afraid I have no hope of breaking through to the Origin King realm in this lifetime, but Su Yan has the potential. If I can't do it, I hope she can. As long as she can reach that point, what does it matter if she holds a grudge against me? One day, she will understand that I am doing this for her own good. Junior sister, you. Bing Long looked at her and suddenly sighed, her expression becoming dim. Ran Yunting said that she had no hope of breaking through to the Origin King realm, so how could she not? She had been stuck at the peak of the Third Order Origin returning realm for countless years and had tried countless times to break through the bottleneck, but all of them ended in failure. She was completely unable to grasp the mysteries of the Origin King realm. As Ran Yunting said, she would probably be stuck at the threshold of the Origin King realm for the rest of her life unless she encountered some kind of heaven-defying opportunity. Bing Long understood Ran Yunting's thoughts, but she also felt that it was inappropriate to do so, so she could only say, let me think about this carefully, don't act rashly. I know. After walking forward for a while, the two parted ways. Ran Yunting walked straight to Su Yan's residence. She needed to have a frank and honest talk with her disciple and teach her that the Grand Tao was eternal and that love between a man and a woman was nothing more than a passing cloud, not worth remembering. Not long after, Ran Yunting arrived, and from a distance, she saw a woman standing outside Su Yan's ice room, pleading with the two people guarding Su Yan. After taking a closer look, Ran Yunting discovered that this woman was actually Xianxia, who had come to Ice Heart Valley with Su Yan. Ran Yunting still had some impression of her. After all, when she brought Su Yan back to Ice Heart Valley, Xianxia had also come with her, but her aptitude was not as good as Su Yan's, so she had been living in the outer island. Seeing Ran Yunting come over, Xianxia and the two women quickly stopped talking, turned to her, and respectfully bowed, "Greetings, Great Elder." Chapter 1642. Ran Yunting gently nodded, her eyes sweeping over Xianxia's face indifferently. Ran Yunting didn't know if it was because of Yang Kai, but she suddenly found this outer islander from Tongxian realm to be a bit of an eyesore. Yang Kai's untactful face flashed across her mind, irritating her greatly. What are you all arguing about? Don't you know Su Yan is in retreat? Ran Yunting shouted. The eyes of the two women who were responsible for guarding Su Yan flashed with a trace of panic as they noticed that Great Elder's mood was not very good. The woman surnamed Zhou glanced over at Xianxia and said in an aggrieved tone, reporting to Great Elder, this junior sister insisted on going in to see Su Yan. We have already stopped her, but she is still chattering here, refusing to withdraw. Great Elder, it is not our intention to disturb Su Yan, there is simply a reason for this. The other woman also cried out. Ran Yunting's sharp eyes fell on Xianxia as she said coldly, if she refuses to withdraw, don't you know how to beat her back? Have all these years gone to waste? As soon as this statement came out, Xianxia and the other two were dumbfounded. None of them had expected Great Elder to say such a thing. In Ice Heart Valley, although there were disputes between senior sister and junior sister, no one would ever fight. But what the Great Elder meant was for him to beat Xianxia up. The woman surnamed Zhou was unable to wrap her head around this for a while and stood in place in a daze. What are you still standing there for? Are you deaf or what? Ran Yunting shouted again. The woman surnamed Zhou shuddered and came back to her senses, realizing that the Great Elder was not joking. Her heart was filled with anger from being reprimanded, but she had nowhere to vent it. Hearing this, she shouted, yes, I will follow the Great Elder's orders. Saying so, she pushed her Saint Chi and pushed her palm towards Xianxia. Great Elder. Xianxia opened her mouth to call out, but she had only managed to utter a few words when she was hit in the chest by a fierce force. Her tender body was sent flying almost uncontrollably, coughing up a mouthful of blood midair that dyed her white dress red. Hong Long Long. Xianxia was sent flying several tens of feet away, crashed into an ice wall, and fell to the ground in a sorry state. His face was pale and bloodless. He forced himself to get up, but he was still unable to catch his breath for a long time. She was now a second-order Saint King, while the woman surnamed Zhou who attacked her was a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. The huge gap in cultivation made it impossible for her to resist a single blow. With one palm strike, Xianxia was already injured. Her beautiful eyes trembled violently as she stared at Ran Yunting in disbelief. She couldn't understand why the Great Elder had suddenly issued such an unreasonable order. Scram! If you dare set foot on the inner island again, this elder will expel you from Ice Heart Valley. Ran Yunting reprimanded mercilessly. Xianxia! Su Yan's door suddenly opened, and an anxious look appeared on her face, her tender body flickering as she rushed towards Xianxia. Although she had heard the dispute between Xianxia and the woman surnamed Zhou and the others just now, because of Ran Yunting's orders, she didn't dare to show herself and could only close the door. But now, Xianxia was actually injured, and she could no longer hold back. The two of them were both from Tongxian realm and had joined Ice Heart Valley together. They were like sisters, so how could she just stand by and watch Xianxia be beaten? However, as soon as she appeared, Ran Yunting waved her hand and a strong wind blew towards Su Yan, pushing her back inside. If you dare take a single step outside, I'll kill her right now. Ran Yunting stood outside the ice room, looking at Su Yan's grief-stricken face with a cold expression. A trace of panic flashed across Su Yan's face as she stared at Ran Yunting with a strange look in her eyes. Opening her mouth, she tried to speak, but in the end, she didn't dare to act rashly. After a long silence, she took a deep breath and grit her teeth. I hope Honored Master will not punish Xianxia for her first offense. Ran Yunting nodded. As long as you are obedient, I won't embarrass her. Su Yan grit her teeth, clenched her fists, and whispered, I'll listen to Honored Master. Ran Yunting showed a satisfied expression. That's good. I came here this time to tell you that person has arrived on Pure Ice Island. Do you want to commit suicide to make up for the flaws in your state of mind, or do you want me to help you? Su Yan's tender body trembled as she stared at Ran Yunting in horror, a pleading look flashing across her beautiful eyes as she muttered, Honored Master, committing suicide was tantamount to severing all ties between her and Yang Kai. From then on they would become complete strangers. If she asked her Honored Master for help, there would only be one result, Yang Kai would be killed. Either way, Su Yan couldn't accept it, as it was worse than death. There is no third choice. I'll give you a few days to think about it, give me an answer when you've made up your mind. Su Yan's beautiful eyes dimmed in an instant, as if they were covered by dark clouds, unable to see the light in front of her. By the time she recovered, Ran Yunting had already left and Xianxia was no longer there. Only the two senior sister and senior sister from the same sect who were standing at the door were smiling at her. This smile was so dazzling to her. For the first time in more than 30 years, Su Yan had the idea of breaking the shackles that bound her and escaping from this place. It was undeniable that Ran Yunting had been extremely good to Su Yan. Since bringing her to Ice Heart Valley, Ran Yunting had taught her wholeheartedly and provided her with as many resources as possible, creating an extremely good environment for Su Yan. However, while teaching Su Yan unreservedly, Ran Yunting had also put shackles on Su Yan. Her expectations for Su Yan were too great and she had placed too heavy a burden on Su Yan. It could be said that Ran Yunting had poured her own unfulfilled hopes onto Su Yan. The future of Ice Heart Valley, the mysteries of the Origin King realm, Su Yan had heard Ran Yunting mention these things more than once. In the past, she didn't think much of it and simply followed her honored master's orders. After all, without Ran Yunting, she, Xianxia, and Xianhao would still be struggling on Green Mountain Star, not living such a carefree life. But now, Su Yan felt exhausted. The appearance and arrival of Yang Kai gave her someone she could rely on. She didn't want to assume the future of Ice Heart Valley, she just wanted to travel the world side by side with Yang Kai. She had never had such great ambitions, so her request was very simple. Outside the door, the two senior and junior sisters didn't hold back at all as they mocked and ridiculed him. One after another, they seemed to be in a good mood. Su Yan felt a slight chill in her heart but didn't say anything, simply sitting down cross-legged and closing the door to the ice room with a wave of her hand. In the pavilion of the outer island, Yang Kai found the Ice Heart Valley woman who was taking care of his daily needs. This woman was also from the outer island and was only a first-order saint. She appeared to be around 24 or 25 years old, and although she wasn't particularly beautiful, she was quite delicate and gave off a clean aura. Those from Pure Ice Island all cultivated the ice attribute, so there was a faint chill around her. "Girl, do you know Xianxia?" Yang Kai looked at her and asked. "Senior sister Xianxia? I know her." The woman nodded and replied with a slight smile, "Our secluded homes aren't very far from each other, so we often meet." "This brother, do you also know senior sister Xianxia? And, can you take me to see her?" "You want to see senior sister Xianxia?" The woman was startled and frowned, looking a little hesitant. "I'm afraid that's not possible." "Why?" "The elder said that brother can only rest here and cannot walk around at will without the elder's orders." "Brother, you should know that our Ice Heart Valley is all women, and no man has ever set foot here. If you see something you shouldn't see while walking around," as she spoke, the woman's face flushed red. "If that's the case, then forget it." Yang Kai smiled freely and didn't insist, chatting with the woman for a while before turning around and returning to the pavilion. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't make things difficult for her, the woman couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief, thinking that this young man was quite easy to talk to. Returning to the pavilion, Yang Kai's expression was calm, neither happy nor angry, but he still felt a little uneasy in his heart. "Don't tell me I'm under house arrest?" Moreover, it had been 3 days since Ice Heart Valley's Valley Master, Bing Long, and Great Elder Ran Yunting had come to visit. During these 3 days, no one had come to pay him any attention, not even Xianxia. This made Yang Kai somewhat puzzled. Others not coming was one thing, but how could Xianxia not come? She knew why he had come to Ice Heart Valley this time, but now he was trapped in this pavilion on the outer island, unable to leave, let alone visit Su Yan. During these 3 days, Su Yan had not communicated with him spiritually. The more Yang Kai thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong, so he quietly released his divine sense and found that the woman was still guarding outside the pavilion. Space force spread out around Yang Kai, and in the next moment, Yang Kai disappeared like a ghost. If it were anyone else, sneaking out would not be an easy task, but for Yang Kai, who had comprehended space force, it was extremely easy. Without the woman noticing, he had already appeared in a hidden location 1.5 kilometers away. Looking up at an ice peak a dozen kilometers away, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he approached it. While chatting just now, Yang Kai had intentionally or unintentionally inquired about the location of the woman's secluded home and learned its exact location. Since she said that it was not far from Xianxia's secluded home, Xianxia's secluded home should also be on that ice peak. Yang Kai just didn't know where it was. After a short while, Yang Kai arrived at the foot of the ice peak, and while concealing his aura, he looked up. There were hundreds of secluded homes carved out of this ice peak, and all of them seemed to be occupied, causing Yang Kai a slight headache. Releasing his divine sense to investigate, Yang Kai found that each secluded home was protected by a barrier. Although with the strength of his divine sense, Yang Kai would have no problem breaking through the barriers of these secluded homes, doing so would only cause trouble. Yang Kai could only frown and wait quietly. While he was at a loss, a group of 4 or 5 people from Ice Heart Valley suddenly arrived at the foot of the ice peak. The leader of this group was a first-order origin returning realm cultivator while the others were all saint kings. Although their cultivations were not very high, Yang Kai felt that each of these women gave off a faint murderous aura, causing him to frown. Chapter 1643. Generally speaking, only those with a violent and ruthless temper would possess such hostility. The ice attribute of Ice Heart Valley's disciples focused on purity and abstinence, so how could there be such a person here? Not only that, these women all had cold expressions on their faces, and they were serious in speech and manner. Their entire bodies emitted an aura that prevented people from getting close to them. They walked straight towards the ice peak and soon arrived in front of a secluded home. The woman in the lead looked around and seemed to be asking someone, "Is this the place?" Immediately, someone replied, "It's here." The woman in the lead nodded before suddenly calling out, "Is Xianxia in the outer island?" His voice wasn't loud, but it could be clearly heard from very far away, and it was extremely penetrative. When Yang Kai heard this, he was overjoyed. This was really like someone delivering a pillow to him when he was feeling sleepy. He had been worried about not being able to find Xianxia's secluded home, but now a group of people had suddenly come to see her. However, this group of women seems to have ill intentions. Yang Kai frowned secretly but did not rush to show himself, instead continuing to hide in place and observe secretly. As soon as the woman's voice fell, less than 3 breaths later, a thin film barrier outside the secluded home suddenly opened, like a burst bubble, and a woman in a white dress with a dignified temperament walked out. Xianxia. Yang Kai raised his brow, but he soon discovered that something was wrong. Xianxia's aura was unstable and her face was pale. It seemed she had suffered some serious injuries. She was fine when she returned to Pure Ice Island a few days ago, so how could she suddenly be injured? Moreover, looking at her appearance, it was not because she had made a mistake, but rather, she had been beaten. Yang Kai was puzzled. On the other side, Xianxia walked out of the secluded home and saw the face and attire of the newcomers, causing her to pale slightly. She seemed to recognize the woman in the lead. "So, it is Senior Sister Bing Dai. Is there something Senior Sister wants to see me about?" Xianxia tried to maintain a calm look, but the trembling in her voice revealed the tension in her heart. At this time, many of Ice Heart Valley's disciples on the ice peak had been alarmed by Bing Dai's shout and had come out to investigate. After seeing the scene in front of them, all of them could not help showing a look of horror. "It's Senior Sister Bing Dai of the Law Enforcement Hall. Why would she come here? Furthermore, why is she looking for Junior Sister Xianxia? Oh no, could it be that Junior Sister Xianxia made a mistake? Otherwise, how could this god of plagues be attracted? It shouldn't be that bad. Xianxia has been abiding by her duties all these years since she entered the valley. Some time ago, she even seemed to have made a great contribution. How could she make a mistake? It's hard to say. I heard from a senior sister in the inner island that Junior Sister Xianxia did something wrong a few days ago and angered the Great Elder, causing the Great Elder to lose his temper. I heard about it too. It seems that a senior sister named Zhou Yunxian even injured her. That can't be. Junior Sister Xianxia has a very good relationship with Su Yan. With Su Yan here, who would dare hit her? A moment later, the entire ice peak seemed to have been alarmed and many people came out of their secluded homes to watch from afar. Whispers came from all around, but the woman named Bing Dai remained unmoved, simply staring at Xianxia indifferently as she shouted, "Xianxia, as a member of Ice Heart Valley, you have been nurtured by the sect, but instead of showing any gratitude, you colluded with outsiders to shake the foundation of Ice Heart Valley. Pass down the order of the elders, Xianxia's cultivation will be abolished and she will be expelled from Ice Heart Valley, never to set foot on Pure Ice Island again." A single word stirred up 1,000 waves. Bing Dai's words made the entire ice mountain burst into an uproar. Bursts of exclamations resounded. Many women covered their mouths with their hands, looking at Xianxia with shock and sympathy. Their beautiful eyes trembled violently. Expulsion from Ice Heart Valley and the abolition of one's cultivation was the cruelest punishment Ice Heart Valley could inflict. It was even more terrifying than death. Death only lasted for a moment, but if one's cultivation was abolished and one was expelled from Ice Heart Valley, they would live in an unimaginable shadow for the rest of their lives, a stain that could never be erased. Xianxia's tender body trembled as her eyes filled with horror. Her already pale face became even paler as she asked in a trembling voice, "Senior Sister Bing Dai, what's going on?" Colluding with outsiders to shake the foundation of Iceheart Valley was not a crime that could be taken lightly. Since joining Iceheart Valley, Xianxia had not done anything to harm the sect, and some time ago, because she had found Yang Kai, she had even received a commendation from the Valley Master, so how had she suddenly fallen into such a situation? Bing Dai's sudden visit and announcement of such shocking news was simply unacceptable to her. "You know what's going on in your heart." Bing Dai looked at Xianxia indifferently, showing no intention of explaining. "Do you want to remove your cultivation yourself, or do you want Senior Sister to do it? Let me say this first, it may be easier for you to do it yourself, but if Senior Sister doesn't hold back, you may be injured." "Senior Sister Bing Dai." Xianxia grit her teeth and shouted, a fierce look of resistance flashing across her beautiful eyes. "Junior Sister has not done anything to harm the sect, nor has she colluded with outsiders to shake the foundation of Iceheart Valley. Junior Sister refuses to accept this. I want to see the Elder, I want to see the Valley Master." Suddenly being accused of such a big crime, Xianxia could not admit it no matter what, but she vaguely guessed what was going on in her heart. The so-called collusion with outsiders was nothing more than her connection with Yang Kai. Yang Kai had come to Pure Ice Island because of her. Shaking the foundation of Iceheart Valley, to put it simply, was interfering with Su Yan. Su Yan had always been regarded by Ran Yunting as the future of Iceheart Valley, so interfering with her could be said to be shaking the foundation of Iceheart Valley. However, the same thing, if put in a different way, would have a completely different meaning. The law enforcement hall had probably acted because they had received Ran Yunting's order. "You can't see the Elder, nor can you see the Valley Master. Today, I am in charge here. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to think it over." Bing Dai remained unmoved and simply stared at Xianxia coldly. Xianxia's face suddenly drained of blood as her heart sank. How could she, a little second-order Saint King, resist the entire law enforcement hall? If she really wanted to resist, today, this place would probably be her burial ground. Xianxia had heard about the methods of these senior and junior sisters of the law enforcement hall. Xianxia smiled bitterly as the cold wind blew, her heart becoming colder than her body. When she had joined Iceheart Valley, she had been filled with joy and secretly felt that the heavens had blessed her, allowing her to meet Ran Yunting at her most difficult time. After joining the sect, she had abided by her duties and responsibilities and obeyed all the sect's orders. She had never relied on Su Yan's identity and status to seek anything for herself, even though she was fully capable of doing so and was qualified to do so. She only wanted to rely on her own efforts to enhance her strength step by step. She didn't expect to be on par with Su Yan, but at the very least, she didn't want to embarrass her. In any case, the two of them came from the same homeland and joined Iceheart Valley at the same time. As Su Yan's cultivation grew higher and higher, if Xianxia was too weak, others would gossip about her. A few days ago, after being mercilessly reprimanded by Ran Yunting and injured by the senior sister named Zhou Yunxian, Xianxia did not complain and simply returned to the outer island to enter retreat to heal her injuries. She knew that her actions at that time were indeed a bit rash and that the fault did not lie with outsiders. But today, the news brought by Bing Dai was like a bolt from the blue, causing her to feel disheartened. The Great Elder wanted to kill them all. She was just an outer island cultivator with an insignificant status. All she knew was that she was acquainted with Yang Kai, but because of this, Great Elder was not willing to let her off. On top of that, she had been accused of such a big crime. Colluding with outsiders to destroy the foundation of Iceheart Valley, Xianxia's beautiful eyes gradually dimmed as the look of resistance in them disappeared. "You have 3 breaths of time to consider," Bing Dai said coldly. Xianxia brushed her hair behind her ear before gracefully bowing to Bing Dai and saying softly, "Senior Sister Bing Dai, Junior Sister will have to trouble you with one thing." Bing Dai frowned at her and said faintly, "Speak. Don't let Su Yan know about what happened today." If she asks about me in the future, just tell her that Xianxia has gone out for life experience. You don't need to worry about that. As for Su Yan, Great Elder will give her an explanation. Bing Dai sneered, do you think by mentioning Su Yan's name you can avoid this? The law enforcement hall has always been a man of his word. Even if Su Yan knows about it, she won't be able to stop what happened today. She obviously thought that Xianxia had ulterior motives and was trying to use Su Yan's name to intimidate them. Junior sister did not mean that, Xianxia smiled bitterly. Time's up, your decision. Bing Dai issued an ultimatum. I ask senior sister to act. Xianxia slowly closed her eyes. It had not been easy for her to reach her current cultivation, so Xianxia did not want to waste her cultivation. As you wish. Bing Dai's eyes flashed coldly as she raised her palm and pressed it towards Xianxia. This palm was wrapped in a cold aura and contained a great deal of destructive power. Cries of alarm rang out all around as the eyes of countless Ice Heart Valley disciples trembled. Many of them frowned secretly as unbearable looks appeared on their faces. Their strength was not bad, so they could naturally see that Bing Dai's palm was not only aimed at crippling Xianxia's cultivation, it was also very likely that she would be killed. Even if Xianxia was lucky enough to survive, with such serious injuries, she would likely be worse than an ordinary person in the future and would not be able to take care of herself. Sighing in their hearts, they turned their heads away, unable to bear to watch such a cruel scene. Bing Dai's eyes were as cold as ice, seemingly devoid of any human emotion, only coldness. Suddenly, Bing Dai called out in alarm. When her palm was just a meter away from Xianxia, her vision suddenly blurred and a figure appeared in front of her. This figure seemingly casually raised his palm and pressed it against Bing Dai's palm. In the next moment, Bing Dai's beautiful face paled as an unimaginably terrifying power struck her from the front, not only disintegrating her attack but also shattering the Saint Qi in her body. Bing Dai's body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. She couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood in midair. With a loud thud, the ice butterfly landed heavily on the snowy ground. She slid back for another 100 feet before she finally stabilized herself. Chapter 1644. It happened so suddenly that no one was able to react in time. It wasn't until 3 breaths after Bing Dai was sent flying that one of the law enforcement hall elders recovered and shouted, "Who is it?" At the same time, they turned to look at Yang Kai, and after seeing the face of the person who had attacked them, they couldn't help feeling stunned. A man? Since when did our Pure Ice Island allow men to enter? Where did this guy come from? He actually managed to force senior sister Bing Dai back with a single strike and even injured her a little. Oh, isn't this the person we were ordered to look for some time ago? It turns out we've already found him, no wonder the elders told us to withdraw. The group of female elders from Ice Heart Valley seemed to have seen something novel as they stared at Yang Kai with strange looks. After discovering that he was the person their senior sisters and senior sisters had been searching for the past year, all of them immediately became interested. They had worked hard for a year just to find Yang Kai, and now that they had finally met him, many of them naturally wanted to know what was so special about Yang Kai that Ice Heart Valley would spend so much manpower and resources to find him. However, no matter how they looked at him, they couldn't find any clues. However, Yang Kai seemed to be a little annoyed at the moment, his face extremely cold as he stood alone in front of Xianxia, like a towering mountain blocking all the storms. Such a scene caused the elders from Ice Heart Valley to frown and speculate about the relationship between Yang Kai and Xianxia. However, the expected pain did not come as expected and instead, Bing Dai let out a groan. Xianxia opened her eyes suspiciously and immediately saw Yang Kai's back. "Why are you here?" Xianxia asked in amazement. "I came here to talk to you, but I didn't expect to encounter such a thing." Yang Kai turned around and looked at her with concern. "Are you okay?" Xianxia shook her head and smiled bitterly. "I'm fine." "Who hurt you?" Xianxia bit her red lips but did not answer. Yang Kai sighed slightly before taking out a jade bottle from his space ring and handing it over. "Take this and heal your wounds." Xianxia reached out and received it, thanking him, but she didn't consume it on the spot. Instead, she looked at Bing Dai with a complicated expression. After receiving Yang Kai's furious palm strike, although Bing Dai looked extremely miserable, her injuries were not serious. Otherwise, with Yang Kai's current strength, that strike would have directly taken her life. After all, this was Ice Heart Valley and Su Yan's sect, so Yang Kai didn't want to make things too big. Hearing the conversation between Yang Kai and Xianxia, a trace of malevolence appeared on Bing Dai's ice-cold face. She stretched out her hand to wipe off the bloodstain at the corner of her mouth and sneered, "Heal?" She didn't have the chance anymore. Xianxia from the outer island must die today for openly defying the orders of the elders and wounding the law enforcement hall. Xianxia's delicate body trembled, and she clenched her fists so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Yang Kai turned his head and stared towards Bing Dai, his eyes as cold as a knife, exuding a cruel aura. "The one who hurt you is me, so if you want to kill me, what crime has Xianxia committed? You can't run away either. No matter what your origins are, since you dare act presumptuously on Pure Ice Island, don't even think about escaping safely." As for Xianxia, she's dead for colluding with an outsider, and a man at that. Ruining the reputation of my Ice Heart Valley and tarnishing the reputation of the sect. What are you two thieves trying to do by infiltrating my Ice Heart Valley? Xianxia's body trembled as she looked at Bing Dai with a pale face and said in a trembling voice, "Senior Sister Bing Dai, how can you say such things? There is nothing between me and Yang Kai, and I have never done anything to ruin the reputation of Ice Heart Valley or tarnish the reputation of the sect. Yang Kai is here only because—" "Shut up. You have no right to speak here." Bing Dai ground her teeth and shouted at Xianxia, not giving her a chance to explain herself as she sneered, "You call him so intimately yet dare say there is nothing between you and him?" This time, many of the onlookers from Ice Heart Valley showed strange expressions. Although Yang Kai and Xianxia had only exchanged a few words, anyone could infer from their demeanor and tone that the relationship between the two was not shallow. At the very least, they had not just met each other. Could there really be some kind of secret behind all this? Xianxia wore a sorrowful look. "Senior sister, you can beat me or kill me, but you absolutely cannot insult me." Since Xianxia entered Ice Heart Valley, she has never done anything to disrespect the sect. Moreover, this matter was related to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was Su Yan's man, so even if Xianxia was muddle-headed, it was impossible for her to have anything to do with Yang Kai. "You haven't done anything to him?" Bing Dai looked at her viciously, "Instigating this man to attack me, isn't that disrespecting the sect?" "I haven't." Xianxia hurriedly refuted. "You still dare quibble?" Bing Dai shouted, "If it weren't for your instigation, how could he have appeared in such a timely manner?" Xianxia opened her mouth but was unable to refute. "If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext." A look of disappointment suddenly appeared on Yang Kai's face. "Xianxia, since this place can't accommodate you, you don't have to stay." After saying so, he let out a long sigh, seemingly talking to himself. "I thought Su Yan would be well taken care of here, but now it seems it's time to take her away. Such a filthy place will only tarnish her pure soul." Su Yan? This man actually knows Su Yan? And what did he just say? He actually wants to take Su Yan away. Is he still dreaming? Men really are unreasonable creatures. Many women looked at Yang Kai with strange eyes, wondering if this guy was another pitiful worm who had been captured by Su Yan's charm. Since Su Yan entered the sect, although she had only gone out a few times, her reputation had already spread throughout Scarlet Wave Star. Even the son of Brilliant Flame sect master, Wei Feng, was obsessed with Su Yan, let alone others. Over the years, countless people from powerful forces had come to Ice Heart Valley, hoping to have their young talents marry the dazzling Pearl Su Yan. Many of them were rising stars with real talent and aptitude, but without exception, they were all rejected by Ice Heart Valley. Su Yan was the future hope of Ice Heart Valley, so how could she be married off? Accompanied by a loud bang, the giant palm print was dissolved by an invisible force, but a figure strangely appeared from the void. Countless Outer Island masters looked up and immediately called out in shock, "Great Elder!" "Greetings, Great Elder!" Everyone came back to their senses and hurriedly bowed respectfully. The figure that appeared from the void was none other than Ice Heart Valley's Great Elder. Ran Yunting was wearing a light purple palace robe that gave her a luxurious appearance, and her aura was as deep and unfathomable as the sea, but at this moment, when she looked at Yang Kai, she was slightly surprised. She hadn't expected that Yang Kai would have discovered her existence long ago. She had thought that everything would go smoothly. Chapter 1645. Sure enough, it's you. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Ran Yunting also snorted as she looked down at Yang Kai condescendingly, as if she was looking down at an ant, her expression indifferent. "It looks like you really want to take my life." Yang Kai sneered, "You spent so much effort trying to lure me into action just for this moment, right?" When he noticed that Ran Yunting was nearby, Yang Kai immediately knew that everything that had happened today was not a coincidence, but a carefully planned trap. Today, regardless of whether Yang Kai came to find Xianxia or not, he would definitely be drawn here. That was why Bing Dai had deliberately shouted before arriving at Xianxia's secluded home in order to alarm Yang Kai, who was inside the loft. As long as he was alarmed by Bing Dai, Yang Kai would definitely take action. However, no one had expected that Yang Kai would also coincidentally be nearby. Repeatedly making things difficult for Xianxia, putting a false label on her, and even attacking her heavily, was all to lure Yang Kai into action. In the end, Bing Dai had disregarded the safety of her fellow disciples from the law enforcement hall and ordered them to kill Yang Kai for the same purpose. Everything was going according to plan. The mastermind behind all of this was undoubtedly Ran Yunting. As Ice Heart Valley's Great Elder, she held great power and was the only one who could mobilize the law enforcement hall. Xianxia was just an innocent pawn, and Ran Yunting's ultimate goal was Yang Kai. Great Elder. Xianxia looked at the high and mighty Ran Yunting. "Ungrateful thing, you are not qualified to call me." Ran Yunting coldly glanced at Xianxia and casually waved her hand, sending a bone-chilling wind towards Xianxia. Xianxia stood in place, unable to react in time. Yang Kai once again blocked in front of Xianxia and threw out a punch. Demonic flames burst forth, and the pitch-black flames collided with the ice-cold wind. The two of them countered each other, and in that instant, the cold and heat violently clashed, causing the space around them to seemingly collapse. Ran Yunting raised her brow and finally looked at Yang Kai seriously, secretly shocked by his strength. Although she didn't use her full strength in that attack and it looked like a casual attack, it still contained about 30% to 40% of her strength. However, Yang Kai only used a casual punch to dissolve her attack. Clearly, he still had energy left. "I didn't believe that you could kill Jianghu and Yan Qilei with your power. But now, it seems that it is true. You are very good." Ran Yunting nodded lightly and didn't show much emotion because of Yang Kai's performance, just casually giving a few words of praise. "However, this ends here. Daring to harm my Ice Heart Valley on my pure ice island, not putting my Ice Heart Valley in your eyes, you must die today." Ran Yunting's eyes suddenly turned cold as she stared at Yang Kai without the slightest emotion. "It is your honor to die at the hands of this elder." On the ice peak, countless women from Ice Heart Valley trembled as they stared at Ran Yunting in shock. Was Great Elder going to take action herself? What was the background of this young man? Why did the sect try so hard to find him before, but now Great Elder wanted to kill him? What kind of unknown grievance was there? Everyone was at a loss. They didn't know what was involved in this. However, it seemed that Great Elder had not taken action for a long time. It was rumored that the last time she fought was 10 years ago, but unfortunately, no one had seen it with their own eyes. All they knew was that the man she fought with had been turned into an ice sculpture. Now, however, Great Elder wanted to kill this young man on Pure Ice Island. For a time, countless Iceheart Valley disciples were looking forward to seeing the Great Elder display her divine might. They wanted to see just what kind of heaven-defying methods she possessed. Many people also gave Yang Kai sympathetic looks, thinking that this guy had provoked Great Elder and would likely be buried on Pure Ice Island today. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Kai Yang's originally cold and angry face suddenly calmed down. This strange change made everyone's heart jump, and a faint feeling of unease spread through their hearts. Immediately, Yang Kai bowed slightly to Ran Yunting. He actually bowed. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. None of the Iceheart Valley disciples understood what Yang Kai was doing. Facing Great Elder's monstrous murderous intent, he actually bowed to her. Was he afraid? Did this man know that he was not Great Elder's opponent, so he wanted to compromise and drag out an ignoble existence? Bing Dai sneered to the side as she stared at Yang Kai with eyes full of sarcasm and ridicule. She despised this kind of trash who bullied the weak and feared the strong from the bottom of her heart, not having the slightest bit of manliness. A man like him wanted to capture Su Yan's heart? It was simply a fantasy. It's too late to admit your wrongs now. Ran Yunting remained aloof, her expression unchanged as she spoke in an indifferent tone. You should know in your heart why this elder wants to kill you. If you really understand and want to help her, then take your own life. This elder doesn't want to be stained with your blood. After all, I will often see her in the future. As if this was her final act of charity to Yang Kai, Ran Yunting waited quietly after telling Yang Kai to kill himself. Yang Kai suddenly smiled, but his expression remained calm as he gently shook his head. I did not do anything wrong. Ran Yunting's expression darkened. Even now, you still insist on being stubborn? She is not someone you can match up to. She will eventually reach the peak of the martial Tao, and in the future, you will only be able to look up to her and grow further and further away from her. Rather than suffering in the future, it would be better for you to end your own life now. That way, she might be able to remember you for the rest of her life. The peak of cultivation is loneliness. Only those who can endure loneliness can have all the achievements. Could it be that you still can't see the future clearly? The one who cannot see the future is you. Yang Kai looked at Ran Yunting faintly. I bowed to you to thank you for your guidance and care for her all these years. After this bow, you and I are enemies. If you want to kill me, you will have to be prepared to be killed by me. Ran Yunting's pair of phoenix eyes flashed with a sharp light, making it difficult for anyone to look directly at her. All the women from Iceheart Valley could not help but avert their eyes. Yang Kai, however, remained indifferent, meeting her gaze without flinching. As for whether I can match up to her or not, that's not for you to decide. Who said that the peak of the martial Tao is loneliness? I will walk hand in hand with her and reach the peak of the supreme realm. Ignorant boy, it's useless to say more. Hand over your life. Ran Yunting seemed to be angered by Yang Kai's arrogant words and no longer bothered to talk nonsense with him, simply stretching out her hand and summoning a vortex in front of her. This vortex rotated rapidly, drawing in all the icy aura within a 10-kilometer radius and gradually condensing into an icicle several dozen meters long and 10 meters thick. At first glance, this icicle looked like a giant ice mountain that had been uprooted. The onlookers all exclaimed, dazzled for a moment. Great Elder's move was earth-shattering, causing all of their eyes to fill with awe and yearning. When would they be able to stand at the same height as Great Elder? However, everyone knew that this was just an unrealistic fantasy. In the sect, perhaps only Su Yan and a few other geniuses had such hope. As for everyone else, they were destined to be nothing more than foils for these geniuses. With many thoughts flashing across their minds, these women also used their movement skills to flee. None of them dared to linger in place. A battle at the level of Great Elder was extremely destructive, and if they remained in place, they would be caught up in it. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and sent Xianxia a few kilometers away before leaping up and meeting the ice spike head-on without batting an eyelid. Ran Yunting's eyes narrowed as she formed a series of seals with her hands and spat out a white mist from her mouth, pouring it into the icicle. A layer of light flashed and the icicle seemed to become even more destructive. Yang Kai's two fists burned with black flames as he pushed his Saint Chi to the limit. The moment before he collided with the huge icicle, he punched out fiercely. Asterisk hong hong hong, asterisk an earth-shattering sound rang out as the icicle disintegrated inch by inch. Yang Kai was like a ferocious beast swimming against the current, and wherever he passed, ice chips would fly in his wake. He was simply unstoppable, destroying all the giant ice spikes in his path and arriving in front of Ran Yunting. All this happened in the blink of an eye. I respect you as Su Yan's master and didn't want to embarrass you, but since you already have the heart to kill me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yang Kai's voice was cold as he stood 10 meters below Ran Yunting and punched out again. An inexplicable power burst forth along with his Saint Chi and space seemed to distort as small void cracks began to appear around Ran Yunting. The great elder of Ice Heart Valley was shocked and could not help calling out in alarm. At this moment, she felt as if her life was hanging by a thread, as if she did not use her full strength, she would die in the next moment. To be honest, Ran Yunting had never put Yang Kai in her heart. Although she had learned from 13th Elder Yu Xueqing that Yang Kai had killed Jiang Shi and Yen Chi Lei, Ran Yunting had not seen it with her own eyes. She secretly felt that even if Yang Kai was a rising star who could fight across realms, he was absolutely not her opponent. She had been famous for a long time and was a peak third-order origin returning realm cultivator, the strongest combat power below the origin king realm. But as soon as they started fighting, she felt a huge pressure coming from Kai Yang. This young man was like an unsheathed sword, his momentum monstrous and his aura monstrous, as if he was even stronger than her. Cold sweat dripping down her back, Ran Yunting's face changed drastically as she madly pushed her sure. With Ran Yunting as the center, the temperature within a 1,000-meter radius plummeted as feather-like snowflakes fell from the sky, each one containing a mysterious power. In this sure, Ran Yunting became the sole master, and the falling snowflakes became her strongest weapon, capable of killing any enemy enveloped by her sure. Even the void cracks were frozen. She stared at Yang Kai coldly as the murderous intent in her heart intensified. With a single thought, the falling snowflake seemed to come to life and flew towards Yang Kai to wrap around him. Chapter 1646. Little brat, your courage is commendable, but you are too bold for your own good. Repent your sins in hell, and if there is an afterlife, don't think about eating swan meat like a toad. There are some people you can't reach. Ran Yunting madly urged her sure as she shouted. Each of these crystal snowflakes contained Ran Yunting's comprehension of the martial Tao and heavenly way. Her sure, which was close to reaching the grand accomplishment stage, was only slightly weaker than her territory, making her invincible among all origin returning realm masters. Yang Kai's body was covered in snowflakes. His aura suddenly dropped, and a visible frost started to spread on his exposed body, freezing it. More snowflakes fell onto Yang Kai's body. It was as if all the ice in the world had been poured into Yang Kai's body. After 2 breaths of time, Kai Yang had been frozen into an ice sculpture, still maintaining his punching posture, his eyes glaring angrily as he stood in mid-air, his black hair still fluttering in the wind. He was like a work of art that had been carefully sculpted by a grandmaster. A few kilometers away, Xianxia, who had just stabilized herself, raised her head and after seeing this scene, she suddenly panicked and exclaimed, "Yang Kai." Her voice was filled with grief. Yang Kai had actually been defeated by Great Elder in one move. Was the gap in strength really too big? But if he really died here, then Su Yan, Xianxia almost didn't dare to think about it anymore, and for a moment, her entire body froze, her mind in chaos. At this moment, she would rather have been killed by the ice butterfly just now than see Yang Kai fall here because of this troublesome matter. Kill this traitor. Ran Yunting glared at Xianxia from a few kilometers away before ordering Bing Dai nearby, a look of disgust flashing across her eyes. After saying this, she no longer looked at Xianxia. It seemed that to her, Xianxia's life or death didn't matter at all. As long as she could make up for the flaws in Su Yan's mental state, she was willing to kill anyone who was related to Su Yan. Bing Dai had just been injured by Yang Kai, but her life wasn't in any danger, so she quickly recovered. Hearing these words, she rushed towards Xianxia without hesitation, her eyes flashing a cold light as she pushed her Saint Qi, condensing a thin layer of ice around her body as she glared at Xianxia indifferently. Let's see who can save you this time. While speaking, he had already arrived in front of Xianxia and struck out with his palm. Xianxia didn't move at all, she simply didn't pay attention to Bing Dai's killing move. She stared blankly at Yang Kai, who was frozen in mid-air, and the only thing left in her eyes was that ice sculpture. Her eyes were filled with grief, and her expression was desolate. Forget it, Yang Kai had died at the hands of the Great Elder, so he didn't have the face to see Su Yan again. Being buried here with Yang Kai wasn't a bad choice. On the road to the Yellow Springs, at least he would have someone he knew. Facing Bing Dai's sure-kill blow, Xianxia slowly closed her eyes, as if she was prepared to die. Bing Dai didn't hold back just because Xianxia didn't resist. For her, the orders of the Great Elder were absolute. The surrounding Ice Heart Valley disciples all exclaimed. None of them had expected that after so many twists and turns, Xianxia and that young man would still die. Many people's expressions dimmed as they revealed looks of pity. At this moment, in the world of ice and snow, a small head suddenly popped out in front of Xianxia. The small head had distinct edges and corners, as if it was carved out of stone. The two black bean-like eyes were extremely spirited, and there was a kind of spiritual light flickering in them. Immediately afterwards, this small head pulled up, like a radish being pulled out of a tree, revealing its entire form. In front of Xianxia, a strange creature less than a meter tall appeared. There was clearly no aura of life flowing out of its body, but from its nimble movements and intelligent eyes, it clearly had its own intelligence and spirituality. It was just like a puppet made of stone. This is... Bing Dai's brow furrowed as she stared suspiciously at the stone mongoose that had suddenly appeared in front of Xianxia, unable to wrap her head around what was happening. Then, she saw an incredible scene. This small stone mongoose actually leapt up and stood in front of Xianxia, brandishing one of its arms that was somewhat disproportionate to its body and clenching its fist to meet her attack. There were no energy fluctuations, but when this stone puppet's fist struck out, her own ice chi was like a chicken, unable to withstand a single blow, and was instantly broken. In the next moment, a force so great that it made Bing Dai feel despair struck her. Absolute strength conquers 10 techniques. Only when one's strength reached a certain level could they ignore all attacks and break all ice chi. Bing Dai was shocked. With a miserable cry, she was sent flying again, and this time, the injuries she suffered were even more severe than when Yang Kai attacked her. After falling to the ground, she fainted, her life or death unknown. Countless people heard the cracking sound of the bones in her arm breaking. Hiss, gasps could be heard from all directions. Bing Dai was from the Inner Island, a member of the Law Enforcement Hall, and a cultivator of the First Order Origin Returning Realm. What exactly is this thing that suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Xianxia? It was just a light punch, yet it was able to injure Bing Dai like this. Where did it come from? Even Xianxia herself was also confused. She lowered her head and looked at the hunched and charmingly naive stone mongoose in front of her, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. What is this? Standing in mid-air, Ran Yunting turned her gaze to the stone mongoose with a grave expression. Although she couldn't sense any life or energy fluctuations from the stone mongoose, this strange creature gave her a great sense of danger. It was a sense of danger that she wouldn't be a match for if she were to fight it alone. Her heart skipped a beat, and she subconsciously glanced at the frozen Yang Kai. With a single glance, Ran Yunting almost screamed. Yang Kai, who she thought was dead for sure, was actually grinning at her from inside the ice crystal, a smile full of sarcasm and mockery. The dignified Ice Heart Valley's great elder only has this much skill? To be honest, you are very disappointing. If this is all you have, Su Yan really isn't suitable to follow you. You are not qualified to continue teaching her. Yang Kai's voice came out from the ice crystal. Ran Yunting's face changed drastically, as if she had seen a ghost. Down below, the stone mongoose's two black eyes rolled, as if thinking of something, suddenly stretched out its hands and patted itself hard. Asterisk dang 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 dang, asterisk a huge tremor shook the nearby ice peaks, causing countless chunks of snow and icicles to fall. Amidst the loud noise, the stone mongoose's body suddenly grew in size, its originally less than a meter-tall body suddenly growing to a height of 6 meters. It then turned around, picked up Xianxia, who was looking up at Yang Kai with a look of pleasant surprise, and ran away as fast as it could. On the white snowy ground, only a trail of smoke was left, stretching far into the distance. It looked like a vicious mountain king who had come down the mountain to kidnap a woman he was satisfied with and could not wait to return to his stronghold. The women of Ice Heart Valley were all dumbfounded. Junior sister Xianxia was kidnapped by a stone man? But soon, they understood why the stone man was in such a hurry to leave. A horrifying aura suddenly filled the air. Yang Kai, who should have been frozen, was now exuding a shocking aura. The ice around his body emitted cracking sounds as cracks appeared one after another, as dense as a spider's web. The ice crystal was about to shatter. Ran Yunting paled in horror, and so did the women of Ice Heart Valley. They didn't dare to stay in the same place anymore, and they all ran extremely far away. Wishful thinking. Ran Yunting shouted fiercely as crystal snowflakes appeared again and shot towards Yang Kai, obviously trying to freeze him again. Break for me! Yang Kai shouted. Asterisk Walala, asterisk the ice crystal shattered and burst into powder that splashed into the void. Along with it, Ran Yunting's shirt also shattered. The snow that filled the sky suddenly disappeared and was replaced by countless void cracks. These void cracks were like tiny black snakes, causing those who looked at them to shudder. With Yang Kai as the center, these void cracks covered a radius of 3,000 meters. How is this possible? How is this possible? Ran Yunting stumbled back as she stared blankly at Yang Kai, unable to accept such a result. In a head-on confrontation with this young man, she had been utterly defeated. She was Ice Heart Valley's great elder, and her sure had reached the grand accomplishment stage. What ability did this young man have to be able to suppress his sure in all aspects? Moreover, this sure of his contained an extremely strange power. Not only did it fill the area enveloped by the sure field with countless spatial cracks, but it also affected his judgment. She couldn't see where Yang Kai was at all. Yang Kai's position was constantly fluctuating, the distance between them constantly changing. Space Force. Ran Yunting's face suddenly turned pale. Only the power of space could form so many spatial cracks, and only the power of space could affect his judgment of distance. How could this young man possess such a strange power? What's more, he had integrated this power into his sure. Ran Yunting really felt like she had seen a ghost this time. Die. Yang Kai's voice was cold, seemingly not showing any mercy just because she was Su Yan's honored master. Pushing his divine sense, the space around him suddenly solidified and the countless void cracks began to move towards Ran Yunting. You want me to die? Let's see if you have the ability. Ran Yunting roared like a crazy shrew, no longer possessing the dignity and bearing of a great elder. Suddenly taking out a token from her space ring, she poured her Saint Chi into it. The next moment, an incredible change occurred around them. Yang Kai's eyes shrank as he looked around and found that the surrounding ice and snow chi had increased to a terrifying degree. Moreover, this ice and snow chi seemed to have a faint connection with the token in Ran Yunting's hand. Below the ground, in the earth vein of pure ice island, world energy surged and radiated in all directions, emerging from the cracks in the ground and merging into the surrounding world. This world energy then flowed through the token into Ran Yunting's control. The ice chi gathered around Ran Yunting like a dragon, and after only 3 breaths of time, Yang Kai's shi was suppressed. No matter what, the two of them would have to bear the crime of failing to protect Su Yan, and Great Elder would definitely punish them. This woman really pisses me off. The other woman ground her teeth and cursed, "Senior Sister Zhou, what should we do now?" "Follow her." Zhou Yunxian stomped her foot and continued to chase. A burst of thunderous laughter resounded throughout Pure Ice Island as Yang Kai, who was wrapped in the power of the spirit array, swept through the air and shattered Ran Yunting's attacks. Ran Yunting's expression was ferocious as her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. This young man, just how monstrous was he? With just a second-order origin returning realm cultivation, he was actually able to suppress her while she was using a portion of the power of the pure ice grand array. She had thought that among all origin returning realm masters, she was already one of the best, and that few origin returning realm masters could compete with her, but today, she deeply understood that there was always a mountain beyond a mountain, and there was always someone stronger. This young man named Yang Kai was able to achieve this level now, so if he broke through to the third order, wouldn't he be able to compete with an ordinary origin king? When this thought appeared in Ran Yunting's mind, she was taken aback. While feeling frightened, she became even more determined to kill Yang Kai. If this boy did not die, Ice Heart Valley would definitely face great trouble in the future. Ice Heart Valley's great elder is only a so-so. Yang Kai shouted in a deep voice, not putting Ran Yunting in his eyes at all. Holding his sword in his left hand, he swept his right hand across the golden sword and shouted, "Go!" With a flash of golden light, the sharp sword wave instantly arrived in front of Ran Yunting, intending to pierce her in the next moment. No matter how Ran Yunting pushed the power of the pure ice grand array, she was unable to stop this golden light. For a moment, Ran Yunting's face went ashen as her eyes began to waver. Only now did she understand that Yang Kai bowing to her before was not because he was afraid of her, but rather because he wanted to end the fate between her and Su Yan. Now that their fate had come to an end, he could kill her without hesitation. Did she regret it? Of course not. Ran Yunting's eyes filled with determination again. Even if she died, she would not regret her decision. Su Yan would be the future pillar of Ice Heart Valley, and whether or not Ice Heart Valley could surpass Brilliant Flame's sect and become the most powerful force on Scarlet Wave Star would depend on Su Yan's ability. She might die, but killing Ice Heart Valley's great elder was not a trivial matter. Once the Supreme Elder blamed her, Yang Kai would not be able to survive. As long as Yang Kai died, Su Yan would be able to make up for the flaw in her heart and use her full strength. She would definitely bloom and shine brightly throughout Star's territory, and in the future, she would stand at the very top of Star's territory. What did this young man count for? No matter how amazing his talent was, he would eventually be left far behind by Su Yan. With death imminent, Ran Yunting remained motionless as she stared at Yang Kai with a strange grin on her face. At that moment, the power of the pure ice grand array suddenly soared. The power of the spirit array, which was originally unable to block the golden sword, now played an unimaginable role. The rich ice chi gathered together and formed a flawless ice wall in front of Ran Yunting. The golden sword pierced through the ice wall with a grinding sound as it approached Ran Yunting bit by bit. The ice wall seemed unable to stop the golden sword's advance. However, Yang Kai frowned and turned his head to the other side. Over there, Ice Heart Valley's Valley Master Bing Long had appeared at some point, holding a token in her hand that resonated with Ran Yunting's token, increasing the power of the pure ice grand array. Her face was dignified as sweat dripped from her forehead as she poured her Saint Chi into the token. More and more Ice Heart Valley elders appeared, all of them exclaiming as they took out their tokens. With the support of so many Ice Heart Valley elders, the power of the pure ice grand array grew even greater. In the end, the golden sword's advance was stopped only 3 inches away from Ran Yunting. The incomparably sharp sword Chi pierced Ran Yunting's forehead, causing a drop of bright red blood to seep out from between her eyebrows. It was incomparably dazzling. For a time, Bing Long and the many elders looked resentful, but none of them dared to say anything. Yang Kai stood inside the ice palace and watched the show with a smile, not showing the slightest awareness that he had been reduced to a prisoner. "May I ask why Chihua has come to my pure ice island this time?" Luo Li took a deep breath, calmed down her tumbling emotions, and asked cautiously. Chihua laughed loudly, his fiery red hair fluttering in the wind as he shook his head and said, "It's just a small matter, Luo Li, you don't need to be so nervous." He was very proud of himself. He had been fighting with Luo Li for so many years, and even when she was injured while cultivating, he had never been able to gain the upper hand, but now, he had finally tasted the joy of victory. Although it was like a fox exploiting a tiger's might, Chihua enjoyed this feeling very much. "Speak." Luo Li looked at him indifferently. Chihua chuckled meaningfully, "I came here this time to ask for someone from your sect." Chapter 1651. You want someone? Who do you want? Luo Li frowned. My Ice Heart Valley doesn't have anyone you need, Chihua. That's right, your noble sect really doesn't have anyone I need, but... Chihua paused for a moment before waving his hand behind him. Little beast, stand up and speak, after all, this is your business. Wei Feng smiled happily and quickly stepped out from behind Chihua, first bowing to Luo Hai, Luo Li, and the others before straightening his back. Just as he was about to speak though, he suddenly noticed a cold gaze staring at his face. This gaze was like a sharp sword that pierced straight into Wei Feng's heart, causing his face to go pale as he gulped. He couldn't even spit out a single word. Following along that gaze, Wei Feng saw Luo Li staring at him with a hostile expression, and her gaze was icy cold. Even though she didn't exert any strength, just this pure gaze caused Wei Feng to feel as if he'd fallen into an ice cellar. It was as if he'd fallen into a bottomless abyss, and the icy coldness in the surroundings intended to drown him. Wei Feng's legs and stomach trembled as he gurgled, his eyes filled with fear. Bing Long and the many elders' hearts clenched as they subconsciously glanced towards Su Yan. When Wei Feng stood out, they realized what Chihua was planning. For a moment, their hearts were filled with sorrow, and they felt very uncomfortable in their hearts. The son of Brilliant Flame sect master had been eyeing Su Yan for a long time. The fight that broke out a year ago was precisely because Brilliant Flame sect had used Su Yan as an excuse to force Ice Heart Valley to hand her over. The people of Iceheart Valley were very clear about Wei Feng's character. It could be said that if Wei Feng had not been born in a great sect like Brilliant Flame sect, and if he had not been the son of Wei Qing, he might not have been able to break through to the Saint King realm in his lifetime. Even though he had many unique advantages, relying on countless pills and saint crystals, he had only been able to push his cultivation to the origin returning realm. He couldn't even condense his own shi. He was perhaps the only origin returning realm cultivator in the entire star territory who did not have his own shi, enough to make him a laughingstock. Wei Feng's aptitude was simply unbearable. Compared to him, Su Yan was simply a heaven-defying beauty. The two of them should have never crossed paths. But one day, when Su Yan went out to gain experience and tempering, she was accidentally bumped into by Wei Feng, and he was immediately shocked by her beauty and intended to take her for himself. Brilliant Flame sect took this opportunity to make a big fuss. Wei Feng's character was indeed bad, but as the son of Wei Qing, his background was not low. Brilliant Flame sect believed that Wei Feng taking a liking to Su Yan was Su Yan's blessing, Jianghu bringing Wei Feng to Iceheart Valley this time and even asking him to stand up and speak was self-evident. However, this unbearably ugly fellow was so intimidated by a single glance from the Grand Elder that he almost fainted. He couldn't even speak properly. Jianghu's face was also extremely ugly. Wei Feng's appearance was simply a disgrace to Brilliant Flame sect, so in his annoyance, he sent out a kick that nearly knocked Wei Feng to the ground. Useless thing. With this old man backing you up, what are you afraid of? Speak your mind and let this old man see if you're still a man. Jianghu scolded loudly. As if angered by Jianghu's scolding, but also as if he had received Jianghu's guarantee, Wei Feng's courage grew greatly, his face turning red as he grit his teeth and pointed to Su Yan. I want this woman named Su Yan. All the elders of Iceheart Valley were furious. Ran Yunting's face sank. Right at this moment, a ball of subtle energy warped and wriggled amidst the energy that exploded, and it transformed into a sharp sword that suddenly shot out. Caught off guard, it shot into Wei Feng's left cheek and came out from his right cheek. Jianghu's face changed drastically. Luo Hai also raised his brow and glanced at Yang Kai in surprise. Luo Li's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly as she gently nodded. All three of them could see that it wasn't that Yang Kai had hidden some kind of secret energy in that Saint Chi palm, but rather that his control over his Saint Chi had reached a transcendent level. After it was scattered by Jianghu, he was able to quickly reorganize it and launch a lethal attack. This kind of attack was generally not very powerful, so even with Wei Feng's strength, it was easy for him to defend against it. However, Wei Feng's performance was so bad that he failed to notice it and was injured by it. Blood gushed out from both sides of his cheeks as Wei Feng finally noticed the severe pain. His cheeks felt like they were on fire as a hidden force penetrated his flesh through his wounds. He howled violently as he covered his cheeks with his hands, tears and mucus flowing down his face, making it impossible for anyone to look at him directly. The many elders of Iceheart Valley slowly shook their heads as obvious contempt and disgust appeared on their faces. Such a person actually dared to dream of obtaining Su Yan? Compared to him, Yang Kai was simply boundless. He and Su Yan were a true match made in heaven. Old Monster Jianghu's face alternated between blue and white as he stared at Yang Kai, a deep voice squeezing out from his throat like a mad beast, "Boy, you're dead." Wei Feng's cheek had been pierced right in front of him. This wasn't just a slap to Wei Feng's face. Jianghu's face had also been slapped, and Brilliant Flame sect's face had also been slapped. Old Monster Jianghu could no longer bear it. Like a dormant lion, an unimaginably terrifying aura roared from Jianghu's body, causing everyone from Iceheart Valley to pale. Yang Kai, however, remained calm as he looked at the red-haired old man indifferently, a sarcastic smile appearing on his face. Jianghu. Luo Hai frowned and shouted, "Let's get down to business." Naturally, he wouldn't let Jianghu kill Yang Kai. Chi Hua was using his power to pressure Ice Heart Valley, and Luo Hai was willing to turn a blind eye as long as Chi Hua didn't pursue Yang Kai's secrets. However, if Chi Hua wanted to attack Yang Kai, Luo Hai would not sit idly by. Before Yang Kai's secrets were discovered, no one could attack him. Hearing this, the aura in Chi Hua's body seemed to have been doused with a bucket of cold water and was instantly extinguished. He also seemed to react and just stared coldly at Yang Kai with an unkind expression. "Supreme Elder, please uphold justice for me. Kill him, kill him. Supreme Elder, please uphold justice for me." Wei Feng didn't have the slightest bit of eyesight as he howled miserably. Chi Hua took a deep breath as his chest heaved violently. Why did this old master bring such a thing to Ice Heart Valley? At this moment, he couldn't wait to slap Wei Feng into a bloody pulp. Chi Hua made up his mind that after returning from this trip, he would imprison Wei Feng in Brilliant Flame's sect and never let him out. Otherwise, wherever he went, he would lose face for Brilliant Flame's sect. For Brilliant Flame's sect to produce such a thing, it was simply a disgrace. "Shut up!" Chi Hua shouted softly. Wei Feng's howling came to an abrupt end as he didn't dare disobey Supreme Elder's wishes, but the piercing pain caused his expression to distort. Coupled with the bright red blood on his face, he looked like a terrifying ghost. Covering his cheek with his hand, Wei Feng's eyes flickered, not daring to look at anyone. In the end, he could only stare at the ground under his feet without saying a word. "Boy, you've got guts. Since Brother Luo Hai intends to shelter you, this old master won't bother with you. If you want to thank someone, thank Brother Luo Hai." Chi Hua said bitterly before looking up at Luo Li and saying, "This old master's purpose in coming here this time should be clear to you. This good-for-nothing junior has taken a fancy to this girl and hopes she can return to Brilliant Flame's sect with me." Chapter 1652. When he said this, Chi Hua's mouth twitched. Even he felt that Wei Feng was not worthy of Su Yan, that he wasn't even qualified to carry her shoes. However, this was indeed a good opportunity to strike a blow to Ice Heart Valley. As long as he could force Ice Heart Valley to compromise here, Brilliant Flame sect could gain the upper hand in future battles. Most importantly, he could use this opportunity to attack Luo Li's state of mind and create a flaw in it. If this matter were to succeed, it would become a heart demon for Luo Li in the future, making it impossible for her cultivation to progress. As for Chi Hua, he could take a step forward in his cultivation, and in the future, Scarlet Wave Star would definitely belong to Brilliant Flame sect. As soon as Chi Hua's words fell, Ran Yunting took a step forward and coldly declared, "Wishful thinking. Su Yan is a core disciple of my Ice Heart Valley, how could she possibly marry an outsider? She will only stay in Ice Heart Valley for the rest of her life." Chi Hua grinned wickedly as he looked at Ran Yunting and said, "If this old master is not mistaken, she should be cultivating your Ice Heart Valley's Ice Jade secret art, right? So what?" Ran Yunting didn't know what he was thinking. If that's the case, then it's easy to handle. This old master can see that her Ice Heart Valley has been affected by the backlash of her secret art. And, in her current situation, I'm afraid it won't be long before her cultivation disappears and she becomes an ordinary person. At that time, what use would she be to your Ice Heart Valley? Ran Yunting's face changed slightly as she secretly thought that old monster Chi Hua's eyesight was quite astute. Su Yan's situation was very well hidden, and only her master was able to detect it, but Chi Hua had already noticed it the first time they met. For a time, Ran Yunting's face became extremely gloomy as she glanced over at Su Yan, the disappointment in her eyes obvious. However, Su Yan turned a blind eye to this and didn't even show any change in her expression, just standing there with a happy smile on her face, snuggling up to Yang Kai. It seemed that for her, cultivation and strength were nothing more than floating clouds. As long as she could be with Yang Kai, even death was worth it. Ran Yunting was even more disappointed. Su Yan. Yang Kai was stunned as he stared at the beautiful woman standing beside him, her pair of beautiful eyes staring at him. Quickly releasing his divine sense to investigate Su Yan's body, Yang Kai finally noticed something wrong. The aura in Su Yan's body was indeed somewhat unstable, obviously a sign of backlash from the secret art she was cultivating. This kind of situation could be considered minor for the time being, but as time passed, it would definitely become more and more serious. It doesn't matter, Su Yan smiled gently, her expression tranquil, not the slightest bit worried about her fate. I will find a way to resolve it for you. Yang Kai took a deep breath, looked at her with a serious expression, and promised. If you kill yourself, you can resolve this difficulty in front of her. Ran Yunting shouted at Yang Kai angrily. Master, please don't say such things. The smile on Su Yan's face slowly converged as her brow furrowed, her expression becoming serious. If junior brother dies, I won't live alone. Ran Yunting's jaw dropped as she stared at Su Yan in a daze, a look of astonishment filling her face. This was the first time Su Yan had spoken to her with such an attitude, causing Ran Yunting to be greatly shocked. For a long time now, Su Yan had always been obedient to her. No matter what she wanted her to do, this disciple of hers would always accomplish it 100 times over, making her extremely satisfied and highly valued. But today, she had contradicted her. It seemed that her honored master, who had painstakingly taught her and had great expectations for her, was not as important as a little brat in her heart. Ran Yunting sneered, her expression cold as she stared deeply at Yang Kai and said in a low tone, Boy, you have wronged Su Yan. Even if you die, you will not be able to redeem your sins. After saying so, she stepped back again and closed her eyes, as if she did not want to get involved in what was about to happen. Whether I have wronged senior sister or not is not up to you to decide. Who do you think you are? Yang Kai coldly snorted. Good, let's stop this farce. Chi Hua stood up and stared at Luo Li with a pair of blazing eyes. This old master has explained his intentions. Luo Li, it's time for you to make a choice. Hand over that person and this old master will withdraw. If you don't, there was an obvious threat in his words. The faces of the many elders from Ice Heart Valley changed drastically. Luo Li looked at Chi Hua faintly before turning to Luo Hai and asking, Is this Master Luo Hai's intention? She understood better than anyone that Chi Hua daring to come to Pure Ice Island in such a high-profile manner and demanding the best disciple in Ice Heart Valley was because of Luo Hai's support. Without Luo Hai, Chi Hua would not even dare to set foot within 1,000 kilometers of Pure Ice Island. Luo Hai smiled when he heard this and said gently, Junior sister Luo Li's words are unreasonable. This is a matter between your Ice Heart Valley and Chi Hua's Brilliant Flame sect. This king just happened to be here to join in the fun. Changing the subject, Luo Hai continued, however, this king thinks that Chi Hua is right. This disciple named Su Yan's aptitude is indeed good, but since she has suffered a backlash from the Ice Jade's secret art, I'm afraid it will be difficult for her to achieve anything in the future. It would be better for her to marry Wei Feng and your two sects can become in-laws, resolving the grievances between your two sects and living in harmony in the future. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Hearing what he said, Luo Li's face sank slightly, knowing that Luo Hai was standing on Brilliant Flame sect's side. As for becoming in-laws and resolving the grievances between the two sects, that was simply a fantasy. The two sects had been fighting on Scarlet Wave Star for thousands of years, so the grievances between them could be said to be a blood feud that was impossible to resolve. In this world, as long as Brilliant Flame sect existed, there would be no Ice Heart Valley, and as long as Ice Heart Valley existed, there would be no Brilliant Flame sect. The two sects would fight each other forever. I understand, Luo Li gently nodded before closing her watery eyes, apparently falling into a difficult decision. No one disturbed her as the elders of Ice Heart Valley all looked at Luo Li, wondering what kind of answer she would give. Luo Hai's face was calm as he quietly sipped his tea. Chi Hua, on the other hand, had a smug look on his face as he laughed heartily. Between the sect and her disciple, it was self-evident which was more important. Closing her eyes, Luoli refused to look at Su Yan. Good. Qi Huo laughed. After so many years, he had finally completely suppressed Luoli and forced her to admit defeat in front of him. Although he had done so with the help of Luo Hai's prestige, this result was what Qi Huo wanted to see the most. Chapter 1654. Is this mine? Su Yan raised her head and stared at the huge ice phoenix phantom. As if sensing her gaze, the ice phoenix, which should have been unconscious, actually lowered its head and stared at Su Yan with its noble eyes, its gaze filled with kindness and approval. Everyone was stunned. With the power of the ice phoenix source, Su Yan felt relaxed, and the backlash from the ice jade secret art she had suffered in the past few days was instantly resolved, allowing her entire body and mind to relax. The white phantom floating above her head was like the blood flowing out of her body. It was a part of her. It became more and more crystal clear, and her neck shone with a porcelain-like radiance. At this moment, Su Yan's charm had suddenly increased by several levels, enough to make all living beings fall for her. Even masters like Qi Huo and Luo Hai could not help being momentarily dazzled by Su Yan's dazzling radiance. Yes, I brought it from Tongxian realm, Yang Kai nodded. The senior sister and junior brother pair talked as if there was no one else around, neither of them worried about the current situation. I feel something. Su Yan took a soft breath, closed her beautiful eyes, and resonated strangely with the ice phoenix phantom in her mind. The ice phoenix cried out happily, each cry containing infinite power. The ice chi of all of Pure Ice Island was mobilized by this cry and gathered into Su Yan's body, allowing her to absorb it without any hindrance. Su Yan's aura grew at a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye. She was originally at the peak of the First Order returning realm, and if Yang Kai had not appeared, she would have been preparing to break through to the Second Order in the near future. However, because of the backlash from the Ice Jade's secret art, her cultivation had fallen instead of rising. Now, her cultivation had risen again. Peak of the First Order, Second Order, peak of the Second Order, all the way, Su Yan broke through to the peak of the Second Order in a very short time before she seemed to have encountered some kind of interference and stagnated. This kind of interference came from Yang Kai. At this moment, the two of them had formed a strange state of unity. Yang Kai's cultivation was only at the peak of the Second Order, so Su Yan could not improve any further, otherwise, the balance between their Saint Qi would be broken. However, anyone could see that she still had strength to spare. She had the ability to break through to the Third Order. Everyone was shocked. No one had ever been able to break through so quickly without any hidden dangers. This was simply not something that could be done by chance. This was simply a miracle. Yang Kai smiled gently, as if all of this was within his expectations. The dragon's roars and phoenix cries rang out again, the golden dragon and white ice phoenix phantom suddenly distorted, fell from the sky, and disappeared. They poured into Yang Kai and Su Yan's bodies. Yang Kai, Yang Kai, Yang Kai, Yang Kai, Yang Kai. Yang Kai, Yang Kai, Yang Kai, Yang Kai, Yang Kai, Yang Kai, Yang, and Yang with Yang and Yang days. Luo Hai's eyes were a bit frightening as they flashed brilliantly as he stared at Yang Kai without blinking, slowly walking down from his seat. Every time he took a step, Pure Ice Island seemed to shake, as if it came from the depths of the earth itself, shaking everyone's soul. With every step Luo Hai took, his aura also increased. Yang Kai and Su Yan's golden Yang Qi field was unable to suppress Luo Hai. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he looked at the approaching enemy with a smile. If this is your trump card, then this king advises you to give up. Your strength is truly amazing, enough to make you invincible under the Origin King realm. Even an ordinary Origin King wouldn't be able to do anything to you. As soon as this statement came out, both Qi Hua and Luo Li frowned. Whether they were willing to admit it or not, Luo Hai was telling the truth. No matter which of the two of them faced Yang Kai and Su Yan here, they felt a sense of urgency, as if they were to fight against these two, even if they won in the end, they would have to pay a huge price. This was an extremely inconceivable fact. The Origin King realm already stood at the peak of this world, and any Origin King was strong enough to sweep away all Origin realm cultivators. Even if hundreds or thousands of them came together, they would not be able to touch an Origin King. Yang Kai's senior sister and junior brother being able to exchange blows with an ordinary Origin King with their own strength was already the limit of human imagination. Of all the people present, only Luo Hai was qualified to ignore the current Yang Kai and Su Yan. Boy, if you come with me obediently, this king promises not to kill you. Luo Hai stared at Yang Kai coldly, almost tearing off all pretense of cordiality, no longer maintaining his previous benevolent appearance. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin, Luo Hai. I have no grievances with you, but you've been forcing me all this time. Fine, I'll kill you today to avoid future troubles, Yang Kai shouted. Kill me? Luo Hai seemed to have heard a funny joke and laughed. It seems your self-confidence is off the charts. Do you think you can kill me like this? This king will show you what a true Origin King realm master is. As soon as these words fell, a strange force spread out and wrapped around Yang Kai and Su Yan. Territory domain. A Star Master level territory domain. Suddenly, the ground began to crack. Where the ice palace was originally located, cracks began to appear. The power of the force field seemed to be able to make the sky and the earth collapse. Brother Luo Hai, this old master will help you. Qi Hua shouted as he released his own territory domain to put pressure on Yang Kai and Su Yan. Luo Hai glanced at him but did not say anything. He naturally knew what Qi Hua was planning. Qi Hua didn't want to monopolize all the benefits, so he decided to help in an attempt to get a share of the pie. Luo Hai was happy to see this. All he wanted was the secrets of Yang Kai. As for that little girl named Su Yan. Although her ice phoenix source was extraordinary, it was not compatible with his Dao, so it was useless to him. As soon as the territory domains of the two Origin Kings appeared, the faces of the many elders from Iceheart Valley changed. Luo Li hurriedly released her own territory domain to offset the pressure on everyone while shouting, "All of you leave." If they didn't leave now, these elders would all be injured. Bing Long, Ran Yunting, and the others didn't say a word as they quickly used their movement skills to leave the place, leaping 1,000 meters into the air before looking down in shock. Only Luo Li remained behind with a complicated look on her face, but she had no intention of intervening. A soft sigh came from her mouth as she stared at Yang Kai and Su Yan with eyes full of regret. Senior sister, are you ready? Even with the territory domains of the two Origin Kings, Yang Kai remained calm. After his experience in the blood prison, he had become accustomed to this kind of intense territory domain interference. This kind of territory domain could not overwhelm him, and as long as he didn't fall, Su Yan would be fine. I'm ready. Su Yan nodded. The two of them had a tacit understanding, so there was no need for Yang Kai to explain anything. With just a thought, Su Yan understood what he was going to do. If you're ready, then let's begin. Yang Kai grinned, turned his head, and stared at Luo Hai coldly as he declared, Luo Hai, today is the day you die. As soon as these words fell, a strange token suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's palm. The token was pitch black in color. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it didn't look remarkable at all. However, the moment this token appeared, Luo Hai's brow rose as a feeling of dread filled his heart. This is... Luo Hai stared at this token in amazement before finally reacting. Emperor pressure. A Star Emperor token? The token exuded a faint, almost imperceptible aura, but it was this aura that caused Luo Hai's complexion to change. The Emperor character on this token finally allowed Luo Hai to understand what Yang Kai's ultimate trump card was. It was actually a Star Emperor token. What's more, it was an unsealed Star Emperor token. It was rumored that the great emperors of Star Field had left behind an unbreakable legend in the Star Territory. However, the Star Emperor tokens personally made by them had been passed down. There were a total of 9 Star Emperor tokens, each of which was sealed with the divine technique of the great emperors. This divine technique was enough to instantly kill an Origin King, a level that no master in the Star Territory could reach. For an ordinary cultivator, a Star Emperor token was just a legend, and it was impossible to determine whether it even existed. However, a master at Luo Hai's level knew that Star Emperor tokens did exist. The famous Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce in the Star Territory possessed one, but this Star Emperor token had been unsealed and no longer contained the divine technique of the great emperors, leaving behind only a trace of Emperor pressure. If an Origin King realm master carried a Star Emperor token and comprehended the Emperor pressure within it for many years, it would increase their chances of comprehending the Heavenly Way and martial Tao. As such, he recognized the token in Yang Kai's hand at a glance and instantly felt uneasy. Not good. Luo Hai was shocked and exclaimed, "Brother Qihua, kill them quickly, we must not allow them to unseal the Star Emperor token." Qihua trembled as a trace of determination and ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. Biting the tip of his tongue, he spat out a mouthful of blood essence that transformed into a raging inferno that enveloped Yang Kai and Su Yan. Qihua was also a ruthless man and knew that indecisiveness would only lead to chaos, so he had overdrawn his blood essence as soon as he attacked in order to kill Yang Kai and Su Yan as quickly as possible. Otherwise, once the Star Emperor token was unsealed, he would definitely not be their opponent. The legend of the great emperors was simply too terrifying, a myth that no one could break. At the same time as Qihua attacked, Luo Hai also took action, summoning a long sword-like artifact. This long sword surface shone like moonlight and exuded the aura of an Origin King grade artifact. Qihua, a first-order Origin King, was unable to resist a single blow from Yang Kai and Su Yan, who had used their Star Emperor tokens, and was instantly killed. Such combat power was something even a third-order Origin King might not necessarily possess. Luo Li's tender body trembled as a trace of horror flashed across the depths of her beautiful eyes, but more than that, she was filled with regret. She could understand Qihua's mood just before he died, and she also knew what Qihua's last words meant. Qihua was filled with regret, but how could she not be? If she had known the situation would develop like this, how could she have turned a blind eye to today's events? If she had known things would turn out like this, she would have risked her life to protect Yang Kai and Su Yan. Luo Li let out a long sigh. Ice Heart Valley was doomed to never rise again. A heaven-sent opportunity had been placed right in front of her, but she had turned a blind eye to it and pushed it away. What was the point of feeling regret now? She could only hope that this young man would remember that Ice Heart Valley was Su Yan's master and would not attack Ice Heart Valley after solving the current problem. If he did, Ice Heart Valley would undoubtedly be destroyed today. Ha, ha ha ha. A burst of crazy laughter suddenly came from the side, causing Luo Li to frown and see Ran Yunting laughing towards the sky. However, the expression on her face and her laughter were filled with endless bitterness and regret. From the moment she decided to give up on Su Yan, from the moment Su Yan called her honored master for the last time, she was destined to spend the rest of her life in regret. Luo Hai, it's your turn. Yang Kai's voice came out from the mass of light again as a murderous intent enveloped Luo Hai. Luo Hai's face changed drastically as he found that he had still underestimated the terrifying power of the Star Emperor token. Chi Hua had been killed in a single blow in front of him, a feat even he could not accomplish. In other words, he was not this young man's opponent. Star Force, come. Luo Hai's expression changed several times before he gave up on compromising and suddenly shouted. He knew that even if he negotiated with Yang Kai, it would be useless. He knew too many of the latter's secrets, so it was impossible to negotiate. What's more, Yang Kai had used the Star Emperor token, so how could he give up without killing him? Instead of humiliating himself, it was better to fight desperately. Somewhere in the distant territory of the Star Emperor, Green Mountain Star flickered and a massive amount of star's power crossed the barrier of space, shot towards Scarlet Wave Star, and poured into Luo Hai's body. Luo Hai's aura soared as his second-order origin King Cultivation soared to the peak in a very short time, almost on par with a third-order master. Then, without looking back, he fled into the distance. Using the power of his star's source just to escape, he did not even have the courage to face Yang Kai and Su Yan head-on. You think you can run away? Yang Kai laughed as the mass of light flickered and space force surged, instantly arriving in front of Luo Hai. From this mass of light, a terrifying force burst forth and attacked Luo Hai head-on. Luo Hai was shocked and quickly flicked the Origin King Grade artifact in his hand, sending out a sword wave that seemed capable of cutting through the world. A silent collision occurred, causing space to collapse and the sword wave to be swallowed up, but the power from the mass of light forced Luo Hai back a few thousand meters as his face paled slightly. In just a single exchange, he had suffered a small loss. Stabilizing his figure, Luo Hai took advantage of the recoil to continue fleeing towards the star territory. The mass of light where Yang Kai and Su Yan were did not give up and flickered again before strangely reappearing in front of Luo Hai. The thousands of cultivators all raised their heads and looked at the crack that was gradually increasing in size. Everyone was dumbfounded, and their hearts were filled with anxiety. Everyone can rest assured, Master Luo Hai is connected to Green Mountain Star's destiny, so even if he encounters danger, he will definitely be able to turn it into a blessing and return safely. There is no need to panic. Yes, how could a character like Master Luo Hai fall so easily? There's no need to make a fuss, someone immediately chimed in, obviously worshipping Luo Hai to the extreme. But as soon as this person's voice fell, a crashing sound came from the huge humanoid statue. Immediately afterwards, the towering statue broke apart and shattered into pieces. Boulders fell from the sky and mercilessly smashed into the ground. The nearby cultivators were all dumbfounded, their eyes trembling as they hurriedly used their movement skills to flee. Hong long long, the statue collapsed, causing the square to shake violently and sending up a cloud of dust. At the same time, all of Green Mountain Star seemed to shake, and some of the stronger cultivators could clearly feel that the world energy aura of Green Mountain Star seemed to have weakened. Master Luo Hai fell? On the square, the thousands of cultivators with different cultivation bases immediately realized what had happened after a brief moment of silence and astonishment. This statue was closely connected to Luo Hai himself and the star source of Green Mountain Star, so the statue being destroyed was the only explanation. Luo Hai was dead. Everyone could hardly believe it. How could such a powerful cultivator like Luo Hai die? Who did it? Which bastard did it? If I find out, I'll tear him to pieces. Someone roared angrily, his face twisted. The one who killed Master Luo Hai is the public enemy of my Green Mountain Star. Everyone who sees him must kill him. Everyone must kill him. On the square, countless cultivators roared with righteous indignation. Luo Hai might have nothing to do with them, and perhaps they had never even seen his face, but Luo Hai was the Star Master of Green Mountain Star. The fall of a Star Master would affect Green Mountain Star, and the loss of its Yuan Qi would not be restored in a short time unless another Origin King came to Green Mountain Star to refine its star source. In other words, the fall of Luo Hai had caused a certain degree of loss to all of Green Mountain Star. The one who killed Luo Hai naturally became their enemy. While the cultivator roared, many people's expressions changed as they took out communication artifacts and poured their divine senses into them, spreading this shocking news to their friends, family, and sect elders. A day later, everyone on Green Mountain Star knew that Star Master Luo Hai had fallen. A month later, this news spread throughout the entire Star Territory. The entire Star Territory was shaken. There were many different opinions about Luo Hai's death. Some said that it was one of the old monsters who had not appeared in the world who killed Luo Hai, while others said that Luo Hai had wandered into some dangerous place and failed to escape. As for how he died and who killed him, no one knew for the time being. However, this was undoubtedly explosive news. There were not many Origin Kings in the entire Star Territory, and the death of any one of them could cause a sensation. What's more, the one who died this time was the Star Master of Green Mountain Star, Luo Hai, a second-order Origin King. The news quickly spread to Scarlet Wave Star, and Ice Heart Valley's Supreme Elder Luoli ordered that no one on the island should reveal what happened that day, or else she would personally clean up the sect. To be honest, what happened that day was only known to the dozen or so elders of Ice Heart Valley. When this queen tried to approach, she was beaten back by that stone mongoose puppet, Bing Long explained with a trace of lingering fear in her eyes. Bing Long explained with a wry smile, a look of lingering fear on her face, if Xianxia hadn't stopped it in time, this queen might have been injured. That stone mongoose puppet is so powerful? Ran Yunting's face changed drastically. She had seen the stone mongoose puppet before. When she had ordered Bing Dai to kill Xianxia, it had been the stone mongoose puppet that had protected her, but at that time, all her attention had been on Yang Kai and Su Yan, so she hadn't paid much attention to this strange creature. Now that Bing Long mentioned it, she realized just how extraordinary the stone mongoose puppet was. In a head-on confrontation, I am definitely not its opponent, Bing Long said solemnly. A series of gasps rang out. Bing Long was Ice Heart Valley's #1 Origin returning Realm Master, one of the top masters on Scarlet Wave Star, but even she was not its opponent. Didn't this mean the stone mongoose puppet had strength close to the Origin King realm? What kind of existence was it? Everyone turned their eyes to Luo Li, expecting her to explain. Don't look at me like that, I don't know the origin of that stone mongoose puppet. Perhaps it is a puppet that has survived from ancient times, or perhaps it is some kind of strange creature. Even Supreme Elder doesn't know? Everyone was shocked. In their understanding, Supreme Elder was almost omnipotent, but today, that understanding was shattered. And the root of all this was Yang Kai. That girl named Xianxia is still grateful to Ice Heart Valley, otherwise, she would not have prevented the stone mongoose puppet from attacking Bing Long. Don't disturb her, just order people to take good care of her. Yang Kai and Su Yan will come here again and take her away. Yes. Bing Long nodded respectfully. Next time he comes, make sure you don't act rudely. Luo Li left these words before suddenly disappearing. All the elders looked at each other before dispersing, leaving only Ran Yunting behind, a look of endless regret on her face. Inside the sealed world bead, in the loft where Xia Ning Chang had lived before, Yang Kai and Su Yan sat cross-legged opposite each other, their palms pressed together. The Saint Qi in the two's bodies blended together and an inexplicable aura filled the air around them. Both of their faces were slightly pale. The battle with Luo Hai seemed simple and easy, but in order to use such terrifying strength, both Yang Kai and Su Yan had paid a huge price. As such, after the battle, Yang Kai immediately left Ice Heart Valley, not even bothering with Xianxia, to find a place to heal in peace. To some extent, Luo Li's vision was quite sharp. Fortunately, this time he had used the Star Emperor token with Su Yan, so even though the price he had to pay was huge, it was not unbearable for the two of them. Yang Kai felt quite lucky. This time, Dong Su-ju suppressed emotions finally broke out and she burst into tears, tears streaming down her face like a broken string of pearls. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many masters from the human, demon, and monster clans present, she probably would have rushed up and hugged her precious son in her arms and doted on him. Smelly brat. Fourth Master Yang was about to die from anger, and he glared at Yang Kai. "What are you yelling for? What are you yelling for?" Dong Suju pounded Fourth Master Yang's iron-like body with her small fists. "Why are you yelling at my son?" Fourth Master Yang's face darkened. He thought to himself, "Your son is my son, isn't it? I won't lose anything by yelling at him. What a mess. Feeling extremely depressed in my heart, I could only stand in place obediently and let Dong Su-ju pummel me as she pleased, not moving an inch. Chapter 1659. Seeing his calm appearance, Luo Li nodded secretly before reaching out and pouring a cup of tea for Yang Kai, saying, "Try this Queen's Snow Peak stamen." The clear tea trickled out and a delicate fragrance wafted towards Yang Kai. Kai Yang's expression changed. Lifting the teacup to his nose, he sniffed it a few times, his face revealing an intoxicated expression. Soon after, he tilted his head back and drank the entire cup of tea. Even a leaf was bitten into his mouth, constantly chewing on it. Luo Li was slightly startled but immediately smiled and said, "Young man Yang, it seems you haven't dabbled much in the way of tea." "I haven't studied it." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, "I've been so busy these past few years that I haven't had the time or inclination to study such things." "That's only natural. Young man is so young yet already possesses such a shocking cultivation. Naturally, you're a hard-working person. Senior is too kind, but although this junior doesn't dabble much in the way of tea, he can still taste that this tea has the effect of purifying one's mind and suppressing one's desires. Senior giving me this tea as soon as you arrived, what are you worried about?" Yang Kai smiled faintly. Luo Li sighed faintly, "Young man Yang, why ask a question you already know the answer to?" Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he said, "Little brat, I won't beat around the bush. Ice Heart Valley's attitude and actions really made me angry. For a moment, I even wanted to destroy Ice Heart Valley." Luo Li's expression remained unchanged as she stared quietly at Yang Kai, waiting for him to continue. "But now that I think about it, it was just a hot-blooded impulse at the time. In fact, there was no need to do so. Moreover, even if I really wanted to do so, Su Yan would not have agreed." Hearing Yang Kai mention Su Yan, a trace of sadness flashed across Luo Li's face. "Su Yan is a good child. I have taught her several times and her comprehension, aptitude, and temperament are all excellent. If not for today's incident, Su Yan would have become the pillar of my Ice Heart Valley and led it to a new height of glory. Unfortunately, there are no ifs." Yang Kai smiled coldly. This time, it was Ice Heart Valley's fault, and it was Luo Li's fault. "Young man, Master Yang, for being magnanimous enough to let bygones be bygones, Luo Li sincerely thanks you." Saying so, Luoli got up and bowed to Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned, but his expression eased as he thought for a moment and said, "Senior is too serious. Senior is an Origin King Realm Master while this Junior is just a third-order Origin returning Realm Cultivator. Senior is too polite." Luoli shook her head. "I would rather bully the old than bully the young. I am old, but the young man still has a bright future ahead of him. Although I am a little short-sighted, I know that the young man's future will be bright." Yang Kai laughed. "Thank you for your kind words, Senior." After laughing for a moment, Yang Kai said solemnly, "Since Senior wishes to be so frank, this Junior will tell Senior the truth. From now on, Su Yan and Xianxia are no longer part of Ice Heart Valley, and I will no longer pursue all of Ice Heart Valley's previous actions." A faint sadness flashed across Luo Li's face as she nodded lightly, "Good. It is my Ice Heart Valley's fault for not having the blessings and opportunities. It's good that Senior thinks so." Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. Luo Li was quite easy to talk to. Although Yang Kai had come here mainly to take Xianxia away, he also intended to meet with Ice Heart Valley's Supreme Elder and draw a clear line between Su Yan and Ice Heart Valley. After all, Ice Heart Valley had raised and taught Su Yan and Xianxia for more than 30 years, so their contributions were enormous. After all, this was a huge sect with 10,000 years of inheritance, so it should have some kind of heritage. However, what if I can restore Senior to her peak, remove all the hidden injuries and hidden dangers, and with my assistance? Yang Kai suddenly smiled strangely. "What?" Luo Li was startled and frowned. "You mean you can restore me to my peak?" But with my injuries, ordinary pills are useless. Only Origin King Grade Spirit pills will have an effect, and they must be specific Origin King Grade Spirit pills." Saying so, Luo Li seemed to realize something and her expression changed drastically as she exclaimed, "Could it be that this young man is also an Origin King Grade alchemist?" Yang Kai smiled but did not say anything, appearing enigmatic as he said, "Whether or not that is the case, Senior should wait and see. I need these materials, and with Ice Heart Valley's heritage, they should be able to provide them. Senior, please listen carefully." Yang Kai listed a list of herbs, all of which were Origin King Grade. Luo Li was completely dumbfounded. While memorizing these names carefully, she stared at Yang Kai with a strange look, her tender body trembling uncontrollably. All signs indicated that this young man really was an Origin King Grade alchemist, and at the very least, he had an Origin King Grade alchemist behind him. Otherwise, why would he need so many herbs? Luo Li's heart was filled with stormy waves that she was unable to calm down for a long time. Origin King Grade alchemists were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns in the entire star field, the number of which could be counted on one hand. All of these alchemists were famous existences, and even a peak third-order Origin King would have to treat them with respect, not daring to show the slightest neglect. They were the true nobles of star territory. If this young man in front of her was really an Origin King Grade alchemist, Ice Heart Valley's loss this time would be huge. At the thought of this, Luo Li's vision darkened and she almost fainted. Fortunately, her mental fortitude was quite good, so she managed to suppress the shock in her heart and maintain her consciousness. These materials shouldn't be difficult to find, right? Yang Kai looked at Luo Li. "I'll send someone to the storehouse to check. The materials that young hero mentioned should be in stock in the storehouse." "Good, I also need a secret room. This queen will arrange it." Luo Li nodded immediately. "Good, in 3 days, I will come back here again. Senior, please wait and see." Yang Kai stood up. "Young man Yang." Luo Li also got up and called out. "Is there something else, Senior? I want to ask, why did you deliberately try to destroy Brilliant Flame sect? Although Wei Feng insulted Su Yan, he is already dead. Besides that, Brilliant Flame sect doesn't seem to have provoked young man, right?" You can't be doing all this to help our Ice Heart Valley. Who said they didn't provoke me? Yang Kai snorted, they have provoked me several times, but of course, that is not the main reason. I want to deal with Brilliant Flame sect because I want their heavenly thunder fire. Luo Li's face changed as she whispered, young man's appetite is quite big. The heavenly thunder fire is the foundation of Brilliant Flame sect and is rumored to have gained sentience. The reason why this queen does not dare to intrude into Brilliant Flame sect is because of this heavenly thunder fire. Is that so? That's great, for Senior to be so wary of this heavenly thunder fire, it seems to be quite extraordinary. I must obtain it. Yang Kai laughed happily. You. Luo Li stared at Yang Kai in amazement, thinking that this person was really a madman. Even she was afraid of the heavenly thunder fire, yet he wasn't the slightest bit afraid. What kind of confidence did he have? Hopefully, he isn't someone with high ambitions. Luo Li prayed secretly in her heart. Her expression changed a few times as Luo Li seemed to have made a major decision and said again, young man Yang, if there is a chance, can you let Su Yan come see this queen again? This queen has something to discuss with her. Kai Yang looked at her seriously. After a while, he nodded and said, good, I'll have Su Yan come to see you tonight. I'll take my leave now. Many thanks, young man, Luo Li nodded gently. Yang Kai descended Pure Ice Peak and Xianxia, who had been waiting for him at the foot of the peak, couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief when she saw him return safely. Bing Long apparently received a message from Luo Li and immediately greeted him, young Master Yang, please come with me. Many thanks. A short time later, Yang Kai was arranged to stay in a loft on the inner island and the herbs he had requested before were gathered in just half an hour and delivered to him by Bing Long. If they had not done so at that time and instead risked their lives to protect Su Yan, how much better would it have been? That way, they could have established a relationship with Yang Kai. An Origin King grade alchemist, how noble was that? Inside the loft, Yang Kai closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. Refining the Origin King grade spirit pill this time had given him some insights, and Luo Li also needed some time to refine the medicinal efficacies of the pill to heal her injuries and repair her mental trauma, so Yang Kai could rest assured and boldly meditate. When Luo Li recovered from her injuries, it would be time to launch a large-scale attack on Brilliant Flame sect. Part of the reason why Yang Kai wanted to destroy Brilliant Flame sect was because of the heavenly thunder fire. The masters he had met before from Brilliant Flame sect had all used the Heavenly Thunder Fire secret technique, and this Heavenly Thunder Fire had a great effect on the Firebird artifact spirit. The other reason was naturally because they had provoked someone they shouldn't have. Yang Kai himself had several frictions and grievances with this sect, so his impression of them was quite bad. A day later, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and nodded with satisfaction. In order to improve his alchemic Tao, he really needed to practice more. Refining an Origin King grade spirit pill had allowed him to accumulate a lot of experience, and if he had enough materials to practice regularly, Yang Kai felt that his alchemy skills would improve exponentially. Feeling someone cast their gaze over, Yang Kai turned his head and saw Xianxia looking like she wanted to say something but was hesitating. Senior sister Xianxia, if you have something to say, just say it. Yang Kai smiled lightly, do you also want me to help you refine some kind of spirit pill? No, Xianxia quickly waved her hand, hesitating for a while before finally saying, it's about Qianhao. Qianhao. Yang Kai nodded. He was one of Ice Sect's elders and Qian Yu's older brother. Back then, he had come to Scarlet Wave Star with Xianxia and Su Yan, but because of his different surname, he was unable to enter Ice Heart Valley. Fortunately, Ran Yunting arranged for him to join one of Ice Heart Valley's subordinate sects, and from what Yang Kai heard, he had been living quite well these past few years. You want him to leave that sect? Yang Kai immediately understood what Xianxia meant. Now that Su Yan and I are no longer members of Ice Heart Valley, if Jianghu still stays in that sect, he will inevitably be despised. Also, since we have all reunited now, there is no reason for Jianghu to be left alone, so I want him to come back. That's easy, Yang Kai smiled lightly, releasing his divine sense to send a few words to someone. After a short while, he turned to Xianxia with a smile and said, Jianghu will come here tomorrow, and when the time comes, your ice sect disciples will be reunited. Thank you, Xianxia said emotionally. This is my Ice Heart Valley's heavenly blessings frozen pond. Luoli saw the confusion on Yang Kai's face and took the initiative to explain, along with Brilliant Flame Sect's Heavenly Thunder Fire, it is one of Scarlet Wave Star's 2 divine tombs. Once one enters this heavenly blessings frozen pond, one's fortune will defy the heavens. What kind of miraculous effect does it have? Yang Kai stared at the cold pond with scorching eyes, also discovering its strangeness. For those with the ice attribute, the heavenly blessings frozen pond is a blessing from the heavens. The reason my Ice Heart Valley established its sect here is precisely because of this cold pond. It has the innate ability to transform a cultivator's physique, allowing the cultivator to better adapt to the ice attribute world energy. The elders of my Ice Heart Valley have all benefited from this cold pond. Yang Kai nodded lightly, remaining calm. Luoli continued, before the origin kings of my Ice Heart Valley died, they would disperse their territory and pour the power of their territory into this cold pond. Anyone who enters this cold pond can comprehend the mysteries of the ice attribute domain and comprehend the mysteries of our territory's ice attribute domain. Su Yan also seemed to have finally recovered at this moment and turned her head to look down, the ice attribute concept around her suddenly dissipating as a warm smile appeared on her face. Her tender body flickered and she arrived in front of the thatched hut. Junior brother, why are you here? Senior called me over, Yang Kai explained with a smile, his eyes flashing a faint light. He suddenly discovered that Su Yan's aura was extremely stable and was much stronger than when they had separated more than 10 days ago. Obviously, she had obtained great benefits in this heavenly fortune frozen pond. Yang Kai's eyes once again fell on the thin long sword, observing it up close. Even though Yang Kai was used to seeing Origin King grade artifacts, he couldn't help feeling a little startled. There was an ice-cold aura in the thin and long sword. It condensed into an invisible sharp blade and stabbed into his mind, as if it was resisting his observation of it. Su Yan, this sword, can you let this queen see it? Luoli recovered her composure and asked solemnly. Please take a look, Supreme Elder. Su Yan respectfully held out the thin long sword with both hands and handed it over. Luoli stretched out her hand and grasped the sword. A brilliant light flashed across the sword. Following that, an unimaginable coldness emerged from the sword and started to invade Luoli's body. Luoli's small hand was frozen at a speed visible to the naked eye, a thin layer of ice forming on it. However, she seemed to have expected this to happen and simply flicked her wrist, shattering the layer of ice around her. Yang Kai raised his brow, showing a look of surprise. This slender longsword seemed to be no small matter. Even without anyone controlling it, it was able to cause trouble for a powerhouse like Luoli. If it was controlled by someone, wouldn't it be even more troublesome? With this long sword alone, Su Yan's combat power would soar by several levels. This is probably an Origin King grade top grade artifact, right? Yang Kai secretly guessed. It really is profound frost. Luoli carefully observed the sword for a long time before nodding lightly, her expression somewhat emotional as she said, I didn't expect that this queen would be able to see profound frost again in her lifetime. Yang Kai asked, what is the origin of this sword? A respectful look appeared on Luoli's face as she quickly said, it is the personal sword of my Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder, Bing Yun. Yang Kai and Su Yen glanced at each other and could not help showing looks of shock. Ice Heart Valley had been around for 20 to 30,000 years, and rumor had it that its ancestral founder was a peak third-order origin king, a true overlord of the Star Territory. However, although she had left behind her inheritance, Ice Heart Valley's development had not been smooth in the past 10,000 years. The enormous mountain range was like an enormous dragon that was crawling on the ground, and it continued for countless tens of thousands of miles. It was covered in dense mountains, and the end couldn't be seen with a single glance. Moreover, this entire mountain range seemed to contain an extremely rich fire attribute aura. Looking at it with the naked eye, one could see a faint red glow between the mountains. Even the temperature of the world had risen by quite a bit. And this is Brilliant Flame Mountain Range. There is a fire dragon earth vein here, which is perfect for Brilliant Flame sect's cultivator, allowing them to rapidly improve their cultivation here. Luoli did not say anything as Bing Long quietly explained to Yang Kai. But from today onwards, this place will no longer belong to Brilliant Flame sect, Ran Yunting coldly snorted. As soon as her words fell, she suddenly seemed to notice something and cast her eyes down below, stretching out her hand and grasping at the void. Accompanied by a panicked cry, a cultivator wearing Brilliant Flame sect's robes was pulled up by Ran Yunting from somewhere in the forest below and brought to the ship's hull. This man looked to be in his 30s or 40s and didn't have a high cultivation. He was a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, but his fire attribute Saint Chi was completely suppressed by Ran Yunting. After landing on the ship and seeing so many beautiful women, this man's heart skipped a beat and he immediately understood what was going on, shouting, "Ice Heart Valley, why are you here? You have invaded Brilliant Flame Mountain Range on such a large scale, could it be you want to start a war with my Brilliant Flame sect?" War? Ran Yunting sneered, when did my Ice Heart Valley and your Brilliant Flame sect ever stop fighting? The cultivator's expression froze as he was rendered speechless. Indeed, the two great forces that dominated Scarlet Wave Star had never been at war with each other. Usually, there would be constant small frictions between them, but such a blatant invasion of another force's territory had never happened before. What do you want to do? This Brilliant Flame sect cultivator seemed to have some backbone. Even though he was facing so many masters who were far above his realm, he still dared to question them. What do we want to do? Ran Yunting sneered, of course we want to flatten your Brilliant Flame sect. The cultivator's face went pale as he stared at Ran Yunting with wide eyes, seemingly trying to figure out whether she was telling the truth or not. Your cultivation is good, so it seems your status in Brilliant Flame sect isn't too low. Quickly go back and tell Wei Qing that I, Ran Yunting, have arrived. Tell him to wash his neck clean. Ran Yunting. The cultivator screamed in horror. Chapter 1663. It wasn't Master Luo Hai. Wei Qing shook his head with a heavy expression. Master Luo Hai. He also fell. What? A series of gasps rang out as everyone was shocked. All the elders of Brilliant Flame sect stared at Wei Qing in shock, the look of disbelief on their faces even more exaggerated than when they heard their supreme elder had fallen. The news can't be wrong. I received news from Green Mountain Star 2 months ago that the Star Master statue of Green Mountain Star's Master Soul Art had collapsed and Master Luo Hai's brand aura had disappeared. He has indeed fallen. Calculating the time, it should have happened a few days after he went to Ice Heart Valley. Supreme Elder fell, and even Master Luo Hai fell together with him. Who in Ice Heart Valley has such ability? On that day a few months ago, an earth-shattering energy fluctuation came from the direction of Ice Heart Valley. Could it have happened at that time? Could it be Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder? This old master has heard some rumors before that their ancestral founder is not dead. How is that possible? Ice Heart Valley has been a sect for nearly 30,000 years. If their ancestral founder is really not dead, why hasn't she appeared before? What's the point of saying such things now? Ice Heart Valley has already launched a large-scale invasion. What we need to do now is discuss how to deal with them. How to deal with them? My Brilliant Flame Sect's Supreme Elder has already fallen, so Ice Heart Valley's Luoli will definitely take action. My Brilliant Flame Sect is powerless to resist. Even if it's Luoli, this old master will go all out against her. Even if I die, I'll take a bite out of her flesh. After learning that Qihua had died, the group of elders no longer felt as optimistic and relaxed as before. Everyone expressed their opinions and views with solemn expressions. Wei Qing sat at the head of the table, not saying a word, as if he was an outsider. After a long time, he raised his hand and the noisy hall quieted down in an instant. Everyone's eyes were immediately drawn to him. Good, don't quarrel. Wei Qing said faintly, Ice Heart Valley has launched a large-scale invasion. Although this may be a great calamity for my Brilliant Flame Sect, if we act properly, we may still have a chance to fight them. Luoli was indeed an Origin King Realm Master. None of us are a match for her, but don't forget that they are attacking and we are defending. We have formations and restrictions that we can use to exhaust their power. Furthermore, rumor has it that Luoli made a mistake in her cultivation and is suffering from a hidden injury. I'm afraid that she won't be able to display her full strength. That's right, the sect leader is right. Using defense as offense, we have the advantage. Hee. Have you all forgotten that we still have that thing? If that thing were to be released, then, even if it's Luoli, she'll have to pay for it. Someone laughed strangely, his smile filled with madness and malevolence. The others quickly realized what this person was talking about and their expressions changed. Even Wei Qing's expression was extremely solemn. After pondering for a moment, he said, that thing cannot be released unless it is absolutely necessary. Pass down my order, all disciples are to prepare to meet the enemy. Today's battle will be between us and the enemy. If there is an enemy, there is no self. All the elders shouted in unison. The 5 starships slowly sailed into the depths of the Brilliant Flame mountain range, approaching Brilliant Flame Sect's headquarters. Along the way, they encountered some spirit arrays and barriers, but none of them were able to delay the progress of Ice Heart Valley's disciples. The starship's crystal cannon simply fired randomly and destroyed these spirit arrays and barriers. Bing Long, go out first and tell the people of Brilliant Flame Sect that this queen is only here to kill their elders. If those disciples wanted to live, they should hurry up and escape. When my Ice Heart Valley starships arrive, those who do not flee will be treated as enemies of Ice Heart Valley and will be killed without mercy, Luoli suddenly said. Yes. Bing Long nodded and flew out alone. Soon, Bing Long's divine sense spread out from the front, conveying the message that only the elders would be killed while the ordinary disciples were advised to flee. The elders of Brilliant Flame Sect felt this message and could not help cursing Bing Long, calling her despicable, vicious, shameless, and despicable. Brilliant Flame Sect had tens of thousands of disciples, and although their cohesiveness was not trivial, in a life-or-death situation, not everyone could advance or retreat with the sect. In addition, Bing Long deliberately spread the news that old monster Qihua had fallen, which really frightened some Brilliant Flame Sect disciples. Some began to flee from Brilliant Flame Mountain Range. Once those who tried to escape were discovered, the elders of Brilliant Flame Sect would kill them as a warning to others. Although this bloody and cruel method temporarily deterred most of the lower-level disciples, as time passed, more and more Brilliant Flame Sect disciples began to panic and began to flee. Streams of light rose from different locations in brilliant flame sect and shot out in all directions. Luo Li's huge divine sense enveloped the entire brilliant flame mountain range. Any cultivator below the origin returning realm was ignored and allowed to flee, but if an origin returning realm cultivator tried to escape, Luo Li would personally kill them. Any brilliant flame sect cultivator with an origin returning realm cultivation had their hands stained with the blood of countless Iceheart Valley disciples, so Luo Li naturally would not let them escape. Soon, those cultivator with strength below the origin returning realm also discovered this situation and were overjoyed. No longer caring about the dissuasion of their sect, more people began to flee. For a time, the morale of the entire brilliant flame sect fell apart, and no matter how the elders and deacons tried to suppress them, they were unable to restore the situation. Senior Luo Li, I'll head over there first. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly turned to a mountain peak behind Brilliant Flame Mountain Range. Luo Li also glanced over and understood what Yang Kai's purpose was, but she did not stop him, simply saying, "Be careful." Yang Kai gently nodded. "Junior brother, do you want me to accompany you?" Su Yan asked. "No need, just stay with Senior Luo Li." Yang Kai waved his hand before his figure flickered and disappeared from the starship. When he reappeared, he was already 1,000 meters away. Luo Li's beautiful eyes shrank slightly. Chapter 1664. With Yang Kai's dragon bone sword in hand, a thick pressure pulsed from it, like a towering mountain was pressing down on the two old men from Brilliant Flame sect, causing their expressions to turn ugly. At the same time, they could vaguely hear the roar of a dragon. "One each, quickly deal with them, I'll wait for you up ahead," Yang Kai said casually before releasing the stone mongoose and firebird artifact spirit. Immediately, without even looking at the two old men, Yang Kai stepped forward. With a single step, as if crossing the barrier of space, Yang Kai's figure disappeared, reappearing halfway up the mountain. "Bold!" The skinny elder's face went livid. Yang Kai's disregard for him angered him greatly, and his figure flickered as he prepared to chase after him. But just as he was about to move though, a dark stick shadow struck him head-on. This stick shadow was incredibly heavy, as if it weighed hundreds of thousands of kilograms, causing even the air around it to tremble. The harsh sound caused the old man's eardrums to sting. The skinny elder's face sank as he hurriedly raised his hand to block, causing flames to burn on his arm. Hong, the flames were extinguished and the skinny elder felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his figure flying back several dozen meters before he managed to stabilize himself, his face slightly pale as some blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. With just one blow, he had suffered a small injury. Looking ahead in disbelief, the skinny elder saw a stone puppet less than 3 feet tall standing there. It carried a pitch-black staff on its shoulder, and its bean-like eyes were filled with an indescribable charm. It was looking at the skinny elder as if he was looking at a prey. On the other side, the crisp cry of a bird rang out as the old man with dark red skin stood together with the firebird. High up in the sky, the figures of one man and one bird danced back and forth. Entangling with each other, the power of flames sputtered out into the depths of the void, making for an extremely lively scene. "What the hell is this?" The skinny elder was stunned. He could vaguely tell that the fiery bird-like existence fighting with his companion was a kind of artifact spirit, but what was the stone puppet in front of him? There were no energy fluctuations coming from its body. However, just that tyrannical power alone was enough to make him extremely fearful. "Aoo!" The stone mongoose suddenly raised its head and roared. It pounded its chest repeatedly with its fist, producing a dong 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 sound. It was like the sound of a war drum, shaking one's heart. Following the sound, the stone puppet, which was less than 1 meter tall, began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. He immediately transformed into a stone giant that was 50 feet tall. The pitch-black staff that it carried on its shoulder also grew longer as its body changed. Another layer of scorching dark red light flowed out from its body. The surface of the stone puppet instantly looked like it was covered in lava armor. The fiery red armor emitted a terrifying energy that made the old man's heart palpitate. In the next moment, the lava giant in leather armor bent its knees slightly, and its huge body shot out like an arrow from a bow, causing the earth to shake. A huge crater instantly appeared on the ground. His vision blurred, and the skinny elder suddenly discovered that the transformed lava giant was already above his head. The huge pitch-black staff swept towards him with the power of lightning, directly sweeping out a crack in space. Perceiving the terrifying power contained in this blow, the thin elder screamed in horror, not daring to meet it head-on. Hurriedly, he used his movement skill to dodge. But even though he dodged quickly, the attack was even faster. Just the aftershocks of this attack caused half of his body to go numb, and he was unable to circulate his Saint Chi properly. Unstoppable! Unstoppable! The thin elder's eyes trembled violently as he instantly realized the gap between him and this lava giant. Before he could finish his thought, the pitch-black giant stick once again came crashing down from above with the force of Mount Tai. The thin elder's eyes narrowed as his pupils shrank to the size of needles. Desperately pushing his Saint Chi, he shouted. Summoning a shield-like artifact, he protected himself above his head. Hong Hong, as the giant staff smashed down, the shield-like artifact flashed and instantly shattered into countless fragments that shot out in all directions. A force strong enough to split heaven and earth landed on the thin elder's body. Half of his body was directly smashed into dust, leaving a bloody wound where his squirming internal organs could clearly be seen. Even with such injuries, the thin elder did not die immediately. If he had enough pills, he might have been able to restore his body. However, the fear that welled up from the depths of his heart made him lose all will to fight. Staring at the giant pitch-black staff sweeping towards him, only one thought flashed through his mind. What the hell is this? At the end of his life, the last scene he saw was his companion being swallowed by the firebird, howling miserably. As the giant staff swept past, pieces of flesh flew out and the entire world became clear. A ball of thunder fire flew out from the thin elder's corpse and the firebird artifact spirit opened its mouth wide, sucking in this ball of thunder fire like a whale sucking in water, letting out a satisfied cry. On top of the volcano, Yang Kai stood mid-air, overlooking the ferocious volcanic crater from above. As far as his eyes could see, he could clearly see the surging red magma inside. The temperature of this volcano was so high that even an ordinary origin returning realm master would find it difficult to bear. Any cultivator below the origin returning realm would be burned to death in an instant. The artifact spirit flew to Yang Kai's side and the stone mongoose transformed back into its harmless appearance, carrying the heaven-shaking pillar and sitting on the firebird artifact spirit's back. So fast, you're a bit too violent, Yang Kai grinned. The stone mongoose scratched its head, looking like it didn't know what it had done wrong, but the artifact spirit let out a cheerful cry. Xiao Xiao, come back first. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and put away the stone mongoose, leaving only the firebird artifact spirit behind. The firebird hovered around Yang Kai, letting out crisp cries from time to time, seemingly extremely excited. Several times, it even wanted to rush directly into the volcano's crater. Accompanied by its cries, a booming sound came from inside the volcano, as if responding to the firebird's provocation, showing no signs of weakness. You felt it too, right? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at the volcano's crater and grinned. Brilliant Flame Sect's heavenly thunder fire had indeed developed sentience, and its sentience was not low. It was even clearer and more complete than the firebird. It could already clearly transmit its thoughts while the firebird obviously did not have this ability. The firebird's situation was worrying, causing Yang Kai to suddenly worry. Before coming here, he did not expect the heavenly thunder fire to have evolved to such an extent. He thought it was similar to the Firebird, but now it seemed that the heavenly thunder fire was definitely superior. Below the volcano's crater, an astonishing battle of willpower erupted. This was the battle between the Firebird artifact spirit and the heavenly thunder fire, the resulting shockwaves causing the world energy aura of brilliant flame sect to become chaotic. Wei Qing's eyes were filled with darkness, as if there were dark clouds covering his vision, preventing him from seeing the slightest light. Below the volcanic crater, Yang Kai landed on a red rock that had an extremely high temperature. Yang Kai had to use his Saint Qi to protect his body from being burned. The magma in front of him was tumbling and roaring as two different life auras fought at the bottom of the magma. From time to time, the roar of the heavenly thunder fire and the cry of the Firebird could be heard. It seemed that both sides were evenly matched. But as the master of the artifact spirit, Yang Kai was unable to resist. Yang Kai was keenly aware that the Firebird was somewhat lacking. The degree of its evolution was not as good as the heavenly thunder fire, and the conditions for its birth were not as unique. The artifact spirit was born from an origin king-grade artifact refining furnace in the earth-lung fire vein after tens of thousands of years. As for this heavenly thunder fire, it had existed since the beginning of time and had grown stronger over time. It was one of the purest forms of energy in the world. Even with the assistance of the artifact refining furnace, the Firebird was gradually falling into a disadvantage. It was time to give it a helping hand. Yang Kai suddenly sat down cross-legged on the rock. Summoning the stone mongoose again, Yang Kai closed his eyes and used his divine sense to communicate with it. An illusory shadow suddenly burst out of Yang Kai's mind. In terms of appearance, it was no different from Yang Kai himself. But this shadow was not real. Soul projection. It was the soul avatar that was leaving his body. The soul avatar flickered. Then, he plunged into the magma and went deeper into the magma. Soul projection was an extremely dangerous action. Once it was done, one's physical body would be in a defenseless state. That was why Yang Kai had summoned the stone mongoose. Moreover, the soul was an extremely fragile and sensitive existence. Without the protection of a physical body, it was easy for it to be damaged. What's more, this was the scorching hot volcanic crater. The soul of an average person would not even be able to approach it. If it did, it would be burned to ashes by the scorching heat. But Yang Kai was different. His spiritual energy was a variant of his conflagrated knowledge sea, which came from the same source as the magma. This scorching firepower, which even origin kings feared, could not pose the slightest hindrance to him. It didn't take long for Yang Kai's soul avatar to reach a depth of 10,000 meters underground. The surrounding environment was getting hotter and hotter. Deep underground, there was a grotesque battlefield. On this battlefield, the 300-foot-long Firebird artifact spirit was swaying gracefully as it fought against a huge reddish-purple shadow. This shadow was somewhat humanoid, but it was suspended in the void and had no legs. Instead, it had tentacle-like arms that floated back and forth, filling the entire space around it. On the head of this shadow was a huge eye that exuded a heart-palpitating light. Rich fire attribute energy lingered around its body while purple arcs of lightning danced across its body, symbolizing the violent power of thunder. Heavenly thunder fire. Yang Kai stared blankly, not having expected the heavenly thunder fire's true form to be like this. However, it was undeniable that the heavenly thunder fire's destructive aura was enough to make one shudder. Its tentacle-like arms swept about, covering the entire battlefield with their attacks. If the Firebird was accidentally brushed by one of these tentacle-like arms, the light radiating from its body would weaken slightly. It was as if the Firebird's source strength was being seized by the heavenly thunder fire. The Firebird was not to be outdone, and every time it found an opportunity, it would rush to the heavenly thunder fire's side, open its mouth, and bite down. With each bite, the Firebird's stolen source strength would be restored. These two strange creatures were using this special method to seize the other's existence, trying to devour the other's strength. The scene of their battle could only be described as earth-shattering. However, Yang Kai keenly discovered that behind the heavenly thunder fire, there were 8 golden energy chains that locked its body and imprisoned it here. These 8 chains gave off the same aura as the octagonal spirit array at the mouth of the volcano. It seemed that the existence of these 8 chains greatly limited the strength of the heavenly thunder fire. If not for this, the Firebird would not have been its opponent at all. Considering all this, Yang Kai was deeply shocked. It was hard to imagine what kind of strength the heavenly thunder fire could display without the shackles of this spirit array. Was it a second-order origin king or a third-order origin king? Who was it that used the grand divine technique to bind it here? The heavenly thunder flame could no longer absorb energy from the surrounding environment to restore itself. Yang Kai observed for a long time and found that the heavenly thunder flame had an invisible connection with the surrounding magma and the scorching heat underground. No matter how much of its essence was devoured by the Firebird, it could quickly restore itself. On the other hand, the Firebird had no such advantage. This was not surprising though. After all, this was the place where the heavenly thunder flame was trapped. It had existed here for tens of thousands of years, so it naturally knew how to take advantage of its surroundings to create advantages for itself. As for the cage formed by the Tao of space, this advantage had been shattered in an instant. "Let's go together, it can't restore itself now," Yang Kai shouted to the Firebird, and his soul avatar approached the heavenly thunder flame uncharacteristically. "You think you can deal with me with ant-like means? Without the help of the outside world, you are no match for me. None of you are a match for me." The heavenly thunder flame growled disdainfully. "Then let's see who's stronger and who's weaker." Yang Kai sneered and shouted, "Demon Eye of Annihilation." Yang Kai's left eye suddenly flashed with golden light, and a vertical and narrow golden pupil immediately appeared. From this pupil, a beam of light containing mysterious power shot straight towards the heavenly thunder flame's huge eye. The heavenly thunder flame's huge body shook and it roared as if it had been injured. The demon eye of annihilation had the effect of purifying one's soul. The heavenly thunder flame had developed sentience and a soul, so it was naturally suppressed by the demon eye of annihilation. The heavenly thunder flame's huge body twisted as its countless tentacle-like arms wildly swung about, as if it wanted to collapse the entire space around it. The Firebird rushed up, opened its mouth, and bit down on the heavenly thunder flame's body. At a rate visible to the naked eye, pure energy flowed into the Firebird's body through its mouth. The heavenly thunder flame's momentum rapidly declined. "I want you dead, you ants have angered me." The heavenly thunder flame roared as its tentacles flew back, wrapped around the Firebird's body, and threw it far away. Immediately after, it turned its single eye towards Yang Kai, and a murderous and destructive aura descended on Yang Kai. From the Firebird's single eye, a beam of light that was able to resist the golden light of annihilation shot towards Yang Kai. It was conceivable that once this beam of light enveloped Yang Kai's soul avatar would be reduced to nothingness. "Blossoming Lotus!" Yang Kai shouted. In the golden pupil of his left eye, a budding lotus flower suddenly appeared. As soon as the lotus flower appeared, it swayed slightly. Then, it disappeared. But in the heavenly thunder flame's eyes, the lotus flower had rushed into its knowledge sea. The wealth of Brilliant Flame sect was enough for the people of Tongxian realm to use for 10 or 20 years. Although Yang Kai did not leave the mouth of the volcano, he could still detect the movements of Ice Heart Valley's people. After Brilliant Flame sect was destroyed, this Brilliant Flame mountain range became ownerless, and the people of Ice Heart Valley cultivated ice attribute secret arts. Obviously, it was not suitable to open a branch here. However, Ice Heart Valley had many affiliated sects, and these days, some of them had moved to Brilliant Flame mountain range to reoccupy this treasured land. None of this had anything to do with Yang Kai. To Scarlet Wave Star, he was just a passerby. While waiting, Yang Kai and Su Yen talked about everything that had happened to each other over the past 30 years. Every little thing they talked about made the other party listen with great interest. From time to time, they would meditate and cultivate. The two of them found that when they cultivated together, their cultivation speed was more than 10 times faster than when they were alone. The Saint Chi between them flowed endlessly, like a surging river, madly absorbing the surrounding world energy and pouring it into their bodies. Time flew by, and half a month later. The two people who were cultivating seemed to sense something and opened their eyes at the same time to look down. Down below, the roaring magma was actually calming down, and the terrifying heat around them was also decreasing at a noticeable rate. The flowing magma even seemed to be solidifying. It was as if something was absorbing all the heat from this volcanic crater. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he faintly guessed what was happening and began watching expectantly. Half a day later, the situation became more and more obvious. The temperature at the volcanic crater had dropped to its normal state, and even if an ordinary person who had never cultivated came here, they wouldn't feel much discomfort. The roiling magma in front of them had already begun to show signs of solidification. An aura was rapidly rising from the depths below. This aura was familiar to Yang Kai, causing a smile to appear at the corners of his mouth. *Shio, a beam of red light shot out from below, and the Firebird, which was about 10 meters long, suddenly floated in midair. Its entire body was a dazzling fiery red, and on its body, purple lightning flashed, exuding a domineering and destructive aura. Yang Kai raised his brow as he stared at the Firebird in surprise, feeling the powerful aura coming from its body and secretly feeling shocked. The Firebird had undoubtedly successfully swallowed the heavenly thunder fire and obtained a soul evolution. After this evolution, the Firebird was no longer the same as before. Was it at least 10 times stronger? Yang Kai felt a pressure from the Firebird that only an Origin King could give him. Was the Firebird now comparable to an Origin King? Yang Kai shook his head and turned to the Firebird. Do you want to have a name? A strange light flashed across the Firebird's eyes as she quickly said, I ask Master to grant me a name. A name was a code name, only when one was given a name could they be considered a real-life form. Let's call her Lu Yen. Yang Kai didn't think much about it. Attractive collarbones, flat abdomen, delicate navel exposed to the air, and 2 beautiful legs. Snow-white, jade-white feet lightly stepped on the void, as if stepping on one's soul. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little dizzy. Su Yen also covered her mouth in surprise, but immediately seemed to think of something and smiled sweetly towards Yang Kai, her eyes filled with deep meaning. You, how did you become like this? Yang Kai pointed his finger at the evolved Firebird, somewhat incoherent. Greetings, Master. Firebird suddenly bowed to Yang Kai. Her voice was clear. Her voice was very cold, not at all like the passion of that fiery figure, just like her indifferent expression. Moreover, her voice contained a kind of destructive and murderous aura, just like her dark red eyes that burned like flames. Looking through her eyes, Yang Kai could even see a strange burning world, one that seemed capable of melting one's soul. You can speak? Yang Kai was even more shocked, his mouth wide open. Firebird nodded, thinking for a moment before saying, after fusing with that guy, I can speak now. What's wrong? Master doesn't like me like this. Should I like it? Yang Kai's brow furrowed a few times, glancing at Su Yan from the corner of his eyes and seeing her looking at him with interest, he couldn't help feeling a little guilty. Of course. I've followed Master for many years and felt that Master had this kind of fetish, so. Shut up. Yang Kai was furious, taking a deep breath, turning to look at Su Yan and saying seriously, this is slander, senior sister, please don't take it seriously. Su Yan smiled sweetly and said, I naturally believe in junior brother. Then, it's my fault. Firebird thought about it seriously for a moment before sincerely admitting her mistake. After she finished speaking, she respectfully bowed to Su Yan, greetings, mistress. This little girl has good eyesight. Yang Kai cast a look of approval towards Firebird. Su Yan pursed her lips and smiled, stepping forward and taking Firebird's hand. You don't need to be so polite, I can see that you're not very old, so we'll call each other sisters from now on. And, you followed junior brother for so many years, so you should know what he's been doing all these years. If there's time, let's have a good chat. Master probably doesn't want me to expose him, especially to some women, Firebird replied with a frown, a somewhat reluctant look on her face. Yang Kai's face went as black as the bottom of a pot. He suddenly found that he still liked the Firebird who had always obeyed him without taking the initiative to speak. Now that Firebird's intelligence had greatly improved and her strength had soared, why did he always feel like he had lost something? By the way, junior brother, she now has a human body, does she have a name? Su Yan didn't want to get to the bottom of these trivial matters and suddenly asked. Yang Kai shook his head and turned to Firebird, do you want to have a name? Firebird's eyes flashed with a strange light as she quickly said, please grant me a name, master. A name was a code name, only when one was given a name could they be considered a real life form. Let's call her Lu Yan. Yang Kai didn't think much about it. Chapter 1668. The pitch-black Origin King-grade starship sailed deep into Starry Sky's territory, moving in a certain direction without needing anyone to control it. Inside the starship, only a small number of cultivator monitors the surrounding movements. Yang Kai was not here, but had entered the sealed world bead. This was a journey home. Shadowed Star was the new home of these people from Tongxian realm. It had been a year since they left Scarlet Wave Star, and over the past year, the starship had been sailing safely and smoothly according to the route drawn by Yang Kai. Occasionally, they would encounter some small troubles, but with the help of the crystal cannons, the road ahead was unimpeded. With the tyrannical power of the Origin King-grade starship, not many people could afford to provoke it. Inside the sealed world bead, Yang Kai and Xia Ning Chang were constantly refining pills, spending a lot of financial and material resources to improve the cultivation of the people from Tongxian realm. The overall strength of the human, monster, and demon clans had skyrocketed, and Saint Realm cultivators could be found everywhere. The top masters of the three clans had now reached the second or third order Saint King realm, their strength increasing by leaps and bounds. This was a process of accumulation. The situation of Tongxian realm and Shadowed Star was different. The former was due to the lack of world energy, which limited the cultivation of cultivators, while the latter was due to the suppression of world principles. Now, inside the small sealed world, the world energy was rich, and the supply of cultivation materials was abundant, so the cultivator from Tongxian realm could naturally develop and improve their strength. Yang Xiaozhu and the others also explained the mysteries of cultivation to them, so it would be strange if they did not make rapid progress. Every day, the atmosphere inside the sealed world bead was jubilant, and every day, someone would break through their shackles and advance to the next level. Yang Kai gave special treatment to his closest relatives. Everyone had selfish motives. Yang Kai was no exception. His parents, Grand Master, ancestral founder, his martial uncles, the old demon, and so on. All of them were personally refined by Yang Kai, using all kinds of heaven-defying pills to transform their physiques, clear their meridians, and thoroughly enhance their potential and aptitude. At a window on the second floor of a palace, there was a beautiful figure standing by the window. A gentle breeze brushed past, ruffling her hair. She stared blankly at the square in the distance. Her gaze was fixed on a handsome young man. Her gaze was gentle. There was also a trace of nostalgia in the depths of his eyes. Sister Chiu. Suddenly, a shout came from behind her. Chiu Yimeng withdrew her gaze and turned around to see a pair of twin sisters, Hu Jiao and Hu Mei. You've come? Chiu Yimeng smiled slightly and collected her thoughts. Sit down. Hu Jiao looked at her thoughtfully. He looked out of the window again. When he saw the busy figure in the square, he suddenly sighed. It seems like the gap between us is getting bigger and bigger. I don't know if I can catch up to him in this lifetime. That's right. The more I cultivate, the more I feel like the distance between us is growing. Hu Mei's expression also dimmed. Chiu Yimeng pursed her lips and smiled. Why are two little sisters so discouraged? The secret art you two cultivate is at least much better than this elder sister's. Now, you've both reached the second order Saint King realm while this elder sister has only just entered the Saint King realm. That being said, I heard that he has already reached the third order origin returning realm. Hu Mei showed a worried look. The only ones who can accompany him now are only Su Yan and Su Yan. I don't know how they cultivated, but both of them have already reached the origin returning realm. A few days ago, Xia Ning Chang broke through to the second order origin returning realm. Just thinking about it makes me angry. They have their own opportunities. We just need to work hard on our own. Don't try to catch up to him, just don't fall too far behind him. Chiu Yimeng persuaded. Elder sister Chiu's heart is really firm. Hu Jiao looked at Chiu Yimeng with admiration. Chiu Yimeng smiled and said, since we chose to leave Tong Xian realm with him, we should have this kind of heart. If we feel despair, we might as well stay on Tong Xian realm and become the overlords. What do you think, two little sisters? Hu Jiao and Hu Mei glanced at each other and nodded solemnly. Good, enough with the small talk. Come with me. I have also made an appointment with the other young talents of the monster race and demon race. This time, the younger generation of our three clans will have a good competition. Only through competition can people grow. Chiu Yimeng got up and beckoned to the two women. Hu Jiao and Hu Mei quickly followed. The days inside the sealed world bead were calm and uneventful. Time flew by, and soon, another year had passed. One day, Yang Kai was dual cultivating with Su Yan, their palms pressed together as their Saint Chi flowed freely through each other's bodies. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he opened his eyes. What's wrong? Su Yan also opened her eyes and asked suspiciously. We seem to have arrived, Yang Kai grinned. Have we finally arrived? Su Yan was also quite happy, it was such a long journey. Shadowed Star is very remote. If it weren't for the Origin King grade starship, we wouldn't have been able to leave. Come with me. Good, call Ning Chang as well. After informing Xia Ning Chang, the trio's figures flickered and appeared inside the starship. Immediately, a High Heaven sect disciple stepped forward and reported, Sect Master, Shadowed Star is up ahead. We've finally arrived home. His expression was one of excitement. Unlike the people from Tong Xian realm, he was a disciple of the Hai Ku family and was born on Shadowed Star. This time, he had been out with Yang Kai for at least 7 or 8 years, so naturally he missed home. Please give us your instructions, Sect Master. The High Heaven sect disciple respectfully asked for instructions. Go. Yes. The next moment, the starship quickly flew towards the huge cultivation star, and after a quarter of an hour, it entered the atmosphere and the enchanting scenery below immediately entered their eyes. Yang Kai did not let the starship continue to sail and instead took Su Yen and Xia Ning Chang away, put the starship into the sealed world bead, and directed his star shuttle to descend. The Origin King grade starship was too ostentatious, so unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Kai did not want to expose it to the eyes of the world. Chapter 1669. Although this moon-like artifact had unfathomable power, Wei Guchang was constantly using it, consuming a lot of energy. During the battle, he had stuffed a number of pills into his mouth, hoping to restore his Saint Qi, but the effect was not as significant as he had imagined. The 5 Origin returning realm masters besieging Yang Kai and Dong Xian were somewhat hesitant to attack, so they didn't directly attack them. Instead, they simply circled around them, consuming their physical strength and Saint Qi, seemingly wanting to capture them alive. Not far away, a third-order Origin returning realm master stood with his hands behind his back, staring coldly at Wei Guchang as he shouted, "Martial nephew Wei, don't be stubborn, hand over the heavenly moon silver plate and martial uncle will spare your life." Bah! Wei Guchang spat, and although his appearance was extremely distressed, his face was filled with contempt. "Xia Li, you used to be an elder of Shadow Moon Hall, but now you're so greedy and afraid of death. Not only did you collude with evil monsters to harm the sect, but now you're willing to become the dog of that bastard, ha ha ha. If you want me to hand over the heavenly moon silver plate, come and get it yourself." Wei Guchang's entire body was bathed in blood, but he still did not change his heroic nature of the past. Xia Li's expression became cold as murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Wei Guchang's words had undoubtedly poked at his sore spot. Taking a deep breath, Xia Li did not explode on the spot and instead continued to persuade, "Nephew Wei, you are also a hero of your generation, don't you know that a fine bird chooses a tree to nest in? Today, Shadowed Star is a place where the glory of Shadow Moon Hall and the other great sects is gone forever. Martial uncle sees that you are young and ignorant and does not want to bother with you too much. Hand over the heavenly moon silver plate and you can leave. Otherwise, even if you die, won't you consider Xian's safety? At such a tender age, if she dies here with you, don't you feel the slightest bit of guilt?" Wei Guchang's expression changed slightly. After the fierce battle, he turned his head to look at Dong Xianer, the blood-red look in his eyes instantly replaced by a touch of tenderness. It was undeniable that Xia Li was a cunning old fox. With just a few words, he had disintegrated Wei Guchang's momentum. Dong Xianer clenched her silver teeth and shouted, "Brother, don't listen to his crazy words. He is no longer our martial uncle. Xian can live and die with Big Brother in this life, I can die without regrets. No matter what, I cannot hand over the heavenly moon silver plate." "Xian, Wei Guchang called out softly. At that moment, Xia Li's eyes flashed and he, who had been biding his time, suddenly pushed his pure Saint Qi and pointed towards Wei Guchang. A dark ray of light. It shot out from his fingertips and hit Wei Guchang's chest while he was distracted. Wei Guchang's body shook as if he had suffered a heavy blow, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His already weakened aura quickly weakened, and he staggered back over 100 feet before he could stabilize himself. "Big Brother!" Dong Xianer was shocked. She let out a mournful cry, like a cuckoo crying blood, causing one to shed tears. A ferocious look flashed across Xia Li's face as he laughed, "Smelly brat, you dare to fight with this old master? Let's see if you can survive this time. Kill him for me." "Despicable!" Wei Guchang gnashed his teeth and shouted angrily. Seeing several enemies arrive in front of him, the brilliance of many artifacts and secret techniques blooming and enveloping him, he was unable to use his Saint Qi to defend himself. The full moon-like silver plate that had been suspended above his head also dimmed, unable to play the slightest role. Death was beckoning to him. Strangely, Wei Guchang's expression softened at this moment, but he finally glanced in the direction of Dong Xianer, his eyes filled with guilt and distress. Behind Dong Xianer, two other origin-returning realm cultivator bombarded her back with violent attacks. Dong Xianer smiled at him, and the whole world suddenly became bright and colorful. Before death arrived, the two did not speak, just a simple exchange of glances, and they knew that each other was satisfied. They were not born in the same year, month, and day, but they could die in the same year, month, and day. What else could they ask for? Wei Guchang stretched out his hand to grab Dong Xianer, and Dong Xianer also stretched out her jade-white hand. The two hands clasped mid-air, as if their bodies and minds had become one. Immediately, the two hugged each other tightly, closed their eyes, and waited for death to arrive. The horrified screams of the enemies echoed in his ears. There was a violent energy fluctuation and the sound of bones breaking. The expected death didn't come as expected. Wei Guchang frowned and opened his eyes suspiciously, only to see a familiar face standing next to him, looking at him with a smile. Wei Guchang was stunned, his eyes widening in an instant, as if he could not believe what he was seeing. Rubbing his eyes hard to confirm that the person in front of him was not an illusion, Wei Guchang cried out, "Brother Yang." The person standing next to him was Yang Kai. Wei Guchang's heart pounded wildly. Yang Kai had left Shadowed Star long ago for the vast star territory, something Wei Guchang knew. Because he had heard Fei Ji too mention this more than once, and every time he did, Fei Ji too would wear a look of regret and regret. If his cultivation had not fallen, he could have left Shadowed Star with Yang Kai and experienced the wonders and wonders of the star territory. But at that critical juncture, something happened to him and his cultivation fell. In the end, from the Shadow Moon Hall, only Qian Tong left with Yang Kai. Yang Kai had been gone for 7 or 8 years without any news from him, so no one knew whether they were safe in the star territory or not. But today, at this critical juncture, Yang Kai had magically appeared and saved his brother and sister's lives. Since Yang Kai had returned, what about Elder Qian? Wei Guchang hurriedly turned his head to look around, but apart from discovering 2 unknown but astonishingly beautiful women, he did not see any trace of Elder Qian. Wei Guchang's heart sank. Elder Qian is fine, Brother Wei need not worry. Yang Kai saw his expression and knew what he was thinking, quickly comforting him. It's been many years since we last met, Brother Wei, and you're still as elegant as ever. Hearing Yang Kai's teasing, Wei Guchang grinned, the blood at the corner of his mouth making him look even more ferocious. Brother Yang, are you making fun of this Wei? I wouldn't dare. Brother, let go of me first. Dong Xianer's voice reached Wei Guchang's ears like an ant. Yang Kai grinned and a mysterious power burst out from his fingertips, gradually forming a vortex in front of him. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer's eyes were attracted, nervously and expectantly watching as an old figure walked out of the vortex. Qian Tong. What is this? Xia Li's expression changed slightly as he stared at the strange vortex, unable to understand how Qian Tong came out of it. The vortex seemed to be connected to another world, making him unable to understand it. But soon, his eyes focused on Qian Tong, his face full of fear. This old master will not be able to absolve himself from the blame even if he dies 10,000 times. Ha ha ha. Xia Chen laughed wildly. Qian Tong, you're about to die, yet you still dare to spout nonsense. Who do you think you are? Yes, you did make this old master fear you back then, and you also had the ability to kill me. But since you didn't do so, you no longer have the chance. Today, this old master is also a third-order origin returning realm master and Shadow Moon Hall's temple master. You are no longer my opponent. Xian Tong, out of consideration for your great contributions to Shadow Moon Hall, this temple master can spare your life. As long as you are willing to submit to corpse spirit religion, this temple master will restore your position as great elder. Xian Tong looked at him indifferently, as if he was looking at a clown, the sarcasm and contempt in his eyes obvious. Yang Kai was also amused by Xia Chen. Xia Chen was just a third-order origin returning realm cultivator who had just broken through a few years ago, yet he dared to challenge the current Xian Tong. It seemed that he really didn't know how to write the word death. She gently cut the child's wrist, and dark red blood immediately flowed out from the wound. The young woman's other hand had a glass bottle. She placed it under the child's wrist and caught the blood that flowed out. Drip, drip, the sound of blood sputtering and the child's mournful cries affected everyone's heart. The onlookers were filled with righteous indignation, their eyes spitting fire. You are all heartless. You will all die a horrible death. Fei Ji too roared and struggled to rush over to save the child, but before he could take 2 steps, he was knocked to the ground by a cultivator on the high platform and was ruthlessly kicked a few times. The youth surnamed Fang coldly glanced at Fei Ji too and sneered, "What right does a loser have to speak to me? But don't worry, this is only the beginning of your life. After I cut off your head, this king will grant you a new life." His words were inexplicable and many people did not understand, but to Fei Ji too, they were no less than the voice of a demon. He prostrated himself on the ground and roared with his head raised, "Fang Fengqi, I won't let you go even if I die." The youth sneered, "When you become a member of my corpse spirit clan, you won't think like this. At that time, you will also have the right to enjoy this kind of blood." As he spoke, he took the glass bottle filled with fresh blood from the young woman's hand. He placed it under his nose and sniffed it. An intoxicated expression appeared on his face. Then, he raised his head and drank the cup of warm blood in one gulp. The onlookers were all shocked. Countless pairs of eyes stared blankly at the trace of blood at the corner of Fang Fengqi's mouth. Everyone froze in place as if they had been struck by lightning. This person actually drank blood? Also, what kind of strange creature was the corpse spirit clan he spoke of? The scene in front of them was beyond their imagination. At this moment, Fang Fengqi was undoubtedly the incarnation of a demon in the eyes of the crowd, the source of evil. Many people did not even have the courage to look at him. Fei Ji too's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with unforgettable hatred. He stared at Fang Fengqi as if he wanted to tear him into pieces. "It tastes good." Fang Fengqi stretched out his hand and wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth. The coquettishly dressed young woman knelt in front of him, stuck out her scarlet tongue, and sucked his finger clean of blood. A strange, heart-tugging moan came from her throat. The child who had been drained of blood looked dispirited at this moment. He did not have the strength to cry, and his little face was pale. He was taken away by the Saint King Realm Cultivator. Although his life was not in danger, suffering such a disaster at the age of 3 was bound to leave a shadow in his heart. Perhaps it would accompany him for the rest of his life and could not be erased. Okay, the time has come. Fei Ji too, prepare to welcome your new life. Chapter 1673. Not only did Fei Zhi Tu think so, but so did the Shadow Moon Hall elders who had surrendered to corpse spirit religion. All of them stared at Qian Tong strangely, as if they were looking at a young man who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Fang Fengqi laughed. "Old dog, you talk big, do you think you're an origin king?" Qian Tong still looked indifferent and did not intend to answer him, instead focusing his attention on the traders of Shadow Moon Hall. To the side, Wei Guchang looked excited and opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he held back. Yang Kai wanted to announce loudly that Great Elder had really reached the Origin King realm. He wanted to see what kind of reaction these fence-sitters would have when they heard this shocking news. It would definitely be wonderful, right? However, since Great Elder did not want to answer, why should he be in such a hurry to jump out? Once they witnessed the Great Elder's godly methods, they would understand how ridiculously wrong they were. On the high platform, Qian Tong said in a bleak tone, "I'll give you 30 breaths to think about it. After 30 breaths, this old master will act personally. Great Elder, don't go too far. Old Ghost Qian, aren't you looking down on us too much? So what if you're the former Great Elder? Even ants drag out their lives, how can we commit suicide? If you want our lives, come and take them yourself." "That's right, Qian Tong, if you try to kill us here today, don't blame us for being impolite." The group of people shouted aggressively, mainly because Qian Tong's calm attitude was too infuriating. It was as if he was really an Origin King realm master. Just by moving his lips a few times, he was able to make them commit suicide. Qian Tong had been in retreat for the past few years and it seemed that he had cultivated to the point where his brain was muddled. Qian Tong closed his eyes and ignored their noise. Instead, it was his 4 limbs that were gone. Xia Chen, who still had vitality, seemed to have lost his mind and was suffering both physical and mental torture. He could not help but chuckle mischievously, his laughter reaching everyone's ears. It made everyone's hair stand on end. "Noisy." Fang Fengqi coldly snorted and waved his hand. A blade-like attack slashed out and directly cut Xia Chen's body in half. "You will all die, all of you will die." Xia Chen roared twice before he completely stopped breathing. Fang Fengqi's expression changed slightly as he glared at Xia Chen's corpse. He coldly snorted, "You can't succeed." Among the traders of Shadow Moon Hall, Xia Chen wasn't the strongest, but he was the one who knew how to act according to circumstances, which was why Fang Fengqi had supported him as temple master and used the secret technique passed down by the religion master to promote his cultivation, allowing him to break through to the third-order origin returning realm in a short time. But Xia Chen had not expected him to be so useless. Not only did he fail to kill the 2 Shadow Moon Hall's juniors and snatch the Heavenly Moon silver plate as planned, his limbs were cut off and he was carried back like a dog. There was no point in keeping such a person alive. At that moment, there was another flash of light on the high platform and Yang Kai appeared with Su Yan and Xia Ningchang. Seeing Fei Zhi Tu's miserable appearance, Yang Kai's heart tightened. He quickly squatted down, grabbed Yang Kai's wrist, and circulated his Saint Qi to investigate. "Yang Kai, you're here too," Fei Zhi Tu grinned, a warm and touched look on his face. He had not lived his life in vain. At the most critical moment, not only had old Ghost Qian brought 2 juniors to rescue him, even Yang Kai had come. Fei Zhi Tu was a man made of iron. Yang Kai's eyes could not help becoming moist. On Shadowed Star, Origin grade high-rank pills were extremely rare. As such, he couldn't wait to capture Su Yan and Xia Ningchang. As long as he got his hands on them, the things in their space rings would belong to him. Kai Yang coldly glanced over at him, his eyes as sharp as a knife, cold as ice. For some reason, Fang Fengqi's heart skipped a beat, and he felt a sense of horror. It was as if the other party could pose a threat to his life. 30 breaths have passed. At that moment, Qian Tong suddenly opened his eyes and coldly swept his gaze around, saying indifferently, "Since none of you are willing to commit suicide, this old master will send you on your way." As soon as these words fell, an astonishing aura burst out. This aura gathered into a force visible to the naked eye and pushed forward madly. Territory field. This was the territory of an origin king. The dozen or so Shadow Moon Hall traders were shocked and hurriedly pushed their shur to resist, but in front of Qian Tong's domain, their shur was like throwing an egg at a rock, unable to provide any protection at all before collapsing one after another. In the blink of an eye, the dozen or so origin returning realm masters were forced to retreat, their faces pale. A powerful force field enveloped them, and within the force field, there was a nimble wind surging. This was the unique power of Qian Tong's territory. The wind gathered into blades and began to wreak havoc. Screams rang out one after another as the dozen or so origin returning realm masters wrapped in the territory seemed to be enduring the harshest punishment in the world as the wind blades madly cut at their skin like gossamer threads. Their bodies were covered in blood, and their flesh was badly mangled. Origin King Realm. Everyone cried out in horror. Fang Fengqi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he looked at the enraged Qian Tong with trembling hands and feet, his heart cold. It was just a joke, but who would have thought that it would come true? Qian Tong was really an origin king. "Great Elder, please spare me, I know I was wrong. Great Elder, please spare me." Just like the scene outside Heavenly Fate's city before, when these traders realized how powerful and unstoppable Qian Tong was, they begged for mercy one after another. Some even disregarded their sense of shame and knelt on the ground, kowtowing until their heads were covered in blood, hoping to move Qian Tong's compassion. They had escaped this calamity. Qian Tong's expression was indifferent and unmoved, but there was a trace of sadness in the depths of his eyes. Blood splattered and flesh scattered. The dozen or so traders from Shadow Moon Hall were cut into pieces in just 10 breaths of time. Almost every one of them seemed to have been tortured by 1,000 cuts, leaving only white skeletons behind. The flesh on the bones had all disappeared, and their internal organs had been reduced to dust. Good. Good kill. Good kill, don't let them escape. Avenge the dead children and women of Heavenly Fate City. Kill them. The onlookers suddenly roared and swarmed forward from all directions. Everyone's faces were filled with unforgettable hatred. Everyone's blood boiled as they circulated their Saint Chi, grabbed their weapons, activated their secret techniques, summoned their artifacts, and attacked the enemies who were still alive. Fang Fengqi's location, within a 300-meter radius, was instantly flooded by a variety of lights. Even the beautiful young woman who served Fang Fengqi before did not escape the onslaught of the angry crowd. Her second-order origin returning realm cultivation lasted less than 3 breaths of time before her Saint Chi protection was broken and she died tragically on the spot. A stream of light soared into the sky, forcibly carving out a bloody path through the crowd, and quickly fled outside. Fang Fengqi. After all, he was a third-order origin returning realm master and would not die so easily. He did not even look back as he desperately pushed his strength to escape from this place. Qian Tong had suddenly become an origin king, so staying here was tantamount to courting death. This news had to be reported to the 4 protectors and the religion master no matter what. He felt that Qian Tong did not seem to have any intention of chasing after him and was instead still standing there, motionless. Although he did not understand whether the other party disdained to attack him or not, Fang Fengqi was overjoyed, thinking that he could escape this calamity. Just as he was thinking this, a young man suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his path. Chapter 1674. It's you. Fang Fengqi recognized the young man in front of him at a glance. Surprisingly, it was the young man who had been standing on the high platform just now. His expression filled with anger as he continued to rush forward, punching the air as he shouted, "Scram!" He was in a hurry to escape, so how could he have the time to tangle with Yang Kai? As such, he used his full strength. A strange force lingered around Fang Fengqi's fist, causing his seemingly weak fist to become as solid as an artifact in an instant. What's more, Fang Fengqi's arm also began to grow some dark red needle-like hair. These hairs looked extremely strange and exuded an aura that made Yang Kai feel extremely uncomfortable. These hairs covered his entire arm and fist, causing the power of his punch to soar. Yang Kai frowned as a trace of suspicion flashed across his face. What kind of martial skill is this? He had never encountered a martial skill that could cause such a change to his body. With a thought, Yang Kai looked up at Fang Fengqi and couldn't help calling out in surprise. Yang Kai was surprised to find that Fang Fengqi's appearance had undergone a huge change. Previously, he looked cold and gloomy, but now, Yang Kai didn't know if he had used some kind of secret technique, but his face had become extremely distorted and two fangs were protruding from the corners of his mouth, flashing with a cold light. From his mouth and nose, Yang Kai could faintly sense a death qi. Recalling the name corpse spirit religion, Yang Kai's mind flashed and he suddenly had a guess about Fang Fengqi's origins. Seeing the incoming attack, Yang Kai didn't dare to neglect and waved his hand to release a golden blood thread, which gently wrapped around Fang Fengqi's arm before suddenly tightening. A clear wound appeared on Fang Fengqi's arm, but even with the sharpness of the golden blood thread, it was unable to cut through Fang Fengqi's arm. Dark green blood flowed out, and the blood emitted a nauseating smell. If an ordinary person were to take a whiff of it, they would probably die instantly. Poison. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Not only was this green blood poisonous, but it was also extremely corrosive. The golden blood threads wrapped around Yang Kai's arm began to corrode. A crackling sound was heard. Fang Fengqi roared angrily. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of stinky green gas at Yang Kai. Yang Kai snorted coldly. His figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. He had already arrived above Fang Fengqi's head. Holding the verdant dragon bone sword in his hand, he was in an upside-down position, directly stabbing towards the top of his head. Idiot! Fang Fengqi was disdainful. In his opinion, this bladeless sword couldn't even hurt his hair. Therefore, he had no intention of dodging. Instead, he threw another punch at Yang Kai. Yang Kai twisted his body slightly to the side, avoiding Fang Fengqi's powerful blow, and stabbed his dragon bone sword straight into Fang Fengqi's head. The seemingly slow-witted sword was now bursting with an unimaginable power. The faint roar of a dragon could be heard coming from the sword as it destroyed everything in its path. Like a hot knife through butter, the sword broke through the defenses of Fang Fengqi's body and skull and stabbed directly into his chest. Fang Fengqi's eyes bulged in an instant as a look of disbelief filled his face. Only at this moment did he realize the strangeness of the dragon bone sword and exclaim, "An Origin King-grade artifact." Even after suffering such a blow, he did not die and instead struggled violently, trying to break free from Yang Kai's control. The power of space fluctuated, and thin spatial cracks formed around Fang Fengqi's body. Immediately after, they cut towards him from all directions. Asterisk shio shio shio, asterisk a series of clanging sounds rang out incessantly. Great Elder, let me kill him. Wei Guchang shouted as he stood up. Xian Tong waved his hand, motioning Wei Guchang to calm down before turning to look at Fang Fengqi and asking, "If this old master is not mistaken, you are from Grand Burial Valley, yes?" Hearing this question, Yang Kai's eyes flashed a look of understanding as he thought to himself, sure enough. He had also guessed so. Grand Burial Valley was an extremely special place on Shadowed Star. It was rumored that more than 2,000 years ago, it was the headquarters of a huge force called the Ancient Yang sect, but unfortunately, it offended Star Emperor Mountain and was uprooted overnight, along with its headquarters. In Grand Burial Valley, there were countless dangers and spirit arrays, but the most dangerous of all was a group of special creatures that lived in Grand Burial Valley, a group of people who should have died. Chapter 1675. When the ancient Yang sect was destroyed, countless sect disciples were killed or wounded, but for some unknown reason, after their deaths, they were reborn in a completely new form, becoming corpses that could cultivate, move, and fight. On Shadowed Star, some of the younger generation probably did not know the situation inside Grand Burial Valley, but Qian Tong did. Yang Kai also knew that when he and Yang Yen explored Grand Burial Valley, the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, the sun's true essence, and the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal were all brought out from Grand Burial Valley. At that time, he was besieged by several powerful corpse generals, and if not for his space force, he would not have had a chance to escape. As soon as he fought with Fang Fengqi, Yang Kai had some speculations, and Qian Tong's inquiry confirmed his suspicions. "Old thing, you have good eyesight. I'm indeed from the Grand Burial Valley. I'm from the Noble Corpse Spirit Clan, and I'm above all living things." Fang Fengqi didn't show much fear, and shouted arrogantly. "Corpse Spirit Race." This was what the special creatures of Corpse Spirit religion called themselves, something Qian Tong had already heard from Fei Ji Tuesday. "You think you can stand above all things?" Qian Tong's expression was indifferent. "You are just people who should be dead, you don't have the qualifications." "Ha ha." Fang Fengqi chuckled. "Whether I have the qualifications or not is not for you to decide, you will know in the future. Old dog, don't waste your time, this king won't tell you anything." "Really?" Qian Tong sneered. "Even if this old master destroys your corpse bead, you won't cooperate?" Corpse beads were the beads filled with corpse qi in the abdomens of corpse spirits like Fang Fengqi. To a member of the corpse spirit race, this bead was no less important than a monster core to a monster beast. All the abilities of the corpse spirit race originated from their corpse beads. Fei Ji too had fought with members of the corpse spirit race. Naturally, he knew about this information. Fang Fengqi's expression changed slightly as he shouted, "Old thing, how dare you threaten me? Whether it's a threat or not, you'll know once you try." Qian Tong's tone was aggressive. Fang Fengqi seemed to have seen through Qian Tong's decisiveness. His face turned cold and twisted. He shouted, "You want to pry information from me? You're dreaming, old thing. I won't let you get what you want." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from his abdomen, followed by a slight cracking sound, as if something had broken. "Not good." Fei Ji Tu's expression changed drastically. The others quickly realized what was happening and Yang Kai quickly began circulating his Saint Qi. Protecting Su Yan and Xia Ningchang, Qian Tong waved his hand and wrapped Wei Guchang and Dong Xiener in a thick layer of Saint Qi. "One day, my corpse spirit church will unify Shadowed Star and all of you will die." "Ha ha ha." Fang Fengqi laughed wildly. Accompanied by a loud bang, his entire body suddenly exploded. A thick green corpse qi burst out from his body and spread out in all directions. Wherever the corpse qi passed, the ground corroded, the tables and chairs turned into dust, and the entire city lord's mansion shook violently. It was on the verge of collapsing. At the last moment, if not for Qian Tong's protection with his Origin King Realm Cultivation, the city lord's mansion would have been destroyed. After all, the self-destruction of a third-order Origin returning Realm Master was immeasurable. Sparing Fang Fengqi's life was originally to inquire about the situation of Corpse Spirit Church, but not only did he fail to get what he wanted, he even got himself into trouble. Qian Tong's expression turned ugly. If every one of the Corpse Spirit Religion's members were as crazy as them, it would be troublesome. Outside the main hall. Suddenly, an origin returning realm cultivator hurriedly walked in, turned his head, and looked around, a look of shock filling his face, not knowing what was going on. "What's the matter?" Qian Tong asked in a deep voice. The man quickly cupped his fists and replied, reporting to Great Elder, "The Corpse Spirit Church disciples hiding in Heavenly Fate City have been wiped out." "Well done. Were there any casualties?" "With the assistance of High Heaven Sects elders. Only a dozen or so were killed or injured." "Bury them." "Yes." In Shadow Moon Hall, although many people were afraid of death and had pledged allegiance to Corpse Spirit Church, there were also many who were able to stand their ground. Without exception, all of these people had been imprisoned and had been rescued 2 days ago. At this time, it was just the right time to serve Qian Tong. In Heavenly Fate City, Fang Fengqi was not the only corpse spirit. When Yang Kai, Wei Guchang, and the others attacked the city lord's mansion, they encountered some corpse spirits and were all killed. Heavenly Fate City's corpse spirits had also been scattered and hidden, but at this time, they were all picked out one by one. It could be said that it was only now that the entire Heavenly Fate City had been refreshed and its internal troubles had been eliminated. Yang Xiaozhu and the others stepped in from the outside. "Thank you for your hard work." Qian Tong quickly got up and cupped his fists gratefully. Yang Xiaozhu waved his hand, his expression not relaxing in the slightest. "It was just killing some small fries, it wasn't hard work, but if a trivial Heavenly Fate City is like this, I really don't know what the other cities on Shadowed Star are like." Fei Ji too sighed. In the past 2 years, Corpse Spirit Church has developed extremely quickly. They seem to have a secret technique that can turn living people into corpse spirits, making them even more loyal to them. When Corpse Spirit Church first appeared 2 years ago, there were only 1,000 of them, but now, there are more than 10,000. Many of these 10,000 members are origin returning realm masters from various great sects and families. They cannot be underestimated. Fang Fengqi had also planned to turn Fei Ji Tu into a corpse spirit before, so he had not wasted his cultivation or destroyed his meridians. As long as his meridians were not destroyed, even if he was beheaded, Fang Fengqi had a way to turn Fei Ji Tu into a member of the corpse spirit race, allowing him to display the strength he had when he was alive. Shadowed Star's great calamity. Qian Tong sighed heavily. After going out for 7 or 8 years, his homeland had actually become like this. The joy of breaking through to the Origin King realm was instantly replaced by deep sadness and worry. "Everyone, I want to return to Clear Sky Sect to take a look," Mou suddenly said. Chapter 1677. Chen Shitao's eyes immediately became red, "But Elder, rest assured, we will buy you some time. Remember, you must go to High Heaven Sect, only by going to High Heaven Sect can you survive. This task is very difficult, so you must find an opportunity to bring these disciples to High Heaven Sect." "Elder." Chen Shitao shook her head repeatedly. "Why haven't you left yet?" The beautiful woman glared at Chen Shitao fiercely. "Do you want my Clear Sky Sect to be erased from Shadowed Star? Do you want us to have no face to see Clear Sky Sect's ancestors?" Chen Shitao was stunned speechless. Another Clear Sky Sect elder looked at Chen Shitao softly and smiled. "Remember, you must survive and wait for Great Elder to return. As long as Great Elder returns, my Clear Sky Sect can be revitalized again. Let's go." The beautiful woman shouted. Chen Shitao shed tears as her tender body trembled and she knelt on the ground, respectfully kowtowing 3 times to the elders before getting up and preparing to leave. At that moment, the beautiful woman standing on the city wall and the few remaining masters of Clear Sky sect seemed to have discovered something incredible and turned their eyes towards a distant place. As far as their eyes could see, the rear of Corpse Spirit Religion's camp was in chaos. Chaotic and powerful energy fluctuations erupted from the heavens and earth as dazzling brilliance bloomed. Every breath, hundreds of Corpse Spirit Religion's enemies were killed. Elder Du, someone seems to be attacking from that side. I see them, who could it be? The beautiful woman gently nodded. Not many, it seems there are only 7 or 8 of them, but they're strong. The Origin returning Realm Master who spoke sucked in a breath of cold air. He only saw flashes of light as Corpse Spirit Religion's cultivator was cut down like grass. He could not help feeling shocked. Oh, that's the Azure Sun Chaos Tower. It's Great Elder. The Great Elder is back. Someone exclaimed excitedly. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on a pagoda-shaped artifact in the sky that was more than 100 meters tall and exuding a mysterious blue light. The pagoda-shaped artifact continued to spin as it smashed down from the sky. Countless Corpse Spirit cult disciples would be smashed into meat patties, and countless cyan mystic rays would be shot out from the tower. These mystic rays looked very sharp, and once struck by them, the disciples and lackeys of Corpse Spirit cult would be turned into nothingness, completely disappearing from this world. In a short while, more than 200 Corpse Spirit Religion disciples had died to this secret treasure. It really is the Azure Sun Chaotic Pagoda. The beautiful woman's beautiful eyes emitted an astonishing radiance. It was as if she had seen hope again, and her expression was excited. The Azure Sun Chaos Tower was Clear Sky Sect's sect-hallowed treasure, an existence between Origin Grade and Origin King Grade artifacts. It could be said that it was already a quasi-Origin King Grade artifact. And this was a powerful artifact. The Great Elder, MOU, had always been in charge of it. At this moment, the appearance of the Azure Sun Chaos Pagoda was clearly because of MOU. Even though they couldn't see MOU's figure, they could feel the familiar energy fluctuations coming from MOU from afar. We're saved now. The Great Elder has returned. Kill those Corpse Spirit Religion bastards. Make sure they don't return. Avenge Sect Master and our dead brothers and sisters. In an instant, frenzied shouts rang out from the city wall as everyone was filled with righteous indignation. If it weren't for the beautiful woman's order, they would likely have rushed down to support the Great Elder already. Among the crowd, the beautiful woman frowned as a look of uneasiness flashed across her face. Her activity finally attracted Yang Kai's attention. The 5-colored glow that covered her body gave Yang Kai a very familiar feeling. This was clearly the sword chi of his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. From a distance, Yang Kai took a moment to look at this young girl. Although she was covered in blood and it was impossible to tell how old she was, judging from her growth, she was only about 13 or 14 years old. This was definitely a body that had not yet fully matured. With her hair fluttering in the wind, her face was vaguely familiar to Yang Kai. Could it be? Kai Yang wrinkled his brow, and quickly destroyed the enemies in front of him. His interest in the young girl was piqued, so he brought Xia Ning Chang and rushed towards her. Sensing that someone was attacking, the young girl turned around and threw out a punch. Yang Kai raised his hand to block. Hong, an unimaginable amount of power burst out from that delicate little fist. Even someone as strong as Yang Kai couldn't help but tremble slightly. Fortunately, his cultivation was much higher than this girl's, so he didn't make a fool of himself on the spot. Otherwise, his old face would have been completely lost. Chapter 1678. Unable to defeat her opponent with a single blow, the girl's reaction was extremely quick. Lowering her body, she sent out a flying kick as a golden light flashed from the tip of her foot like a sword. 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, golden sword. Invincible. Her little foot seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword that stabbed straight towards Yang Kai's chest. Yang Kai smiled lightly as he stretched out his hand and grabbed the girl's ankle. At the same time, he pushed his Saint Chi to resolve her attack, holding her in his hand like a toy. The girl's skirt fluttered in the wind, almost exposing her naked body, but fortunately, she reacted quickly and managed to grab hold of her skirt. Just as her face was filled with annoyance though, she suddenly saw Yang Kai's smiling face. "Oh! Uncle Sect Master." The girl recognized Yang Kai at a glance and a surprised smile appeared on her pretty face as she called out. "Sure enough, it's you." Yang Kai gently nodded before putting the girl down with a slight tug on his wrist. Staring at her young face, he frowned and asked, "Why are you here?" This young girl was the little girl Huang Wan had adopted, Lin Yun. When Yang Kai returned from the Emperor Garden and passed through a city beside the limitless ocean, he met Huang Wan by chance and brought her back to High Heaven Sect. At the same time, he brought back a little girl. Lin Yun was only 5 or 6 years old at that time, but she had already displayed amazing physical strength. Yang Kai noticed the abnormalities in her body and had Yi Shiyun carefully investigate her. Later, Yi Shiyun told Yang Kai that Lin Yun was incredibly talented and possessed a special physique, the tyrant body of strength. This was a very rare physique that may be related to some kind of sea beast. After all, according to Huang Wan, Lin Yun's mother had the bloodline of a sea beast. She was a cultivator with this special physique. She was born with divine strength, and as one's cultivation increased, so would their strength. Before leaving Shadowed Star, Yang Kai had passed down the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. 7 or 8 years had passed since then. The little girl who was 5 or 6 years old back then had now become a budding flower. Judging from the 5-colored light on her body, she had already reached the minor accomplishment level in the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. Coupled with her tyrant strength physique, the strength she could display could only be described as terrifying. Her cultivation wasn't high. Under Yang Kai's investigation, she was only a 3rd-order saint. Even if High Heaven Sect did not lack financial and material resources today. Lin Yun also had the personal guidance of a master like Yi Shiyun, so being able to cultivate to the 3rd-order saint realm in just 7 or 8 years was a testament to her talent. This little girl is definitely a dazzling star in the future territory. Yang Kai looked at her as if he was looking at a future supreme master. Furthermore, the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art that he had passed down seemed to be tailor-made for her, matching it with the tyrant strength physique. She was actually able to fight against the cultivator of the 1st-order origin returning realm when she was only at the 2nd or 3rd level of the saint realm. This level of leapfrogging far exceeded Yang Kai's expectations. Even he himself was unable to resist the attacks of an origin returning realm master when he was just a 3rd-order saint. However, it was obvious that although Lin Yun was extremely strong, she had almost no strength left in her body. Moreover, there were more or less injuries on her body, so she was obviously an arrow at the end of its flight. However, her spirit was still quite good.